What's up and what's going on, everybody? Y'all know how it is. Y'all know how it go. The show is never ready to start, but I must start it. The show is never ready to start, but I must start it. Hopefully, we will have another good one. Hopefully, we will have another good one today. So, shout out to each and every one of you. Appreciate you good folks coming on through. Y'all already know what to do. You hit the like button, whether you're catching it live or you're catching this thing after it's uploaded. You go ahead and you hit the like button. You get us started off right. Shout out to people in the building. Shout out to Wizard Ado. I'm about to botch your name, even though you're my guy. I'm about to botch your name. Black Wizard Ados. Black Wizard Ados. That Ados throw me off. Black Wizard Ados off the top rope with the comment of the day already. I agree with that one, but we're about to get into it. I agree with that one, but we are definitely about to get into this one. We're about to get into this one. One thing that happened on the heels of the individual who I didn't care to speak about anymore, even though I do gotta. It's something specific, something I gotta correct the record on, something I made a mistake on in the previous show that I do gotta get that straightened out. But either way it go, a lot of people have been talking about the leader of the Black Manosphere. I've saw some startling content to say the least. People talking about the leader of the Black Manosphere. I love Black Wizard Ado's comment right there. Those are more or less my sentiments, but we're about to go down that rabbit hole of, is there a leader? Because even though I could have the view that there's no such thing as a leader of the Black Manosphere, but sometimes things happen organically. Or then there's the question of, who should it be if there is to be one? Who should it be if there is to be one? How does one get anointed and knighted in as said leader of a space, of a collection of YouTubers and commentators? I don't know how that works, but we're about to get into that. We're about to dig into it. So strap on in. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
What's up? What's going on, everybody? Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to all of the Patreons. I've been putting more stuff on the Patreon lately. Have not had any new Patreons, but shout out to those of you who are already there. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to Cedric M, Rod of God, Sir Tice, Tyrone H. Shout out to each and every one of you. Appreciate all of the Patreons. Kenneth J, Independent Black Man, J Live. Do appreciate you. Shout out to everybody who's a Patreon. Kevin C, Brenda Muema, RM, Paul G. Shout out. Prize or prisoner? That's interesting. Carter's like Chris, perfect blackness. All right. I'll probably shout out more of you as the show goes on. Probably shout out more of you as the show goes on. But shout out to Black Wizard S coming off the top rope. Black Wizard Ados. I'm sorry, Ados. I don't know where that X came from. I think there's a Wizard X, or maybe that used to be your name. I don't know. But coming off the top rope, he says there is no leader. Anybody thinking there is one, it's probably not in the Manosphere, or at very least, they don't understand it. Or there's a door C as well. They're trying to sully the name of it by even playing the whole game of the leader talk. But there are people who are more or less in it. There are people who more or less in it, who I think, well, maybe you could be in it and not understand it. There are people who are in it that have engaged in that talk of even naming a leader, and I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Like, but we're going to get into it. We're going to make this thing happen. But shout out to the early bird squad, those that make it in. Drop a comment bright and early before you can get things started. Shout out to Black Wizard Ados in the building. Shout out to RM. Shout out to LB Crypto. Says another awesome show is upon us. Let's go. He said Manosphere never had a leader. That is correct. It did have some founding members. We all know and understand Angerman, O'Shea, and Obsidian got together, separated, departed from what was known, from the Manosphere, and kind of did their own thing and built their own audience and their own algorithm of black men, and that became the Black Manosphere. We do know that was a thing. We do know that happened. We do know that was a thing. We do know that happened. Anytime, anywhere where you could possibly look for a leader, it was probably there. But I think it grew and evolved to the point, and a lot of things changed to where one resounding, hands down leader, no. It's always been a loose confederation, I think is the right term. I think that's always been the case. But let's get into it. We are about to break some things down. Donnie Draco. Is that Draco or Darko? I'm sorry, I probably bought your name. Donnie Draco. I've been calling you Donnie Darko for a while. That was a science fiction movie in the early 2000s. Shout out to you. Shout out to who else we got in here before I get into it. Mayan King, the Mayan King Revisited. Sun is Hot Ra in the building. Shout out to Demac the Trucker. Demac the Trucker says new leader should be Bernard Riley. Nah. Theo Waff in the building says I nominate Bernard Riley as a leader of the Black Manosphere. Nah. Appreciate the vote of confidence, but nah. Prince Pierre 9 live show. Okay. Shout out to you. It's like my audience must be smarter than everybody else's audience, because I'm seeing comments like this, and I when I listen to other people's stuff, I'm like, a lot of people don't get it, but you get it. The person is not the leader. They are. I think you're saying they or a spokesman, I think, or more of a spokesman, I think, but that's what you're saying. That's actually true, and I think the closest we got to that was Kevin Samuels. The closer we got to that was Kevin Samuels, because everybody heard his words. And his words, the things that he said, that it was baked. It was the things that came out of Kevin Samuels' mouth. All of that was forged in the crucible, in the belly of the beast of the Black Manosphere. And he gave a lot of that to the world. He gave a lot of that, if not all of it, to the world. So in that sense, he was a spokesman, representative, liaison, or whatever the word is. Not necessarily leader, because it just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. But he said, okay, he says, this is the song that doesn't end. Yes. It does not end. It does not end. Says the Black Manosphere has a leader, and it's the white chick. Okay, I said my audience was smarter, but see, this is the type of stuff I've been hearing. The Black Manosphere has a leader, and it's the white chick who got black men picking her on their black men picking her on their community. Let me make that all bigger so I can see it. Let me make that all bigger so I can see it. I gotta make sure I see what y'all's talking about today. You got black men picking her on their community. Like I said, it was a fake news troll move started by, I believe, George Macon, who randomly said that after she got into a debate with Hafiz. She got into a debate with Hafiz, who Hafiz was shitting on the Manosphere as a whole. Hafiz was taking a crap on the Manosphere as a whole. And then a lot of people in the Manosphere, and particularly the Black Manosphere, went at him for taking a crap on us. George Macon did the spin move and said that we're just defending her, called her the woman king. The rest is history. And now there's content upon content on how she's the leader of the Black Manosphere. And then there's, I don't think Obsidian did us any favors. I don't think Obsidian did us any favors with that stream he did with her, because the optics of it did look like, she had to come, address her constituents, which we never were. It's like, that was just a weird and silly thing. Freeman's Journal said, but now your audience is intelligent. It says the audience learns right. Well, other people have stupid audiences. It says the Manosphere has grown despite being constantly attacked without an identifiable leader. Well, the thing that's going on now with the Black Manosphere is a lot of attacks from within. A lot of attacks from within. Black Wizard 80 says, if there was a leader, they would have to be capable of pushing the envelope of ideas in the space forward and understand red pill information on a level that nobody else is very capable of articulating. See, I don't know if I completely agree with that, because that statement right there implies that somebody can just have, like, I don't even know if you can necessarily talent your way into a leadership position, but what is those leadership? I mean, you can, but what does that entail? I think you kind of laid out what it entails. It entails being able to articulate this in a way that other people don't understand. That would just make this person more talented and smarter than everybody, and people should probably get behind it if somebody is really doing well and really articulating it well. I can see that, but even then, that wouldn't necessarily make one a leader. It's like, I was trying to pin this down. How does one actually become a leader? How does one actually become a leader of a space, of a collection of YouTubers? That's a loose confederation where people have their own thoughts, ideas, views, and perspectives, and nobody agrees. It's almost like it started as a thing, as a movement, and then it grew and it got bigger, and then it spread out, and then it branched out, and then people saw the movement, and then they start making their own little rendition of it. Women saw it and start making their own little rendition of it. Like, so much stuff started happening to where it's so all over the place, to where the only way that you could pin it down and like actually foster something that resembles a leader is if, off of a YouTube live stream, people got together and worked it out and made some tenets and had meetings and actually formally, laid out, this is what we're about, this is what we're stand for, this is what we stand for, this is the agenda, this is how we're moving. And somebody, the person who's the leading it, basically lays it out with the other top constituents, and then it's like, that's not what's happening. It's YouTube. Okay, we're talking about YouTube. We're talking about content creators. So it's not, to me, it's not something that can or can't have a leader. I'll break down the history as I understand it. Johnny Bravo reacts. Yah made her woman king of the Black Manosphere. Maybe we are collectively stupid. Nobody made her woman king of anything. somebody, in an attempt to hate on the Black Manosphere, said that a chick was woman king of the Black Manosphere. Fantastic asked her a really good question during the live stream when she was on Obsidian, which no way in hell I was participating in that. But and Fantastic asked her a series of questions that I suspect they came from me. Well, I actually know they did, because we was talking about that on the show. And so Fantastic asked her a series of questions to basically to dig out what was her connection to people in the Black Manosphere. And the only thing she could say is, I reacted to some Kevin Samuels videos. So did Poor Man's Podcast, and he got 800,000 subs reacting to Kevin Samuels videos and so much other stuff. But nobody said he was the king of the Manosphere. Nobody anointed him. See, that's why anointing her was the troll move by detractors. He said, okay, what other person did you interact with, collab with? She was like, Donovan Sharp. Okay, we know why that doesn't count. Okay, who else did you interact with? Well, there was that debate with Hafiz. Okay, we know why that doesn't count, because Hafiz isn't part of the Black Manosphere. He actually actively hates on it and shits on it. But that's when she got on our radar. But that's when she got on our radar, when she had 500,000 subs. I've explained this a number of times. But so, in short, she didn't have direct collaboration, interaction with anybody in this space until that when she went on Lapeef and when she went on Obsidian that first time. That was literally the first time. That was literally the first time that she had any reaction to anybody, any interaction directly in terms of content with anybody in this space, when she had 600,000 subs. So how does that make her, and from there she just went on and did her own thing. She went on and did her own things, and somebody did some people did reaction videos for content. Like, come on. Yeah, Hafiz is part of the Derek Jackson content. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Appreciate you putting 5 on it. Haters and supporters alike. The money is all the same. I do appreciate it. Shout out to who we got in here. Says, what's your thoughts on MTR turning on Pearl after making money with her? Yeah, let me say this. MTR, like I said before, I don't really watch his stuff no more, because even he said things can get kind of monotonous. And that's the beauty of when you have a growing channel. You have new clientele, so to speak. You have new customers, you have new supporters, you have people seeing you fresh and new for the first time. So his channel was growing, so it doesn't matter that it became repetitive to me. As long as you get in new subscribers, it's not repetitive to them because they're new. But it got repetitive to me, so I haven't been really watching MTR like I used to. But there was a time when I used to acknowledge him as my favorite content creator. He's definitely, I definitely like his very sober, judicious, logical, meticulous breakdown. You don't got to be all animated, yelling and screaming. And I like the way he moves and stay out of the beef and the whole works and everything. So nothing but utmost respect for MTR. But I do think he was swayed by the audience. MTR doesn't seem to me to be. I don't think he's a snowflake. I think a lot of the pro-blackness has come, not pro-blackness, but I think a lot of the victimhood mentality came out of a lot of people in this space, because this is a space where we red pill, we snowflakes, we don't play that. If you were being a little whiny little punk, we gonna call you out for it. But when this Pearl thing happened, a lot of people put on they cloak themselves in they victimhood. I was talking about putting on a hood, and I said victimhood. Okay, that was an accidental pun, double entendre. But they cloaked themselves in their victimhood, and yeah, that's what a lot of people did. And so when he was going live, I saw the audience kind of turning on him when he was, not being a snowflake about it and not being triggered about it, because I didn't care what she said. One, I didn't watch her. I didn't mess with her. I didn't care about her. She was just somebody whose shorts popped up on my feed. And every now and then I reacted to some stuff. I reacted to some stuff she did, like when she had Brittany Ritter and Andrew Tate in there. That was the most trending thing. I had to react to that. The Hafiz thing, I reacted to that. But other than that, she's not beholden to me. I didn't care. She's not beholden to me. I didn't care. But MTR did work with her, so he had more reason to care. But at the same time, he ain't no snowflake, so he didn't really. He wasn't tripping. But then the audience, all that victimhood came out of the audience, and they're fuming and they're mad because I think black people do have some white superiority complex to where we can get so triggered by a white person's tweet. And yes, there's something that could be said about that because the Jews do that, and then that's how they get stuff done. They trump up their victimhood. They sort of they exaggerate how offended they are so they can use it as a tool and mechanism to control what other people do and say, oops, I just said the same shit that Pearlie said about black people when it come to our oppression. Damn it. But anyway, here's the deal. Black people jumped on the victimhood bandwagon, and he could see it in his chat room. He could see they was coming for him. And then so I think he made a calculated business move to do an about face. He made a calculated business move to do an about face. And so that's what MTR did. Somebody's one of my favorite content creators. He didn't want to face the woke mob, because there's been a lot of woke mobbiness going on in this space. There's been a lot of woke mobbiness going on, and a lot of people spin it as it's a worship of white women. But we're the same people who had a serious discussion over whether or not slavery was a choice. And after all the debate was over, I think it came down on a lot of people's channel, mine included, that slavery was a choice by a split decision. It was some people arguing that it wasn't. Enough people argued that it was. Like we have a hard approach here. We have a hard and raw approach here. I said on the other channel when they was talking about Jim Crow versus slavery, I said, give me liberty or give me death. If you stay a slave, if you're born on a plantation as a slave and you die at 70 years old as a slave, you did make a choice to stay there. Like we have that hard of approach here. We call shit hard, rough, and down the middle. It was black people back then, working to buy their own freedom, and then acquire it, and then figured out a way to buy some of their family members. They basically owned their own slaves, which is a noble thing for a black person back then to own slaves, because he was buying family members. He was better to be owned by them than to be owned by the master. But it was people rolling up their sleeves back then, getting shit done. And if you couldn't roll up your sleeves and figure out how to get something done officially like that in terms of buying your freedom, then goddamn it, we got to die. So yeah, we hardcore over here. Yeah, slavery was a choice. Everything's a choice. You may not like your options, but it's choices. So I mean, we not, we're not tripping over what Nick Fuentes said and what Pearlie, I wasn't tripping on that. A lot of people wasn't tripping on that. And it is what it is. That's where I'm at with it. That's where I'm at with it. And I think MTR was sort of more on those lines, but that woke mob came for him and he yielded. I think that's what happened. He didn't want to. He wanted to separate himself from that. He just had to wash his hands with it. He had to wash his hands with it. It is what it is. But all right, pull up the rest of the.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
Pull up the next one because I didn't star it. I can't see it. Black Wizard Ados in the building. He says the Black Manosphere is completely decentralized. Saying there is a leader is like saying a node in the Bitcoin blockchain controls the rest. That's silly. Absolutely 100%. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Black Wizard Ados. MTR has a brand and his own personal values to uphold. If he doesn't like the business she's doing and wants to cut ties, that's his prerogative. I do respect that, but I respect. Put it like this: it would have been more sound on his part to just say that is like, look, I'm just cutting tie. Is that music still playing? I can't even hear it. Okay. Is that music too loud, y'all? Let me know in the chat if that music too loud. I didn't even know it was playing because I got my headsets off. Let me know if that music is music too loud. Well, we have to part of the show. We can drop the music. We can drop the music either way. But either way, yeah, I understand that from a business. That's why I said he made a business move. From a business standpoint, it does make sense to just I gotta separate. I gotta separate from this. She about to be entangled in a bunch of nonsense and going through it for a minute. And I don't want to be attached to it. And I don't want any previous content I did with her to come out, or, because they pre-recorded some stuff that he like, nah, don't even let it out. Don't even release it. I understand him not wanting to be in the mud because it's muddy over here. It's muddy over here. So I understand him not wanting to be in the mud. I get that. All right. Is that the last one? Oh, hold on. If that's the last one, okay, cool. All right. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Yexpand. Huh? What did I say? Yex Spans. Yex Spans. That's weird. But he says, can I get 5 on it? Absolutely. Thank you for putting 5 on it. All right. The history as I understood it from my perspective, and I'll speak all the way up into the part to where I started coming on the scene around 2017. I started coming on the scene around late 2017. I normally put my start around 2018. I know I officially started my channel on 2018 and just put out like a little pre-record responding to some very simpish stuff that Derek Jackson said. That's when I've dropped my first video. But I probably 2017, late 2017, was in the clouds, working third shift, trying to find some content. And I oddly enough, before that I had stumbled into some of the dating coaches like Lucario or whatever, but I didn't know what the hell a Black Manosphere was. I stumbled into Obsidian's channel in like around late 2017, 2018, and just listened to all his old stuff, and Obsidian was killing it back then. BGS is one of the best. He got videos speaking on this, but that was where I came in prior to what was going on based off old content that I looked up. Yeah, and like I said before, Angerman, Obsidian, O'Shea, they got together. They were essentially like technically a part of the white manosphere, as we call it now. And then they separated, they branched off, they started their own channels, built their own audience, did their own thing, and then got an audience of Black men in their own thing, so to speak. And they was doing content back then. Yes, the content was about women, despite what some people will say. The content was about women. Even Minister Japp have gone back and said that's what it was about. even Minister Japp said that they was addressing the nonsense with women, the nonsense put out there in the media, the stuff that disparages men, the bullshit that women say. They was countering that, they was refuting that, and they were giving men game, information, knowledge, insight, perspective, and how to move going forward. And just really just breaking down a lot of stuff. That's what Black Ram would say. And Black Ram been doing this content since for like 10, 12 years. And he would say that it was never a time when Black Ram wasn't on here basically talking about the female. So that's what it was about. And that's what was going on. And that was going on all the way up until around the time I found the space around 2017. Now, if there was a named leader back then, I think just on the basis that Angry Man, O'Shea, and Obsidian technically started it, I think some people probably viewed them that way. But even then, it was still not an actual this is the leader of which we are following, because by 2017, when I stumbled into the place, 2017, 2018, it was already beef. I think Angry Man and O'Shea had already had a beef. Obsidian and Angry Man had already had a beef. It was already splintering and things was everywhere. It was already a loose confederation when I found it. All right. When I stumbled into it, it was already a loose confederation, and nothing was like, looked at as a leader. And it was small. And it was small. It hadn't taken off. It hadn't got all the way off the ground yet. It hadn't even got all the way off the ground yet. It was moving, it was growing, it was doing its thing. It was some amazing streams, amazing panels somewhere along the way in 2018. O'Shea had got the Sunday Rumble jumping off and all kind of stuff like that. Obsidian channel was popping, Angerman channel was popping, BGS, was doing his thing at the Coliseum. And around that time, Kevin Samuels had started coming on the scene and started getting on panels. It was all kinds of stuff going on, and it was cool. It was cool. Cool. He said, yeah, he said that was around the 2017 hit list. Yep. That happened too. That was another thing that was stifling the growth. But it was all the way live. And around that time, probably late 2018, 2019, I started hopping on Obsidian's panels. That's where I made a name for myself. And that was when I had my first interactions with everybody in this space. That's when people start telling me, hey, you should start a channel, you should do this, you should do that. And then I technically already had a channel, but I was just dropping little pre-records on there here and there, maybe 1 or 2 per month. I was just doing that. And then it was going on and everything. And that wave kind of rolled until about 2020, where it was growing, but it was still at the ground level, still at its infancy. And then the big thing happened in 2021, the pandemic, and then Kevin Samuels blew up. When Kevin Samuels blew up, that was the game changer. That essentially changed the game forever. And then now it went from being this band of rebels, the 300, so to speak. It went from being that to where, no, it had a big name and a face on it. Like when Kevin Samuels called himself the Godfather, it was really, he was saying the Godfather of style. But when everybody still kept calling him the Godfather after he blew up doing Manosphere content. I remember Jason Whitlock called him the Godfather of the Manosphere. That's how a lot of people viewed it. The Godfather of the Manosphere. They thought he created it. They thought he started it. He was the face of it. He was a spokesman. He was like, he was all of that to them. We understood it. He was Kevin Samuels. He was one of our own. That's why I cringe whenever anybody try to say Pearly Things is the leader, or she came up off the Black Manosphere. She came through the Manosphere. It's like, no, Kevin Samuels came through the Manosphere. It's small content creators. Hell, go back to when Hood Servative, before he even started a channel, before Lil Big Nate started a channel, and it's people who still have started channels or got less than 500 subs. They can actually point to being on a panel with Kevin Samuels, arguing with him, debating with him, and all of that. I remember Hood Servative and Kevin Samuels in a heated debate over universal health care right here on this show. I remember that. I remember Lil Big Nate and Kevin Samuels getting into a debate over Black women and abortion and the Democratic Party and all of that. I remember all of that. All right. All of that was happening just right on my channel. So it's like, it's unquestioned. When people try to even imply that Pearly came up through us and she can't name being on a panel until she was on Lapeef, like that's bogus. Until she got on Obsidian stuff, that's bogus. It's nameless, faceless avatars who can distinctly remember, talking to, debating, and arguing with Kevin Samuels in from 2018 to 2020 before he blew up. So it's like when people try to pin him as, say, he was the leader, I understand it, even though the structure of the Black Manosphere is not set up in a way to where it's not set up in a way to where there is an anointed leader. It's just not. It's not set up in that way. It's not set up in that way. But through whatever the criteria, whatever that criteria is to essentially get somebody that title, I think Kevin Samuels, he went through it in the sense that, everything that he was, everything that he basically said and gave to the world, that the world saw and heard, come out of his mouth, all of that was forged in the crucible of the Black Manosphere. It came out the belly of that beast, and he gave it to the world. So bare minimum, he was a spokesman. But even then, leader, I can't affirmatively say that, because there was people like, Angry Man, who's a leader in his own right, who wasn't really following, who wasn't following what Kevin Samuels was doing. There's people who was, looking up to him and looking to him to be the one that was, really, putting out the content that they deemed the most valuable, or this or that. So nobody ever had some top-down way to dictate. The only way people use that is when they're trying to say that when they use it when they want to slander. They use it when they want to slander. When they want to slander somebody, that's when they, pull that out. When somebody do something wrong, they're the leader. Everybody's following him, everybody's following her, which is bullshit. Which is bullshit. But shout out to Charles Merchant. He says, your enemy must declare the Black Manosphere a leader so they can destroy the my audience smart. My He said, just take note of all the weak males that fell for the racism ploy. Yeah. Yeah.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
Yeah, that was a beautiful statement. Put that one back up there. I want to read that again. I want to speak on that a little more. He said, your enemy must declare the Black Manosphere a leader so they can destroy the message. Now, the only thing about that is that that's one way to do it. But as long as they can just say Black Manosphere and hit it with a wild scatter shot, and the only thing they really need is one person in a chat room to have said it once, and that's enough to just hit the whole Black Manosphere with it, But aiming at the top for a leader, that is an attempt and a tactic to destroy. That is an attempt and a tactic to destroy. So very well said on your part. All right, you can pull up the next one. Very well said on your part. Black Wizard Ados with the $5 super chat. Do appreciate that. He says, what's crazy is the conversations that were happening here with KS debating whether or not the space should shift to making money from the content. Debating whether or not the space should shift to making money from the content. That predated Kevin Samuels. That predated Kevin. Angry Man, Obsidian, and O'Shea was all, making money, or bare minimum trying to make money in 2018. So no, that put it like this: people bend over backwards to find wedge issues. So some people will say, "Oh, the space was ruined when money got in it," or "The space was ruined when they let women on a panel." The space was ruined. Like anything that would potentially cause growth, people find a way to criticize it. It just is what it is. If it will potentially cause your channel to grow, people are going to find a way to criticize it. That's just the reality. That is what it is. That's what they're going to do. But I don't even know if that was even central to Kevin Samuels, that whole criticizing the space for making money from the content. Like, I don't know, like, put it like this, it's feminists that put out content and they get paid for their content. They have an extensive Patreon list that support them. Jason Black get paid for putting out his pro-Black content. He got paid by he got paid by his people to produce a documentary where he sat down and had a friendly conversation with Jared Taylor and then charged them to buy the documentary. It's like, technically nothing wrong with that. It's just some irony in there when you break down some of the details, but nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. It's like, so anything that it's people who just, they want to. It's like some of them seem to be a part of it, but the main thing they want to do is stifle the progress of it. They're seemingly a part of it, but they want to stifle the progress of it. Charles Merchant in the building says, up until now, the detractors of the Black Manosphere could only shoot at us blindfolded. Pearly is simply used as a means to consolidate their attack on thinking Black men. Charles Merchant is killing it. Charles Merchant is killing it. Charles Merchant is killing it. Like, and that was one thing that we came up. Me and Hood Conservative actually talked about that. Is that it's a lot of simping going on in the sense that, I mean, and you can talk, I understand that why a lot of what went down on Obsidian's show was also considered, simping, but there's another angle, there's another, and I think a bigger angle of the simping too, where Black women mad and triggered by a white woman. So shout out to Hood servers when you say hoes mad. Okay, hoes mad, so simps got to be mad. It's a lot of that going on too. It's a lot of that going on too. All of these people who allegedly watched her, who the space that allegedly watches her, that Nick Fuentes interview was almost a month ago, at least 3 weeks ago. Not a bleep on the radar. Jason Black said something about it. Hoes got mad. And now all of a sudden there's people in the Black Manosphere, sword and shield, ready to fight. Because hoes mad. It's like that. It's a weird thing. It's a really weird thing. But where was I at? I was saying that Kevin. Okay, I was trying to get back to it, but you caught my eye. He goes, "Hey Bernard, did anybody ever talk about the white manos? Talk about the white manosphere hates Pearly things too? Yeah, they do, and I think a lot of their hate for her, came from basically she got too big. I get it. That hurt. it's like they're really the ones, because like, listen, I've been trying to tell y'all, that's she got a white manosphere audience. You can just look at the audience and tell. You can look at the audience's tell. She got a white manosphere audience. She said that she was getting some teaching and tutelage from Rollo and a lot of from Rollo Tomasi and a lot of other people, and they was helping her up until a point she got too big, and they were just like, nah, because they realized that she's going to become the face of the message, and that's something that's hard to control. That's something that's hard to control if somebody grows a channel and makes it that big. But what some people are too stupid to realize, because they don't understand YouTube. Not, I won't say stupid. Okay, some people are stupid, some people are hating, some people just don't understand YouTube. Fresh and Fit and Kevin Samuels, it's a reason why when they was going live, when Kevin Samuels was going live and when Fresh and Fit go live, it could be anywhere from 15,000 to 25,000 people in there, because they grew their channel organically off of live stream shows. People love their live stream show. They subscribed because of the live stream show. They came back and watched the live stream show. They supported the live stream show. So when Kevin Samuels was going live, when Fresh and Fit goes live, anywhere from 15,000, 25,000 people in there. And actually, when you average in Rumble, Fresh and Fit be having 30,000 consistently now when you average in, because they be doing like 12,000 to 10,000 on Rumble, and doing 14 to 18 or 20,000 on YouTube. So they do 30,000 a night. It's a reason why Pearly only does about 2,000 when she does just a regular live stream. Like, she does like damn near the same numbers in her live stream that Coach Greg Adams does, that damn near that Rollo Tomasi does, because Rollo can get, I think, a consistent 1,500 to 2,000. She's just doing a little bit better than him. Those 1.3 million subs came from spamming the algorithm with 18 shorts a day. That's how she got all those subscribers. But she can't go live and get 30,000 people in there. So what I'm saying is, people are not listening to her and following her message in the way that Kevin Samuels' message was followed, and even in the way that Fresh and Fit is followed. It's just she got subscribers. And it's something slightly inorganic about getting subscribers through shorts, even though I understand the game and I dabbled into that game and I got 32,000 subscribers from shorts. I'm trying to do it again. I'm trying to get 64 through shorts. I'm trying to do that. but it's something inorganic about that, because those people are just looking at short content. You make something kind of cool, kind of funny, kind of quick hitting. They might subscribe. Don't mean they're going to come back and watch your live show. It just means that they want to see more of your shorts. And so you just got to keep sending them more of your shorts. And then you have a whole, it's almost like you have a whole audience on a separate channel that's connected to your channel. And that's sort of what Pearlie got. She got a bunch of people watching her shorts. She got a bunch of people watching her shorts, but her live stream views are not that different in terms of numbers as what Coach Greg Adams get when he go live. Minister Japp, at his peak, when Minister Japp was going live and getting like 2,000 people before they start messing with his channel, he would have a regular 2,000 people in there, or 50,000 subs, because that's an organic 50,000 subs that he got from people who love his live stream show. So all of this, and I heard somebody asking the question, well, why haven't Pearl lost any subscribers yet from all of these people that suppose these black people who supposedly don't like her now? I said, yeah, because in order to unsubscribe for somebody, you have to be first subscribed to them to begin with. People wasn't even fucking subscribed to her. Okay, I'm not even subscribed to her. I just checked yesterday. I checked and I was like, oh, I ain't even subscribed to her. I just see her shorts and keep scrolling. I wasn't even subscribed to her. It's like, so it turns into just an excruciatingly goofy thing when people try to say, oh, y'all worshiping her, y'all this, y'all that, y'all elevated her, y'all propped her up. It's like, okay, either some people are stupid, either they're ignorant, or they're hating. By ignorant, I mean they just don't understand how YouTube works, or they just stupid, or they're deliberately hating. One or the other. One of the other. But so that's Pearl's channel in a nutshell right there. That's Pearl's channel in a nutshell right there. It ain't had shit to do. Oh yeah, Mike Vince Perkins lying. I put, well, stupid and lying ain't the same thing. Okay, so either, well, no, lying falls under hating. You said they're lying. Lying falls under hating. So either you're a liar, a hater, you're stupid, or you're ignorant to how YouTube works. One or the other. One or the other. Anybody trying to pin that on black people, or definitely if you're trying to pin it on the black manosphere, you make no sense. You make no sense at all. So get into the whole concept of a leader of the black manosphere, of which by no measurable way, shape, or form did the white girl with a UK channel almost even applies to, is not even almost a part of it. Not even almost qualifies as the leader. What would qualify somebody as the leader of the black manosphere? I think legitimately, in terms of scale and how he came, like I said, how everything that he became, because he came as a style guy and then he transitioned over into doing black manosphere content, and everything about his content came out the belly of this beast. Everything that he said and gave to the world, it came out the belly of this beast. Spokesman, representative, all of that. Yes, he was definitely all of that. He was definitely all of that. Like, that part is undeniable. But even then, it was hard to pin him down as an absolute leader. It's impossible to pin anybody down as an absolute leader. So the whole notion and idea of that is completely 100% bogus. And like Charles Merchant said, he said it better than what I could have. They want to name somebody a leader in many ways, in a very contrived way, so they can have they can have a very specific place to attack. They have a very specific place to attack. And anything that they could say that this person did wrong, that they can attack this person with, they can attack the whole space with, and they could bring down the whole thing, which means that it's a lot of men within this space that essentially working for the sisterhood, working for the strags, working for the feminists, working for everybody, basically doing a better job, in my opinion, as that 2017 hit list. Doing a better job. A 2017 hit list wasn't shit, because it was just trying to hit something in its infancy, something that the ball is actually rolling on. A lot of people are doing the work. They're doing the work of the sisterhood. Like, who needs them? what they say, with friends like these, you don't need enemies. It's like the bombs are blowing off from inside the house. It's like the shit got big, it got strong to where all other little content creators could do is throw rocks through the window. The only people that could bring it down is the platform executives themselves. And they probably didn't want to do it because it was driving content. So it was an impenetrable force, as far as I'm concerned. It was an impenetrable force that can only be ruined from within. And goddamn it, leave it to niggas, they did it. Leave it to niggas, they did it. Damn. Now, I'm about to put the link in the chat so we can discuss this so-called concept of a leader being in the Black manosphere. I was going to play a clip of O'Shea saying something about naming a leader, because it was I just opted not to play it because I think I said enough, and I think I think I made enough sense to where I don't even need to pick apart what O'Shea was talking about. Because there's a clip on somebody's channel who I don't mess with, but they found a clip of O'Shea saying something, and I listened to that, and I was like, wow, what? Because he said something kind of wild, like, you know, after Kevin Samuels, we wanted, you know, Dennis Spurlin to be it, but his message wasn't really, you know, on point with it, because he was like, let's just leave Black America alone. So we were thinking lead attorney, but lead attorney is too mainstream, or he going to appeal to just a broader, you know, YouTube audience when he really blow up. So then we were thinking of the other person is Austin Hollerman. I was like, I was sitting there listening to that, like, is O'Shea high? like, I was like, what in the hell? I was gonna play that clip, but I just explained the clip in a nutshell. I just explained the clip in a nutshell, and we just gonna leave it there. I was gonna do a breakdown of what O'Shea was talking about in this clip, and I don't even, and plus I don't even want to promote the person connected to it. But then well, put it like this. Let me say this before I open it up. I gotta say this. This is related but not related. I've yeah. Yeah, O'Shea. Yeah, O'Shea. And look, I know O'Shea has parted ways with a lot of people. I still, you know, O'Shea has always done right by me, and I'm I'll never trash O'Shea. If O'Shea say something I disagree with, hey, I just disagree with him, and just leave it there. But I know what O'Shea was talking about in that one. But you know, respect. I always respect people that's all putting in work in this space before me. I give them they OG respect. But but something I got to do, because whenever I make a mistake on a show, I always look right in the camera, say I was wrong, I messed up. Okay, I spoke on something, and some of y'all may, well, no, my channel is. Yeah, y'all have proven to me today that my audience is intelligent, so I don't even got to preface this that much. There was something that I hadn't researched because I thought it was clickbait. I saw a clickbait thumb title that said something like "Pura Me Too the Black Man." I saw that and I was like, "What the hell?" And it just kept going. And then I saw people talking about it. Then I saw the sisterhood talking about it. And whenever like Manosphere haters and sisterhood, or people in the Manosphere and the sisterhood coalesce and get like vultures on this topic, it's normally bullshit. When you see the gynocracy and the Manosphere come together, just wah, 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 I'm like, it's bullshit. I ain't even going to research it. But like a month after I saw it, I asked somebody, what's the deal with that? They talking about Pearl Me Too. Somebody explained it to me in a half-ass way, to where I just, you know, just took it. I just took it as, nah, it didn't really happen, but I didn't know. I didn't know, and I never really spoke on it. I never really spoke on it until this stuff happened right here. And when somebody brought it up, I spoke off the cuff on something I didn't know no details to, and I put my foot in my mouth. I finally made myself go and research it and found out that, oh, it was a video where she did actually talk about that. And I had to skip through the part where the person who made the video was giving their analysis, because it was more of a expose on the Manosphere than it was. It was more of a hit piece on the Manosphere than it was an expose on her. But at the same time, Well, I could be wrong in that statement, but it was the Manosphere had to be strongly implicated with this with that whole situation. But either way, that's what that was the point of the content that it was. But either way it go, either way it go, either way it go, and don't mention nobody names in the chat room. You do, you will be timed out. You will be blocked. I don't want to see nobody names, nothing in the chat room. I will look in the camera and say this. I was wrong in my statements for speaking on that without knowing the details. I finally went and watched the video, and that shit was cringe. Just skipping through the parts of the person talking, reporting on it. I just watched what was said, words out of her mouth, and it was a very inconsistent, shaky ass story to where I'm like, that shit was bad. Like if Jason Black would have got a hold of that video and put that video out there, then like that would have turned black men against her more than more than the whole racism thing. Because over here we ain't moved by racism, but me too, a white chick me too and a black man, okay, yeah, we will respond to that. And it was a goofy ass story. It was a goofy ass story that after I just listened to what she said, it definitely reeked of she basically after she came back from college, she was hooking up, going out and stuff with her coach, and he found out that he hooked up with some other people or whatever that were probably former players too, or whatever. It sounded like she was just more or less mad at how it all went down, and then reacted on some on some damn near Karen type shit and got a man fired. And she told that story, and it was a fucked up story. It was a fucked up story. Shout out to Ride Guy. You the one who put me on the spot with that super chat. Because like I said, I never planned to speak on. I mean, I didn't know that much about it. You put me on the spot with a super chat, and I just said what I knew, and I put my foot in my mouth, not knowing the details. I went and watched the details, and I found out that somebody did reach out to him because a name was mentioned in the video, and I don't know how he was found off a first name, but he was found. He released a statement. He responded to the person who reached out to him, and he typed it out, and it was available there to read. And I was like, whoa, this is an actual thing. This wasn't, I thought it was clickbait all this time. It was an actual thing. And so yeah. So after all that, yeah, fuck her. But now I know. Now I know, and I saw that, and it is what it is. There, So I gotta recant my statement, because I did say something where I was like, it had a ring of truth to it. It sounded true. And the only reason I say that, because I personally know a situation in real life. And I've alluded to this on the show, but I didn't give details because I didn't want to, I didn't want to speak on it. I didn't want to give no details for anybody to go searching and finding out some stuff. But it is something, it is a real life situation where I know of somebody who was volunteering to do stuff around kids, and then they turned out to be, on a list on a list for people that do certain things. So that's all. And so I was just on some, I know that that's a thing where some people who have a certain a taste in those that are younger tend to work around kids. So that's what I meant when I said it sounds true, because I've seen that situation happen in real life. But in this particular situation, I didn't know any details. I spoke on it. I did the research, and damn, the person who presented it to me has no credibility. So I just wrote it off as clickbait. But god damn it, you call heads every time. Sometimes you're gonna be right. And he was and he was right. Like that you just watch the video in her own words. It was all kinds of fucked up. It was all kind of fucked up. But anyway, I do want to clear the record on that for my audience. I said whenever I say some bullshit, I clear the record like that. So there's that. There's that. There's that. But all right. Link is in the chat. RM, do you got the link in the chat? All right, you got the link in the chat. All right. Fantastic in the building. Fantastic in the bill. Let me get this. Let me get the headsets on. I see you down there too, Complex. But oh shit. All right, what up, Fantastic?
Yo, what up?
What's going on? What's going on?
Nothing much, bro.
What's on your mind?
Nah, man. Like you said, dog. Bro. I don't know, man. I just think maybe it's because me and you about the same. What you was born 82, 83, Bernard?
82. 82. We
82. So
close.
yeah, me. I guess you know what. I don't know, man. At the same time, I think it's just the divide. Probably starts in our age group. Is the where, especially if you know you lived your life, and no one is denying that does racism exist? Yeah, I'm not one of those racism don't exist people, but does racism affect my life? Nah,
Fuck
dog.
no.
Nah, man. I'm too old to be complaining. If I wasn't doing as well as I'm doing, I I I think it'd be a failure for me as a man to blame a whole race of people to where just even looking at myself right now, bro. It's a whole lot of white people I'm doing better than, right? So in a world of white supremacy, how would that be possible? In a world of white supremacy, how would it be a Robert F. Smith in a world of white supremacy? How would, the highest paid athletes in the world be black people? You know what I'm saying? No athlete is making more money than Floyd Mayweather Jr. And Floyd Mayweather Jr. is retired. More black people are mad at and criticizing Floyd Mayweather for, doing these exhibitions and, making an easy bag, millions on millions on millions, right? In his retirement age, fighting, white boys, and then up and coming YouTubers. The people that criticize you the most and just this crab in the barrel mentality, man, this is why I say pro-blackness is a cancer, it's a sickness, and it's not real. Niggas want to, it's the nigga lander syndrome. Niggas want to be on top, and this all got started, by individual, what I'm saying, I get into that or whatever. That's really what it was. People like to disclose, the easiest thing for black people to disclose hate in is racism. You see another race of person getting off, getting on, or doing better. Oh, they said something questionable, so racist. Okay, I maybe, and even if so, why you give a damn? What I got to do with anything? Up like the whole this thing done blew up so much, man. You got like people outside the space talking about it. You know what I mean? The y'all the conservative dude in it now, and like. It's just crazy. And what the Manosphere, but no, how many times has the Manosphere died since you've been around?
Oh man, this motherfucker has got 9 lives like a goddamn.
9, brother. This man, nigga, the Undertaker, nigga, this nigga, fuck the Manosphere. This is the Lazarus sphere, nigga.
This
Like,
shit
oh
didn't.
my bad, man,
This thing,
brother.
it didn't died. It didn't die more than Jason and Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, but shit combined, and and it's again. And lo and behold, it's like you said, once you're around here long enough, man, something crazy happen or whatever. Usually involving white folks. White folks are females, and
Yeah,
has nothing to do with the black manosphere. The black manosphere get blamed, and then everybody forgets about it and moves on about their life, and the cycle continues.
yeah.
So
There are some things that splinter the group in ways that it don't recover. Like a lot of people probably don't even remember when like Angry Man and BGS was real cool. I think they split it over some Donald Trump type stuff. It seems like it's always white people causing the biggest divides. It's crazy.
yeah.
But,
The conservative movement. That's one of the hammers that's one of the hammers that pro-blacks use against, because we was talking about that when the whole Trump election thing came up, and that's a politics was a big divide because and at the end of the day, bro, like I mean, the people that are really got power and influence, they don't even do anything through the quote unquote the vote or and their political stuff is behind um their support of the candidates and whatever lobbying they do through their funding. So even that point we're talking about is like it doesn't make sense. But you said something really, really important, bro. And I went and checked it. And like you said, first and foremost, bro, even though I'm nowhere near a big content creator or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I missed a lot of the shit because I was gone. Like I said, when I came back, like everybody blew up. Cause like I'm still not on the what you call it, the short thing, the shorts
yeah,
joint. Which you right, bro. I just post a picture of my shoes, bro, and I get more whatever on a fucking like, simply showing my shoes, and that'll get me more videos or equal videos than I get on a damn 3-hour live stream. You know what I'm saying? So it
Yeah.
really is a hustle and it's finesse. But then, like you said, it boosts up your numbers, your subs, but it does nothing for your numbers of your real views and your live streams, because those are
Your
just people that
live
just want to see
shows,
that.
yep.
Yeah,
Yep. No, true. Because like my channel, I'm not getting no more views. And like put it like this, I've had like 3 shorts go viral, and I think like 3 of them hit 1 million. 2 of them I'm actually proud of because I was just sitting there talking the whole short. One of them that hit damn near 2 million, I barely even said anything. I played like 40 seconds of somebody else's content and gave 5 seconds of analysis at the end. And that shit got 2 million views and got me telling how many subscribers. Like it's
yeah,
a cheat code. It's a cheat code to just make your channel look bigger. But now that they pay for shorts, I
exactly.
think it's a so I wish I would have did more and got my stuff bigger to where I could start making, because my shorts, they still not doing great views consistently, but hey, I'm about to start chipping away at that. But no, it is a cheat code that Pearl applied, and that's a big part of the way how she
Yeah,
won. Not because Mr. Fantastic was worshiping her or sucking her toes or anything.
yeah, and
No,
which would
he
never
made
fucking
it.
happen. Like the only thing I'm doing
Yeah.
with Pearl is playing basketball, bro. That's it.
and
But
and, and, she, and she might get you. She
nah,
just
she's not gonna do that. She said that when she was talking to all those men on that Vice panel. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
You already know what the deal is. But I'm gonna say this and wrap it up. The most important thing coming from the YouTube shit, like you said, bro. But no, I just went, like you said, to a social blade, bro. Bro, she hadn't lost no subs. Actually gained subs. Just
Nah,
this
she not
whole.
gonna lose no subs. They
That's what I'm
trying
saying.
to
So it further tells you, like you said, bro. It like the black economics and and the black economics of this, man. Black, especially like from a black people don't understand. Bro, I did the math, bro. It's 48 million black people, bro. 48 million black people. There's over 2.5 billion people on YouTube. Dog, we don't make, if you put 100% of black people, every newborn baby, man, woman, grown, old, everything, right? Hell, even dig some people out the grave, bro. We only make up not even like 5% of the entire thing of fucking YouTube, dog. You know what I'm
man.
saying? So
Yeah.
it's this like, I guess the gatekeeping, literal gatekeeping, which, bro, will y'all please stop saying the dumbass thing about, yo, let her in, you let her in, you let her in. Nigga, if you can show me the doors to the internet, you can show me a gate, you can show me a window, you can show me anything to quote unquote keep somebody out. All right. Even if you block, do y'all know even if you block somebody, all that does is keep them from commenting in the comment section. They can still watch you
Yeah.
the whole time.
Yeah,
But
they can
that's it,
watch you the
Bernard.
whole time, and YouTube. Shoot, this people I didn't block. The YouTube will still show me they video, they thumbnails. It's
Yeah.
like that block. Yeah, that blocking people ain't done. But real quick, I'm gonna pass it. But then it was one more thing that I gotta slip in this cheap shot, and I'm quoting you on this one when they talking about y'all let her in, y'all let this person in, but y'all let bitches in the space. Yeah, we let bitch ass niggas in the space too, and they I think they're the bigger problem, blowing the shit up from within. But anyway, that's a whole
Yeah, I'll definitely own that one.
that's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother thing. But I'm gonna go to Complex. I think I know what you want to get on, JC. But I'm gonna go to Complex. Complex was up first. So go ahead, Complex. You got it.
Hey, can you hear me okay, Bernard?
Oh yeah, you good. You good.
Okay, hey, what's going on, y'all? Bernard, do you remember a live stream sometime back? It was me, you, Obsidian, and Mike V. And we had a back and forth about the nature of what, and I'm throwing this in air quotes, this space is about. And sort of like the nexus of the argument was, is it about women in relationships, or is it about what Black men need to be engaging in out here in the world going forward and this time that we're in now? And the lines were drawn on that live stream when Obsidian basically said, no, we want to talk about these bitches. And we said, okay, well, we don't necessarily agree that that's what this should be about, but all righty then. And with that, devices were left to, right? Now in our heads, we were like, okay, this type of shit that's going on right now, this was inevitable. This was inevitable. I knew it was gonna fucking happen. Okay, and
You knew what was going to happen.
well, any time you basically put all your eggs in the chick basket, this is gonna happen. I mean, dude, BGS literally just had a live stream last night where he was just like, well, yeah, we have to utilize her as a tool. I mean, how are we gonna get things done? And I'm like, what?
I don't understand what he mean right there. I don't
Huh?
understand what he mean right there, and I don't even know what you mean by putting all your eggs in the chick basket.
In
Because
the
this
chick
is where
basket, meaning, and I'm not saying necessarily you, Bernard. What I'm doing is I'm referencing that live stream where it was told to us, right, that no, this space is about women in relationships. Okay, Obsidian wasn't the only one who said it. It's been echoed so much to the point that if in the past you actually had pushback on that, everybody would say, get out of here, right? I mean, it's happened to me on your live streams in the past multiple times. But
here's the thing with that.
yeah,
People are going to defend their channel and their content against an attack. And
I get it.
so,
I get it,
so
Bernard.
if,
That's
for
not,
example, I'll explain it like this. Sub-Zero doesn't talk about with
of course
the
he
things
doesn't.
that I
Shout
talk
outs to
about,
him.
and
Shout
he
outs to
doesn't
him.
talk about the things that I talk about, but he don't come on my channel saying that what this space should or shouldn't be about. He understands that I have built an audience, and he has a class that he teaches. I have an audience of black men. We gonna shake hands. We gonna
Well,
collaborate.
Bernard,
We gonna
that's
talk
not the
behind the
point I'm trying to
scenes, and we
make. I
gonna
already know
and
that. I
no.
know
But
that.
that's the okay. But that's the point I want to make. I want the audience to hear
No,
this.
but I'm not making this a
Like
charge on your channel. This is
I
what
know
I mean. I'm
no.
not I'm not saying this is reflective of you and your channel. We're talking
I
who, dude, like the majority. Think about who is talking about this shit. It's literally everybody, bro, and that really kind of points to that's the sort of women relationship centric angle that a majority of content creators in the manosphere, right? This is what you get. So now everybody has to now take a position. I support it or I didn't support it, or you niggas over there, y'all allowed this chick to come in, or
Yeah, but
you know what I mean?
that's a stupid
From the
position.
outside, I'm looking at it like, damn, how the hell did this happen?
I think it happened because people are hell bent on trying to attack the space, destroy it, or just shoot shots at it, or just shit on other men's content or their channel to lift up their channel, whatever their motivation. I'm not even going to try to figure out their motivation, but whatever it is, people are just hell bent on taking a shit on people's shit, and so she became the tour that they're going to use to try to hit the manosphere with, even though I think I've effectively argued she's had nothing to do with the black manosphere at all.
Okay, but is it justified if what you do is make content based on her content, right?
Yeah,
Like there was some guy.
if somebody consistently makes the bulk of their content off of her content, then
Mhm.
that's kind of, yeah. I mean, you could say that person is reveres her in some kind of way, but I think most people made content off of her content when when something went viral, like when I think she did, it was almost a fight on her show. People covered it when she had that
But it.
debacle with Hafiz. People covered it
Mhm.
when some other controversy happened and people covered it. Like,
But Bernard,
so
can you not see how, based on what you're just saying, can you kind of not see how this does put kind of black men in the manosphere in this sort of weird kind of philosophical pickle, because that actually did happen,
It's a
right?
trick bag.
So much so to the
what
point that
actually
now
did
you
happen?
Yeah,
have guys
what
that have to
happened?
make live
Yeah,
streams.
because you
They,
said that did happen. What did happen?
no, I'm saying they literally did take that position right there where they were using her as sort of like a I don't want to call it a crux, but basically using her content, right? Like, okay, so perfect example. Remember her exchange with the B Taylor chick?
No.
I
Okay,
remember it. I remember it.
you remember that?
Yeah. It was on Lapeef.
Okay, and I mean this was kind of like the talk of the manosphere for some time, right? Hit my algorithm. I don't even check out the channel where they do all that stuff, but and then a whole bunch of people made reactions to the stuff.
It's content, though. I mean, that's.
Huh?
I'm saying
Say
it's
that again?
content. It's content people going to react to.
I get it. No. I get it. And what we're now talking about here is now because because such an impact came from these type of interactions where she was basically led on to the panel for all this, right? And I'm not being judgmental of how people
Wait.
Bruh.
What panel? What panel?
No, he
She
said
was on
because
Lapeef.
she was
I'm talking about
because
the
she was
B-Taylor
on
one, if you've
because
seen
she
it.
hold on wait see this is complex. Keep in mind, I'm not saying you have some type of white superiority complex, but I think there's a lot of people.
Complex.
I know it's not you.
Oh shit!
But I think it's a lot of people who they just simply see the presence of a white person.
Yes.
And they lose their shit. All that happened is one content creator collabed with another content creator, and a little bit of back and forth controversy happened, and people made reaction videos to get views on their channel. That's it.
Dude, she's collabed with more than one black male content creator. She collabed with a whole bunch.
As far as Black Manosphere, fantastic actually questioned her on this. The only thing we can pull out was Obsidian and Lapeef.
That's it.
Obsidian, Lapeef. Let me see. MTR.
And Lapeef is barely Black Manosphere. Okay.
MTR is just now recent, bro. That literally just happened.
That's like that happened on O'Shea stuff back in the day. What are you talking about?
Hold on. O'Shea officially came out and said he never collabed with her. He said he wouldn't do it.
There's been a coalescing of it. She also was TLA and Kevin Samuels. I'm just saying, dude. Like,
again, this is what I'm saying. But so hold on. This is the problem we have. Listen, Kevin Samuels happened. No one knew who Pearl was. No one even knew Pearl was a content creator when she went on Kevin Samuels. She was just a white girl that was on Kevin Samuels. I said that.
She got hung up on immediately because he was like, "No, I want people to disagree. I'm gonna find somebody else." Boom,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you can't. It's like, and this is what I'm saying, right? So this is what happens to the space.
And when
every time something.
Hold on, wait, and that was on Valuetainment. They got invited on another white dude's channel.
Yeah, thank you. I pointed that out too.
Yeah, they was on. Lead attorney got invited on Valuetainment. It was Pearl and some other white people and the white dude that hosted. And
Coach Greg Adams is not Black Manosphere. That's why I said people try to use Coach Greg. Coach Greg Adams is not Black Manosphere.
What I'm saying, is that a lot of her content has been used as. I mean, dude, even on that Jason Black live stream, there was some guy who called in, and he was like, "What are you doing? She's doing the work to get these women on code." And I was like, "Whoa,
that dude,
that was a plan."
Everybody know that Jason Black be having like I know somebody personally who's a big fan of Jason Black on his Patreon, listen to everything, and this person knows that they got plants. Because I was talking to this person about my YouTube channel, and they was trying to tell me like you got to get a plant, you got to have somebody call in that says absurd things, that sets up talking points, so you can hit a bases loaded home run and look good to your audience.
Bernard, please say that shit again. Listen, that dude right there, the enthusiastic guy, hell yeah, I know some lazy ass niggas. Come on, dog.
Listen, man. Hey, look. I'm saying I had no hand in creating this stuff. I'm just finding it interesting that, like, man, how did the white chick become the talk of the town?
But I already explained
pro-blacks.
I don't know.
Pro-blacks attacking the people here and trying to say, "Hey, y'all had something to do with a white woman." Is how she became the talk of the town, bro.
And I explained her growth. I explained her content strategy. I explained how she spammed the algorithm with 18 shorts a day. I went from 12,000 to 32,000 subs in a very short amount of time from making a small amount of shorts. She did 18 per day. Like that's how she grew. That's why her live show has the same number of live view shows as Coach Greg Adams, or sometimes when Minister Japp was at his peak. Her live stream show has like 2,000 people watching it because she don't have an organic audience. She has a short feed audience that don't really even fuck with her live show. Okay. That's how she's that big. It don't got shit to do with Black America or Black Manosphere.
I'll say this, Bernard, and then I'm going to drop off because I got to get back to work. But I will say this. I don't know, because BGS made a whole different argument last night.
I know, and
check that
I
live stream out.
saw
Yeah, he
clips
said
of
some
that,
he said some goofy
and
stuff.
I can't get jiggy with whatever BGS was talking about. That was goofy.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm illustrating here. If we're going to ask these questions, just understand that within this Manosphere space, there's brothers that are like BGS and his whole circle and all that. Hey, they're putting their eggs in that basket, bro. So if you want to know how this type of shit happens, hey.
I think.
But hey, with that, I'm gonna
you're
go ahead and drop off, man. I'm gonna keep
yeah.
listening in.
All right, cool. I
Peace.
wanted you to be here when I say this last thing, but if you
Oh,
got to
go
go,
ahead, go ahead, go ahead,
you
go
got to
ahead.
go, you got to go.
No,
I think
go ahead,
what
go
it
ahead.
is that for philosophical reasons, and maybe even for good reasons, you wish black men, particularly black men in this space, spent time making content about other things, content that's probably more in line with the stuff that you would like to talk about, or things that just would be overall more beneficial to the lives of black men. But since black men make content about women and then some bullshit blow up regarding a woman, I think you're also using it as a talking about women. This is what y'all get. And that's why it seems like you're making such a contrived argument. But
no, I'm saying, how did it get to this point? That's the question I had.
All right. Now
I literally came up here and asked you that. Like, how did it get here?
You just talk pro-blacks.
I think I explained that, but I let you go.
I know, and then like I said, the counter to that would be BGS's live stream from last night. So this is what I'm trying to illustrate.
I'm no fan of what Obsidian did. I mean, look, Obsidian's going to play a role.
That too.
Obsidian's going to play a role in a character. He going to be whatever he need to be for his own growth.
So Bernard, with all due respect, bro, let's not do the aha stuff, right? This shit is in our face. You're literally saying it right now.
No, I'm saying Obsidian. I'm saying Obsidian plays the character. Like, that much is true. I gotta go listen. I gotta go.
What about the BGS
and
stuff?
I gotta go listen to BGS. I only saw I heard.
Okay.
I heard. Hold on, wait.
You're gonna have some shit to say about that too, and then it's not gonna be so much a aha thing, and then more so of a this is interesting thing.
I heard a 1 minute sound bite of BGS, and people be doing stuff with them 1 minute sound bites. But so I gotta hear it out the horse's mouth, because that was that was the little part I heard was weird.
Get a gander of that one.
But I will check it out. But thanks, Complex. Appreciate you coming through. I always love talking to you, man. Go ahead.
All right, y'all. Peace.
All right. Cool. All right. Is this JC? I see JC. Is this JC the Conqueror?
Yeah.
All right. What up?
What's going on? Salute to the panel. Bernard, what did you think I was going to talk about?
I'm gonna let you go and do that there.
No, go ahead. No, I want to hear you, because you said you knew what I was going to talk about.
Well, when I was talking about that Me Too situation, because I had to backtrack and apologize because I didn't know the evidence on it, and I put my foot in my mouth. I went and researched it, and I was like, nah, she was on some goofy shit.
Pearly is goofy, but
is that what you wanted to talk about?
No, I came.
Okay, cool. Because I didn't care to talk about that. I didn't care to talk about it when it was a thing, because I thought I thought all that was clickbait, and then I finally researched it and was like, oh shit. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. To answer the title, should it be a leader? No, it should not. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine the way it is. Don't you agree?
It shouldn't be a leader. I mean it.
Yeah.
If something has a leader, it got to be a more organized thing. Like, we understand the president is the leader of the country, and he has a job. He has, certain things that he do. There are certain people under him, and they have a particular job, and his job interacts with their job, and their what they have to do interacts with him, and the whole so forth and so on. And so it's an actual structured thing. You can't structure a random collection of content creators on the internet. I suppose you can do that, but it would have to be some behind the scenes structure. And at the end of the day, it's so much disagreement. It's so much damn disagreement to where it will never actually work like that. The most you could do is have your own little tight circle and work and work with them and rock with them. That's about the most you could do. But far as an overarching leader, no. There can only be somebody who got big enough and notable in facial recognition and the things that he say to where people view him as the spokesman or representative. That's about it. But leader, nah, it can't be that. But this shit ain't perfect. Whatever the hell this is, the Black Manosphere. It ain't perfect. Let's not go down that route and try to claim
it's not. Listen, it's not perfect, but it's growing. You could tell by the numbers. You know, it's growing, and it is what it is. People gonna hate, man. I mean, what can you do about it? There's nothing you could do about that shit. People gonna hate.
JC, you rock with the haters, man. I gotta call you on that. So you can't say people gonna hate and you rock with the haters.
That's not. Look. I rock with everyone. I support.
All right. Don't drop no names because I'm trying to.
No, I'm not saying no names. I'm just saying like I support everyone, and just because you rock with the so-called haters doesn't mean you can't rock with the other people as well. Like you can, you know what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, just keep the haters lingo out of my chat room, bro. then your wrench will be returned. All right,
what lingo though?
No, see that we ain't going there. All right.
What lingo? Because you banned. You banned.
Just hit my email, bro. Just hit my email. We'll talk. Yeah. You've been cool. You've been cool with me. Hit my email.
Yeah, like I support you. I support.
I know. I know. Yeah, we don't want to make the whole show about that. Hit my email. We'll talk.
All right. But yeah, I only came up for the title. That's about it.
All right. Cool. All right. Game changer. What you got?
Yeah. So, do you think that the Manosphere was created to be flipped in a sense? Like it was really just like supposed to be a temporary thing, in the sense that in the way that you flip a house, you buy it, you build it up, and then you sell it off to the highest bidders. Because when you think about the behaviors of the founding fathers, it does seem as if that's what their intentions was, and because they all are moving off to different things. They're not really, claiming it to be what it is, but they still want to come back and gain a profit from it as much as possible.
I got lost in what you was. Shout out! This is for those that don't know. This is the one and only infamous FD Signifier making his second appearance. Second appearance on my program.
I'm always keeping tabs on you gentlemen, even as I have concerns, disagreements, consternation, and at times disdain. But I will always be around and when possible, brotherly. And I think the brother here just asked an interesting question that I wanted to. Let me make sure I understand what you're asking. Who was that?
That was Game Changer. RM dropped that banner so people can see the names. Drop the "if you're new here, subscribe" banner so people can see the names. When you move that, the names pop up. But go ahead, F, because I didn't quite understand his question either. So maybe you reiterate it, and I think I'll get it.
So Game Changer, what I think you just asked, which is something that I've been big on, period, not just with y'all, but with like Black folks making content in general, which is, are we here to make waves and make a movement or collect the bag? Is that a decent distillation of what you're asking?
No, because you could collect the bag and still keep the movement going. What I'm asking is, was it created to eventually be destroyed and make a bag off of its destruction, not off perpetuating it?
Oh, well, in that case, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't, as much as I, relish my moments of getting in on y'all, I don't think you can destroy what y'all do. I think that's something I've seen y'all talk about a lot.
Hey, brother, pause, brother, pause.
What?
What was the pause?
Oh, that was like the no homo pause.
I still don't get the
getting in on y'all.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That ain't. You gotta get.
You know me. I'm the intersectional feminist. I'm not gonna pause.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You gotta be careful.
Feel free to put it in the chat.
Male feminists don't say pause or no homo. They just come right on with it.
We
They,
just listen.
yeah, they just.
If you feel the need to police your language for the if you are thinking about homosexual activity so much,
No, I'm not thinking about it, brother. Like I said, I'm just your vibes, brother. You a little lispy, brother. I don't know. You're a little lispy.
Oh, okay.
Man, come on, cut it out. Chill,
let me finish my point. I want to focus on main stuff here.
All right.
I was kind of lost train of thought.
All right. Well, no. What I'm
no. Let me real quick. Just let me say this part, and I'll let you go. I don't think the Black Manosphere is gonna be, air quotes, destroyed. I think y'all are going through, the typical cycles of any insular social space, which is you have ebbs and flows. You have people that gain notoriety and popularity, and then those people get to a certain point, and then they have to be critiqued, and then another person rises. Now, I wish, like, as many issues as I have, the fact that I've been seeing this young lady, what's her name? That's on the thumbnail, which is why I clicked. Pearly, the fact that she's become such a staple in your community, I find more offensive than most things I've seen with y'all. But that is more indicative of the ebb and flow of like who has clout, what gets clicks, etc., and what gets discourse.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Let me say this. Let me just hold on. Wait, real quick. I'm gonna let you ask the question.
It was my turn, Bernard. To be fair,
I know. I just know. I gotta make a one sentence statement. She's not a staple in our community. We got trolled by pro-blacks who wanted to try to say that she was in our community. We did the research. We found out she never collaborated with anybody over here until she had over like 600,000 subs. So and then we blinked, and then she had 1 million. We didn't make her. We can't break her. We have nothing to do with that. And we just, like the rest of the general YouTube audience, we cover her when she's trending. That's it. All right, go ahead, GC.
There's some complexity to that, but I'm gonna let GC
my question was going to be this. You say that you follow the Manosphere, you put your head in from time to time. If she's such a staple, why did you have to ask us her name?
I don't remember her name. I mean,
yes.
No. But you know Kevin Samuel's name. What I'm saying is,
Kevin Samuels is a much bigger. I mean, well, no. Go ahead. Let me finish your point.
So my point, and Bernard Riley's name, because he's actually a staple. My point is that I think that that she is not a staple in this community. However, you're trying to staple her to us, so any action that she fails at will be a L on us. That's what I think. Now, that goes more to what I was saying about profiting from the destruction, whether it's going to be a valid attempt or, the attempt itself. There are people like yourself who wish to see something that Black men are building destroyed so that they can profit from its destruction. And what I'm saying is, was the Black Manosphere built with that intent? Was it built to be destroyed so others can profit, namely the founding fathers, from its destructions? Because they're all working against it now.
Yeah, that's a complex. So a couple of things I want to respond to. One, I don't see her face unless I'm peeping at some of y'all videos or Destiny. So like, ain't nobody like my section of YouTube, with the intersectional feminists and all that. We ain't said nothing about her. I only know of her because of Bernard.
But so you don't know of her because you asked us her name.
Yeah, I don't remember her name. Unlike
y'all, we are
covering her. Right?
We are Black Manosphere, and what she did, she essentially came up, got her, she came up through like the whole Manosphere red pill algorithm over there, that we deliberately separated ourselves from. She kind of came up over there, and then she got big to the point to where she's in her own separate universe or algorithm. And so, but because she's like, for example, if Rollo Tomasi getting some controversy, it pops up on our feed too, even though we've separated ourselves from their stuff, but we still see it, and it be trending in our algorithm, and it be trend. So we might cover it if it's a big enough story. That like it's pretty much
Bernard, I'm with GC on this one, man. This is some bull. This is some bull.
Oh, I know. Hold on. Don't get it twisted. I'm with GC too. I'm with GC too. Don't
I
get
don't have nothing against FD. You know, he does his thing and so forth. The video documentaries and so. This dude did a documentary on this space, and he talking about I think she's associated with you guys, and so it's like, come on, man, get up out of here, bro.
It's not.
Come on,
bro. It's not. I think it's
come
on.
Bernard's thumbnail right now.
Dude,
you are a guy. You are a guy who have put hour-long video documentaries about this space together, and then and you out of anyone would be able to go back and do the history of this and that and such of this space, and you're over here talking about, oh yeah, the only time I see this lady is associated with you guys. Man, get the hell out of here, FD. Man, you on some bull. You on some bull, man. You're supposed to be one of those guys to do all the research. Get out of here, FD. Come on.
Are you gonna keep yelling over me? Or you gonna let me talk?
Let him talk.
Explain to me how those two things are not connected. Explain to me how one of those invalidates the other.
You have done research on this space, FD.
You're not answering my question. I did research on the space. When I did it, 4 or 5 months ago, she was not in y'all space. Since that time, because of the way y'all space works, she's all over y'all space.
Okay. If I could answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
FD. Mm-hmm. How far did
That's not an answer. You're asking me a question.
I'm answering a question with a question. I'm trying to get a point here. All when you did your research into this space, did it only go back 4 months?
No.
How far did it go back?
I tried to go back to the beginning.
So you mean to tell me that you have done a deep research on this space that goes back all the way to the quote unquote beginning, which will be in the teens of the 2000s. And now you're trying to make an argument to say that now in the last 4 months, this lady is so associated with this space that you researched that goes back for years that it's just overcome it, but you can't even remember her name.
I didn't say it is overcome it. I said she's a staple of y'all space.
Okay, a staple. Now think about this. Now he's the one that uses this word. Go ahead, GC.
Okay, let's do this. Maybe a month ago, Michael B. Jordan was a subject matter of that we covered. He was on our thumbnails and things like that. And that was because somebody on his red carpet to the Creed premiere called him corny. So he definitely was a topic of discussion throughout this space. Mm-hmm. Is he a staple?
No, because he's not part of the manosphere.
Nor is she.
She's not.
Thank you.
She's not part of the Black Manosphere.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
and there you have it.
Help edify me. What does it take to be a part of the Black Manosphere? What is y'all standards? Is it on Mr. Z's? I know Mr. Z had a list. So is it only that official list?
That's a good place, in my opinion. That's a good place to look. But I think you have to, one, be Black, one, do Black Manosphere type content, and have interaction and connection with the people in the space. She doesn't do Black content. She ain't Black. She's off in the UK. She said like 50% of her audience is UK. Like, so it's like the audience is not the same. I would argue into very recently, she wasn't even in the same algorithm. Everybody just saw her shorts because she spammed the algorithm with practically thousands of shorts.
It's better if the algorithm spanned her, but I want to talk more about her because that's why I actually clicked. But I want to make sure I give Game Changer and SKC satisfaction on the point they're trying to prove, which is that she's not a part of the space.
I don't think it has to be proved, FD. And I think you as a person who has covered this area for quite some time, you should obviously know that.
Well, I'll do this. Since you made the assertion, let's put the proof on you, the burden of proof on you.
No, we don't even have to do that. I want to go ahead.
Right quick. Let me finish.
Okay.
So you made the assertion that she's a staple in this space, and we negated that. Now, you made the assertion that she's the staple because her picture, her thumbnail, or she's a subject matter of this space. And then I brought up Michael B. Jordan, so that's not necessarily making somebody a subject matter. What other evidence do you have that she is a staple in this space?
So first off, neither of the two things you just said refute the thing that I'm saying.
Yes,
I'm saying she's a staple. I'm saying she's a staple in the space because
okay, well, it's not my job to refute it. It's your job to prove it. So please do so.
One, she is parroting your rhetoric. You all share the same rhetoric. You all share some of the same.
Rollo Tomasi more than anybody.
How much of a difference is it?
And,
what makes like real talk? Aside from
Jordan B. Peterson,
right? Exactly. Who was
Jordan B. Peterson?
Who Kevin Samuels is a big fan of. So like all of y'all.
So hold on though. So you just disproved your own point. So if Kevin Samuels. Who came first, Jordan B. Peterson or Kevin Samuels? Obviously, Jordan B. Peterson.
Jordan B. Peterson.
All right then. What we say still stands.
Sir, that wasn't a good point. The issue wasn't who came first. It was
how's it not a good point?
Because the question is what rhetoric is primary and revolving in the space.
I think
it's red pill rhetoric.
There's hold on, wait, time out. There's general red pill manosphere stuff. Right. Then there's some black shit that we talk about that they can't talk about.
Yeah.
So
she don't talk about it all.
She don't talk about our black shit. She talk about the general red pill shit.
General red pill shit.
So and I also want to point out to the thumbnail thing. You had a hot run where you was probably on more thumbnails in this space than her for a moment.
Oh, yeah.
Like I mean,
you've made because you're a staple.
You've made 3 of my thumbnails. I think she's made 4. So I mean, yeah.
But here's the thing: when you come and see my content, so you click on a Bernard Raleigh thumbnail because you saw FD Signifier, or you didn't even know who FD Signifier was. And Bernard Raleigh does a little content around something I did, right? A response video, a reaction, or a conversation. But then you go and you click my content. There's a clear distinction between what Bernard Riley's talking about and what I'm talking about. Versus if I click Bernard Riley's content and then I go find Just Pearly Things, while I definitely give to you all, Just Pearly Things, I have not watched much of her content, is not going to get into explicitly black issues. The anti-woman, red pill, misogynistic, stupid talking point stuff that permeates both spaces is going to be, y'all are connected by the algorithm for a reason because y'all share the same audience.
All right, so you're basically making the argument that there are similar things that's talked about. Therefore, she's a part of the space and the leader.
No. So I think the leader thing wasn't that what's the brother's name?
It don't matter. So that's what everybody is saying.
Oh,
that's what everybody is saying. So
didn't that come from some people in Obsidian? Didn't Obsidian make that comment? No, he didn't.
Is she the leader?
One of O'Shea's pro-black buddies made the comment, and then O'Shea made content on it, basically refuting it, and then everybody refuted it. And then Obsidian has the tendency to, in a very self-serving way, do us no favors. Because he leans into Obsidian leans into every punch that's ever thrown, and so he plays a role, he plays a character.
Yeah, I still can't get over the most infamous fucking what do you call it? Non-select man ever. I tried the old man, but I just don't get it, man. I don't get it.
So that's why Obsidian is always a bad example. You could if you want to say something good, I mean, whatever it is you want to say about the space, you could use Obsidian. You can find something Obsidian said.
Doesn't that prove that everybody is not just saying the same talking points, and that it is not as can be as grouped in together as what some other outsiders like FD like to do?
Well, I think what's bigger than that I got you, FD. I got you. I promise you got next. What's bigger than that? This is a point that I wanted to make, and this is a mistake a lot of people make. They talk as if we have some control on who makes this type of content, and that's really the BS. Like there's this dude, I ain't about to say his name. He's not a bad person, but he I can tell he just sat there and studied Kevin Samuels and then just started making little pre-recorded videos, and it's just echoing the talking points. And he tagged and he thumbnailed his videos right, titled them right, tagged them and hashtagged them right. He got like 73,000 subs and gets views, and it's so corny. And I don't even like to use that word, but like we have no control over him doing it. We have no, like you don't knight somebody in to start a YouTube channel and use talking points. Anybody can do it. So it's like some white girl in the UK using red pill manosphere talking points. Nobody has control over that. And even a white manosphere, even though a lot of them was helping her along the way, I think Rollo Tomasi was helping her along the way. When they saw how good she was at spamming that algorithm and she got big, they started hating on her because they were like, "Oh, she gonna be the face of this shit." So, it's like it's a situation out of the control. It's people doing Black manosphere content without even having any interaction or claim to the Black manosphere. They just sat back and studied and saw, oh, this is the new wave. Let me get in on this. Some of them haven't, and they just did some good editing and made it look good and good music and good vocals. It sound good and it present good, and they just out in the algorithm, killing it. And like, who the hell is this person? Who the hell is that person? We have no control over that. So again,
no. I want to still man what you're saying, because I agree with you, and that's actually why I came in. I came in because I have not watched this woman's stuff. I've only seen supposedly some of the worst things she said and some shit about slavery that just came out, and I've heard about Obsidian and other people trying to essentially what you're describing is riding her wave to greater exposure and relevancy. And so what you're describing is actually something that I got into in my Black Manosphere video. And the only reason why I popped in was because, like, as much as I am bothered by a lot of stuff y'all do, right? I do think I am concerned in a different way about how this space can possibly be co-opted by white people and white men, and for lack of better putting it, white supremacy.
And
because just feel me out for a second. Let me cook for a second. Because here's the thing: when you put me in the thumbnail, right, what you're doing to the algorithm is you are tying our two threads together. Every time you put me in the thumbnail, every time I pop in, every time there's an FD signifier at FD signifier in your content, it ties that thread together. That's why I talk about y'all to an extent, because I want men over here to get exposed to me as much as possible, right? And vice versa. I have a large platform. Just Pearly Things is a large platform. If you talk about one of us, it's going to bring more traffic to whatever you do. But that doesn't just bring more traffic. What it does is it makes the algorithm group you together. It makes the algorithm look at Just Pearly Things as a member of the Black Manosphere. It makes the algorithm look at FD Signifier as a member of the Black Manosphere. And while obviously I don't belong to the space and have no intentions, Just Pearly Things has no care or respect or any type of empathy or value for what y'all are doing or going through over here. And the reason why I came in, I'll back off on the idea that you all made her, like with intention, a staple in this space, right? But what I will be critical of is something you were just getting at, Bernard. When you don't practice, I'll say, brand management, when you don't practice not consistency, messaging, keeping certain messages clean. When you don't do that, and when you have, let's be real, a lot of gentlemen in this space, as Game Changer was saying at the beginning, who are thirsty for clout and, collecting some coins and collecting some lights, you have people that are willing to talk about and do whatever it takes to get attention. And as many things as I have issues with that y'all do, it got to be a limit at her. It got to be a limit at allowing white women in particular.
Allow. Hold on, FD.
That's a clip.
Check it out. I was with you until that allow. The only thing that I could say that I'll try to land the plane on what you said like this, that perhaps with some people, we even if they're doing their own content, the algorithm caught it and they growing. Maybe with some people, we need to say, hey, we have to actively ignore and don't mention they stuff don't get it entangled. Even though you can't avoid that, but
It's hard to avoid to an extent.
I can understand like some people are just going to be algorithmically tied to this space based off how they title their videos, how they thumbnail them, what they talk about. It's set up to the point to where like the algorithm, like it's harder to clickbait nowadays because the algorithm actually it listens to what you're saying and it places you based off the words coming out of your mouth. So to some degree, it's hard to separate. To some degree, it's hard, but I do understand what you're saying from the standpoint. Like the guy that I mentioned, I think I say his channel was called Please Act Right or something like that. Nobody reacts to his shit or covers his shit because don't nobody want to be connected to it because it just looked kind of goofy. But so I can actually understand what you're saying that is the only minimal way that we could possibly gatekeep. But even then, it only solves maybe 10% of the problem because that person is going to grow regardless if they're good at content. But it will.
Like I feel like I don't.
It's much to do about nothing. But Black Wizard been waiting for a while. So go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, there's and I see this a lot. Like I don't agree with a lot of the stuff. I guess a lot of the conservative side of the Manosphere talks about. And Bernard knows that.
Yeah, FD, you got a liberal. You got a liberal over here. He on your side, FD.
I'm not a liberal.
I'm not even a liberal.
I'm messing with you. I'm really messing with both of y'all. But go ahead, Wizard. You got it.
but yeah, there's a misconception about what the Manosphere actually is, and there seems to be a I don't want to call it an attack, but for the reference or just for reference's sake, I'll say a two-pronged attack. Just so we know where I'm coming from with this. And what I mean by that is like on the one hand, there's like another space that we call B1, and that's kind of like the Blacks first space. You got the Jason Blacks, all those kind of people over there, and they tend to want to see the Manosphere gone. So they're using this Pearl is the woman king of the Manosphere kind of thing as a way to delegitimize the Manosphere to other people, so that the Manosphere doesn't have it. So it limits the Manosphere's reach. So it's kind of like a way to make the Manosphere into something it's not. And then I see like this political kind of edge starting to creep its way into the Manosphere, where you got people saying, there's people connected to you guys, maybe unbeknownst to you through your participation in the algorithm. And because you got these people connected, you have to start drawing the line somewhere. What both sides are doing that is in common with each other is trying to make the Manosphere vanguard something, whether it be, gatekeep blackness. So, whether it be the gatekeep blackness to kind of continue the narrative of blackness and everything, or it be, gatekeep yourself ideologically or politically. And the problem with that is, and I think that's why FD, maybe you're going to thought leaders to kind of wrangle this, but like the problem with that is the Manosphere is completely decentralized. So, and the algorithm doesn't make the Manosphere. The people do. The people's consensus of ideas is what makes the Manosphere. The environment that created these people with ideas is what brings them together, and their understanding of the ideas make the Manosphere, not the algorithm. So people can take whatever ideas they think from the Manosphere and use it to whatever ends they want. It's not incumbent upon the Manosphere to vanguard its ideas that are generated. In fact, it's almost the opposite. The Manosphere's whole point is to generate ideas that do go out and do become a part of mainstream discourse.
Yeah, I think that's part of what BGS was talking about, because BGS is all for the Black Manosphere, or just being basically the pot that cooks the ideas, puts it out there, and he really don't care whoever runs with it. If somebody, we might not be the ones that blow it up to blow it up and take it to the mainstream, but long as it gets there, he's happy with it or something like that. I think that's probably what he was trying to say when people clipped him, but I don't know. I got to go watch and see what he was saying. I think FD, it sounded like you said you wanted to jump in.
So I just wanted to toss some things on the skillet to hear y'all opinions on, or to see y'all perspectives on. So one of the things I didn't put in my video that I've thought about since then is that if you look at least the content creation space for quote unquote red pill adjacent manosphere, don't forgive me for not knowing the litany of different titles. When you look at the figureheads, have y'all not noticed that none of them have been white men? The people that get the biggest in the space have always been men of color of some sort, whether it be Kevin Samuels, Fresh and Fit, and it's been a couple of Indian, South Asian gentlemen. Roosh V is who I was thinking of.
Wait a minute, he's not white.
Roosh V is South Asian. I don't know exactly his actual nationality, but he's not white. He's just not even white passing. Like Andrew Tate is
blackish.
Yeah, he's not white. He's not really white passing though. He's far enough from it where
Roosh is
I want to make him
white passing. Roosh
V. Let me make sure I look.
Roosh is definitely white passing, bro.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
Roosh is definitely white passing, fam.
This motherfucker right here that I'm looking at, the brown skin. I mean, it depends on, I guess, what lighting he's under. I wouldn't describe him as white passing, but
brother, if his name wasn't Roosh, I think his name was Bruce. Come on, brother, stop playing.
First off, his name is Roosh V for a reason. So anyway, let me finish my point though. To me, that indicates, and then we have now just pearly things. And so Black Wizard made me think of something that I've been wanting to express to y'all about why. So I disagree with pretty much everything y'all do. Not everything. We had our little conversation about the courts a little while
and likewise.
Right. So there's moments where I wish there could be more synergy and growth, but the other moments, they obviously get in the way. But the one thing I wanted to bring to y'all table to talk about is when you hear BGS say that the Black Manosphere comes up with the ideas and then it gets out into the air. Have y'all considered that process of these ideas, which from my perspective, being a gracious guest, are very bad? Why is it this is the only space where white men are not taking those ideas to a higher level? Why do they keep getting relegated to non-white men, whether it be men of color or now a white woman?
Wait, the white man is trying. He's just not succeeding. Like Rollo Tomasi is pretty pissed that Pearl is bigger than him.
Yeah, so why do you think that is though? This is the only scenario.
Because he's an old white man that's no longer relevant in the modern society, dog.
Because
no one cares about an old.
We're more talented.
No one cares about old white men. Y'all are
no.
Since when is being more talented? Since when is being more talented? I'll give you maybe Kevin. Kevin was a talented creator. On
that's what I meant.
Well, again,
go ahead, Fantastic. Go ahead.
Tell me the old white man. Tell me the old white outside of Jordan B. Peterson, right? And Jordan B. Peterson isn't really even a content creator as much as he's a philosopher, and it gets that gets turned. But tell me the old white guy that has any type of social media presence, like for real.
There's tons of them. There's like the largest creators on this platform are white men. Young and
old though. I said old. Outside of JRE, that's the first person that comes to my mind is Joe Rogan.
Outside of red pill manosphere stuff.
Well, even in this, I'm saying. If you include it in red, hold on, brother.
My whole point is that it doesn't happen in red pill spaces. So you're proving my point. Outside of
but brother, this is what I'm trying. But what I'm telling you is overall period. No one cares about the opinions of old ass white dudes, bro. Mr. Beast is not an old guy. Hold on.
Hold on. Let me deliver this kill shot. FD Signifier. Are you saying that what we're saying is not valid because a white man is not succeeding at it?
No, I'm asking you to critique what is it about what you're saying and the position you all reside in that makes it so society keeps pushing y'all forward to talk about it as much as possible and will not allow white men to hold the same candle?
Because they
Which is a
don't have,
reason.
they do
Well,
not have the
let me finish.
delivery.
Which
They
is a
don't have the
reason.
delivery or the connection to this topic we're talking about. Again, you can't. Again, Rollo Tomasi is probably the most
White men are
prominent.
misogynistic. Is that what you're saying? White men don't do the red
No,
pill shit.
I'm not misogynistic, so I don't even know what that has to do with anything.
Oh, okay.
They don't have the delivery. I'm gonna say it again, as from a comedic standpoint, from a experience standpoint, from an entertainment standpoint, bro, for them to be interesting enough for people to care about it. For them, it's only the analytical aspect of it or whatnot. But
Take
when
us
you
past the
start talking
Socratic
about,
method. Take us past the Socratic method and get to your end goal.
Yeah.
well,
That's
yeah,
why
there's some.
I tried to skip him to that end.
That's where I'm at, Black Wizard.
You talking to me?
Yeah, what they're
get
saying,
past the
get
Socratic
past
method,
the,
get
yeah,
to your point.
you're doing the Socratic method. I think
Okay,
what
I got you.
they're
So
asking, like,
the
what
question,
point are you making? I think
point,
you did get there, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I thought I did. The point I'm making is that I think it's maybe time to evaluate the space and the rhetoric of the space to consider
because white men haven't succeeded at it in the way
not
that black
because,
men have.
not
Therefore,
because
it must not be valid because we haven't seen a white man be the face of it. That's what I gather that you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
The other side of that I just wonder about, and I'm just asking you, FD, I'm just wondering, why would you believe that these guys over in these areas who you have described many times in your videos as being of the more misogynistic area, why would you believe that these guys would want to take advice from a male feminist?
Look, I don't believe y'all want to take my advice like directly, but that's not. How was this related to my question that I was just asking?
It has a direct connection to your question. Why would you believe that these guys who you have, I would say, done a lot of research on, why would you think that they would want to Voltron underneath your idea and go against quote unquote whitey, and while falling under the spectrum of feminist?
So first and foremost, let's recognize who's the big. What's your name, man?
That's
I'm just asking.
No. I'm asking because I wanted to regard you directly.
You talking about SKC?
And really quick, RM, put the link in the chat for Hood Servers. Just letting everybody know. All super chat your questions. I know a lot of people chomping at the bit want to throw something out there to FD Signifier. Super chat your questions. They will all super chat. Super chatted questions will be read. But RM, put the link in the chat for Hood Servers.
I'm not saying that as a push at you, FD. I'm just saying you out of all people know that those two ideologies don't mix. So I'm just wondering.
I am of the belief that black men are not naturally misogynistic, are not naturally queerphobic, are not naturally conservative even.
Oh God!
I think
phobic. What the hell? You know what phobia means, right, brother?
Oh
no! Go ahead. Let him finish.
Please tell me this isn't the dude in the blue that's been saying dumb shit this whole time.
Go ahead, brother. I'm really chilling, dog. You don't want that.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, FD. You were saying that you don't believe that black men are. Go ahead.
Right. I don't believe black men are all those things. And what I see when I sat back and did my analysis of Black Manosphere, if you watch the whole video, you'll find me at the end struggling with what it is I should be doing regarding the gentleman in this space. And the thing that I recognize is that men like Kevin Samuels, women like Just Pearly Things, and a lot of the men in this space, or I should say the men that follow the figureheads in this space, more than anything, they're just looking for connection. They're looking for ways to make sense of the world. They're looking for ways to better their lives. And they're looking for people that they think can lead them to that. And it doesn't take much to notice that I'm way bigger than all y'all motherfuckers. And most of my people that most of my subscribers are black men. Y'all like to say that that's not the case, but it's completely the case. And the way that I am trying to connect to this space is not a way that I need to. It's not a way that that is required from my content. And I do believe that if men hear me come and talk directly, even if they don't agree with exactly what I'm saying, if they open themselves up to what I'm trying to say and they look at the reality of the situation, I know for a fact I'm collecting people from this space.
So you're trying to save people here.
No,
I'm
he's
trying to help.
he's trying to convert subs. He's trying
No, it's not. It's not
If I
even
was trying
just
to
about.
convert
It's not even
subs, I
about
would
the
not be
concerts.
here. I
It's
would
not
not
even
be
about the
here.
conversion. He's actually what he believes is that that the people over here are lost,
Yeah,
and that
exactly. He's to
they just
convert. He's trying to.
that they just need true connections with black men like himself who see the world in the correct way.
I'm
No,
Is that
the majority
correct?
of black men don't agree with his ideology. The
That
majority
is
of black men don't
listen.
see things the way he sees it. The
And
majority of
that's
black men don't. My bad.
that. Okay, yeah,
no.
that's fine. That's fine. That black men don't see things the way he see it. He believes they do, but either way it go, he have his thoughts, ideas, views, and perspective. There's nothing wrong with somebody trying to deliver their message to a group of people. I mean, it's nothing
Yeah,
wrong with that.
and
That's how
that's what
YouTube.
I was.
That's what everybody does. But I
But
want
hold on,
And
to
that's
move.
what I.
my
Hold on, wait.
And that's what
question.
I was saying.
Wait a minute. Time out. I want to move past his recruitment efforts. All right, he's
yeah, because
welcome
I
to
wasn't even here for
recruit.
recruitment.
You said what you say?
Well,
I
that's what
wasn't
he
even here
just
for
said, though.
recruitment.
Hold on. You said you're not here for recruitment.
I wasn't really
No.
here for recruitment. Like
I know
recruitment
you're
would
not.
have
You're
been a
not.
whole
You're
other
not I know
video.
you didn't come here for that. But ideally, you would like to change the mind of the
Yeah,
thought
that's what he
process to
just
make
said,
you
though.
would
He
yeah. I
just
mean, and that's
said.
fine, and that's okay. That's okay. He would like to change the mind. He would like to get black men to be less, as he calls us, misogynistic and queer phobic and whatever the hell. All right,
Yeah,
cool.
whatever the fuck that
Cool.
is.
I get that. Now, this is a long-awaited conversation. We got BGS up here, but I did personally invite Hood Servative up here because Hood Servative was chomping at the bit. So, Hood Servative, go ahead, say what you got to say, make it quick. But I am extremely interested to see with BGS and FD Signifier how that interaction will go. I'm gonna go to you first, Hood Servative. Please be patient, BGS. But go ahead, Hood Servative, real quick. Make it quick.
Yeah, I wanted to answer the question about how come the white men aren't really pushing these ideas. And I would tell you that white men got chased out of the square. And so black men were left to push these ideas. And I think that was on purpose because whoever the powers that be are, they know that black culture is matriarchal. And we got a lot of, frankly, male intersectional feminists who would drag the gravity of the conversation to the left. So by moving the white men out of the center spot and leaving black men in the circle, by that nature alone, the red pill ideology, I've been saying the red pill gets watered down because black people want to talk to girls and be, they want to make the women happy, and black men are simps essentially, and that's why the red pill in black hands kind of gets watered down. So that's the real answer to your question as to why it's not a lot of white men. White men were here at the beginning and they got chased out. There was somebody mentioned before the whole YouTube adpocalypse thing. Like that thing was like, it kind of de facto divided the space on racial lines after that too as well. And so a lot of black men were left standing. But the idea that white men don't talk these points is bullshit. And then honestly,
I never
what
said.
people didn't expect, last point, what people didn't expect is that once you got those really hardcore red pill white guys out of the circle, there were still hardcore red pill black men, and those voices grew. And now that's what's going on here. You got a lot of guys who are like just trying to be ideologically red pill as opposed to just doing some black shit, and we're having a conflict over that.
So I don't want to, because I just talked a lot, and I want to make sure you and BGS get in. I want to be really clear. I am not at all saying that white men are not, we're just going to say red pill adjacent, the manosphere talking points adjacent, and I'll just be clear, misogynistic, queerphobic, etc. In fact, what I'm saying is that they are much more historically all of those things, but they don't get rewarded for performing in this way the way y'all do. They are barred from those rewards. They cannot embody this the way y'all do. That is the thing. And I'm saying that not even having the perfect answer myself, but I think it's telling. I think it's telling that Just Pearly Things, a white woman, gets on TikTok and Instagram shorts and YouTube shorts and says, let's be honest, really dumb shit, like not well thought out, well constructed arguments that dabble in red pill talking points, and gets to a
Are
million
there an army of
subscribers.
female geniuses on the internet that we never heard of? Like, what the hell do you expect?
And isn't everything
All
that
right.
you're describing and basically fallout from feminism?
That I don't. You're gonna have to like draw a better
All
line
right.
on that. But I want to.
It,
I want to
it,
stop.
it
Yeah,
actually is. It actually is. It
it's
actually is. Feminism is basically failing. If you look
all
at
right.
the reproductive rates and all that kind of stuff around the world, the laying flat of the hikikomori, the Chinese, the resignation of the European men, the 60% of young men actually going monk and refusing to date, that's a fallout. It's come Reeves and Chetty and Scott Galloway all here because they see the wave. Okay, feminism has gone way too far, and plus the females are supposed to take the place of breadwinners and actually be heads of families refuse to do it. Another failing of feminism. They didn't expect the women to actually rebel against it. That's the problem. But go ahead.
Well, no. On that note, I'll pass to you to whatever prompted you to come up. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You can
Okay.
take the reins. You got it.
The thing is that why do I like the message to spread no matter who spreads it, right? It's called a viral meme.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The same way with when Kevin was actually I encouraged Kevin to actually go mainstream. That's why I was pushing Kevin so hard. Okay, because the thing is the manosphere, especially the black manosphere, when I got here, man, was nothing, right? It was a laughing stock of the whole YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that nobody, including the black intersectional feminists, fights for the rights and fights for the for advocates for black boys. Okay, I talk to black professors, PhDs are in the field and teachers in the field all over the place. Okay, I know what goes on inside these halls of academia, and I know the fights that they have to advocate for black boys, the jobs, HR, laws, scholarships, all these kind of stuff that black boys do not get. Okay, nobody advocates for black boys, and that's how come Chetty wrote that whole series about black boys because he saw that after black boys is going to come to white men. That's Chetty was the bellwether. And Reeves actually came in and actually said, this is not just a black problem anymore. As long as a black problem, nobody advocated for black boys. Only 10% of your black boys can read at grade level. But do I hear intersectional feminists and feminists on that have the mic talk about it, do anything about it, advocate for it, start programs? No. Okay. If feminism is about equality, okay, about equality and actually helping the lowest person or the most exposed person in the economy in the United States in the society, if they don't do that, guess what? It's bullshit. And the thing is, the reason that we out here advocating and actually putting this message out there because nobody advocates for homeless men that don't have jobs. You know, a quarter of your men, single men, do not have jobs. That includes Generation X. Okay, don't have no income. Okay, not listed income, but nobody talks about that.
BGS.
Yes, sir. Yes,
what
sir.
you're talking about right now, especially the black boys issue, the black boys in academia issue, the higher academia issues, the higher academia critique of intersectional feminism and white feminism. Those are all things I rock with you on, sir. That's not what y'all do in this space, my nigga.
Yes, we do, my nigga.
Sir.
Yes, we do.
Sir, wait.
Yes,
let me talk for a second. How many real critiques of academia did Kevin Samuels have? Crickets.
Dude, were you? Wait. Hold on. We were just talking about all of this before you got here.
Right.
There have been many
Edifying.
conversations about that. Just because you weren't privy to them don't mean that they didn't exist. And I think that BGS and Bernard could talk about that way more than I can, because they were
I
here
asked a
when they
specific
were
question, though.
speaking to the guy.
Well, and hold on, and there's a well.
The thing is, Kevin Samuels, before you actually knew who he was, Kevin came out of my camp. Okay, Kevin came.
Mhm.
I actually assigned Kevin that.
Is that why he was a Trump voter? Because you're not a Trump voter.
I don't care about it. I'm not a Trump. I am a political agnostic, sir. Neither.
Okay.
Neither.
But you're clearly left leaning, BGS.
I'm
So
not
to say that
left leaning.
Kevin
Neither.
BGS.
Neither. Now, ain't no BGS. Are you telling me what I am, or you going?
I'm gonna tell you what, sir. I did research.
Yes, you
right?
did. Yes, you just did.
You just did
Yeah,
a video on
he
left
just said he did research, but he doesn't know that
BGS.
Kevin Samuels used to have spirited debates with pretty much everyone on this panel.
Yes.
And
About all of these subjects, but he's the researcher,
hold
though.
on. But y'all,
and this is what I'm talking about so
listen to
far
me.
as this is a bunch of
SKC, you're not
BS coming from a
disproving
guy
my
who's just a
No,
feminist.
you're not disproving your point.
SKC, you're not disproving my point. Because here's the thing. One, answer
Bro,
me
do
this.
you notice you say that every time?
That's because y'all don't be proving shit. I'm
No,
sorry.
and-
if I'm
and-
offended.
Oh, you're the only person. So
because you're
you really
talking-
think you're the
you're
smartest
talking
nigga in the
through
room, dog?
Yeah, you talking through us. Okay, you talking through us.
Yeah, dog, bro. Bro,
just told me
you wouldn't make it. Hold on.
Listen,
Can I ask this question? Wait. So hold on, brother. You used to have a lot to say about this space. I don't know nothing about you. Do you do live streams? You just a post guy.
I'm a video essayist.
So you don't do live streams.
Every once in a while.
Okay, so brother, how many times have you invited anybody from over here to where you are to have a debate with you?
I'm not inviting y'all
That don't
niggas.
matter.
To
Well,
my-
hold on, wait.
No,
But see, Bernard.
hold on, wait. That doesn't matter because he's here right now. Let's just let
But
him.
Bernard, no, Bernard. Bernard,
It does matter because he's not because just like the black feminists that are over there, just like the black feminists, they're never open to spirited debate.
I know, but he was in the he was just in the middle of one.
But Bernard, all this nigga doing is going in a circle and telling everybody that he's the smartest nigga in the room, man. Fuck this nigga.
I get that. I know. I get that he's smuggling in some bullshit. Hold on. Wait. Time out. I get that he's saying some bullshit. That's fine. All right, cool. We can respond to it. All right.
Yeah.
So let's get back to where it was at. I think it was a good back and forth taking place.
Because BGS, I've been wanting to talk to you, and like we're all off topic, and I'm sorry about that.
I would like to finish my point, if that's okay.
Go ahead,
with you.
BGS.
Okay, finish your point.
Because you interrupted me right in the middle of my point. Okay. The thing is, y'all don't advocate for black men, right? I know that. Research. That's why I have six PhDs that tell me the exact same thing. I don't advocate for it. Okay, that's why I brought Dr. Tia Johnson to be an advocate for black men and boys. We do that on a daily basis. Okay, Kevin, you notice Kevin because Kevin brought eyeballs. Okay, but Kevin advocated for black men, poor men, working class men. He actually advocated for boys. Okay, he did that. That's how come he brought this stuff up here. Okay. The thing is that even before he became known for talking to women, that's what he's known for. He was talking to men for 4 years, advocating for guys that were lost, that had delayed adulthood, delayed maturity, with fathers that hadn't taught them stuff. Okay, about how feminists had squashed these guys down to the point where their manhood was at question. Okay, he advocated for men way before he started talking to women. You just noticed the iteration after he blew up, like most people. You didn't go back in the archives and see what he said before that, did you?
Yeah, I did actually. Can I chime in?
Go ahead.
You're really proving my point, and you're also like further. Let me finish. And you're also further illustrating my concern and something I'm just working on when I talk about the absence of whiteness from this space, although it's not an absence of white fans, just of white figureheads. I don't have a good take on that yet. I'm trying to figure that out. That's one of the reasons why I'm talking to y'all. But coming away from that, let me finish. I'll let you talk, BGS.
No, you did, but it's okay.
When you are talking about what Kev did 4 years ago, he had how many subscribers?
I had 40,000.
He had 40,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
What brought him to 1.5 million subscribers?
You want me to answer that or what?
Yes, I'm asking you genuinely from your perspective.
Okay. Basically, and this is when Kevin first started speaking to women, right? Okay. I told Kev before COVID hit. I said, look, I said, we're going to go into an economic downturn, right? Black women will need a partner, okay? I said, you have a case of like 500 guys that you built up who used to be called educated lambs into high-value men, right? And we earn $100,000 or more. Where are they going to start looking for husbands? They're going to start at the top. They're not going to start at the guy, the street dude, no disrespect to street guys. They're earning $30,000 a year. They're going to try to start at the top for a lifestyle, right? Who has those kind of guys? Who knows how to get to those kind of guys? That's you. I said, they're going to come to you, and you only had like 50,000 subs in. They're going to come to you, and I said, I want you to do two things, right? Number one, ride this wave, because there's no telling how long COVID is going to last. No telling how long this economic downturn is going to last. Okay, ride this wave, make your money, and make them broads pay. Okay, we went from 50,000 to $1.2 million in 2 years because of that. Because of the economic downturn, and basically, I know women will always react to the environment. They had to. They had no choice. Had to come looking for husbands. They didn't know how, because y'all.
BGS, nowhere in this.
Hey, you just interrupted me, did you not, sir?
I did. I'm sorry. I thought you were coming to an end.
No,
Go ahead.
you thought. Let me finish first, okay?
Mhm.
The thing is, that's why he blew up. Because I told him he would blow up, and I pumped him that he blew up. And people in here can tell you I actually said that along the way. Now, go ahead.
So you're telling me that you told Kevin Samuels to ignore the issues of black men and boys so he would blow up?
No,
That's
I
what you
didn't.
just said.
That
you did. Nothing in that statement you just made had anything to do with black men and boys.
No, you
didn't.
You
just said, all right, BGS, let me go. Let me go for a second. Let me go for a second. I just let you go.
No.
I'm not putting words in your mouth, sir.
Yes, you did.
Okay. Tell me the words again, BGS.
Huh?
Tell me the words again.
Huh?
Tell me the words again. You heard what I said, nigga. Tell me the words again.
Nigga.
And here we go. And here we go.
Yeah,
You see what I mean,
too
fellas?
soft to be acting,
You
trying
see
to act like a nigga, bro.
fellas?
I'm sorry. I
All
like
right.
niggas.
FD,
I'm sorry.
FD, hold on.
apologize.
FD, I think the nonsense that you're slipping in is like anybody who actually watched Kevin Samuels, they know that even though he blew up that show based off talking to women, still embedded in that, he was still advocating for black men. Like that much can't be denied. Anybody who actually watched this show knew that he was being an advocate for black men. What I want y'all to try to pin down is BGS has made the claim, which he's made repeatedly, and a lot of other people, the PhDs in the space, have made the claim that the intersectional feminists that don't give a damn about black men and boys, and here you are, a black man, and you care about black men and boys, but you also wear the title of an intersectional feminist. So, but he's saying that. So he's saying that you claim to care about black men and boys, but you're
And he's shitting on black men.
Wear the title and banner of the group that can give two shits about them. I want to hear how you reconcile that one.
Well, okay.
And actively being here shitting on black men, telling us that we're not doing again.
Cap. I call Cap on that.
I mean, y'all looking at this wrong.
I want to hear his response to that. I make sure you get back in, GC, but I do want to hear his response to that right there.
So I wanna after what he just tried to slip past a second ago, I do want to big up BGS for useful critiques, and I also take this moment to send a little love to Dr. Johnson and Tommy Curry, who are all people that are not fans of me, but I think at numerous occasions have provided useful, strong critiques of the nature of academia as pertains to black men and boys. I think they describe it as like the DEI to prison industrial pipeline, something like that, where they talk about how DEI stuff is builds itself upon anti-black maleness. You guys' critique of Black Lives Matter before anybody else is willing to hear what you all have to say. There are a lot of strong critiques to be made about the way that intersectional feminism can present both in real life and in academia. And I think all theories and theoretical constructs, including the ones that I hold dear, should be critiqued. So there's that, right? On the other thing that your space does of intersectional feminism based off of either misreadings or limited readings or cherry-picked examples, such as Black Lives Matter, of how that area of study and theory does not put Black men primary and does not always do its best by Black men. And those are things I wrote about in my own freaking graduate studies work. I talked about how if you take the frameworks for intersectional feminism and you apply them to Black men, you should be finding way more than what I'm finding in the literature that I read. But that doesn't make the actual theories any lead to the conclusions that you all are putting out there. The intersectional feminists don't care about Black men, because like the actual evidence in terms of things going on for Black men and Black communities and the people who are involved in those actions completely disregards that. I've brought intersectional feminists into my content. One of them was my friend who was in the Black Manosphere video at the very end. It was her that told me, hey, the way you're coming off in what I've seen from this video to these other brothers, it's not up to par, and you need to do better. And you can't reject those men just because they don't align with your political ideology or because you have these other issues with them, etc. So what you all are kind of doing is this like straw manning, no true Scotsman version of an entire theory of academics that deserves critique. But because that's not a good talking point for y'all, and because most of y'all don't actually read, you just kind of say intersectional feminists don't fuck with Black men, they hate Black men, and that's So
that's an interesting thing that you bring up. And go ahead, GC.
Bernard said that I should go second. I don't really think that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, brother, because I want to hear what you're saying, but I got to answer the phone.
Yeah. Well, it's not particularly to you. So, generally speaking, I don't think that it needs to be studied for a very clear reason, and that is because intersectional feminists don't have souls. And therefore, they are not like regular humans in that regard.
Oh, Lord.
So really, just like you don't have to study things from an anthropological aspect, to certain species that don't have souls, you don't really have to deal with intersectional feminists that way, nor do you have to give them the same expectations of regular humans. For example, we expect empathy and things like that, and compassion and altruism to men and boys, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because we expect that from beings with souls. We should not expect such things from intersectional feminists. This is a group of people that simply work on outside stimuli. And really, quite frankly, if it wasn't for Bernard, we really shouldn't be talking to him. We should be poking at him or looking at him through binoculars. Like we have to understand that they're not regular. And so,
I do want the conversation to take place. I do want the conversation to take place.
Can I say?
We're coming. Okay, we haven't ignored them, but guess what? They're here. They want to be here. They want to be critiqued, and we're coming.
I just wonder in the halls of academia, FD, in the halls of academia,
I want to hear SKC, and then I want to respond to what BGS is saying. SKC, I want to hear what you had to say, man.
Well, hold on. No. Can I say something before?
Who are the people in the halls of academia? Go ahead, fantastic. Go ahead. I'll come back.
Listen, man. Again, brother, I just cannot stand like the disrespect of a guy this caliber. So just humor me, brother. Since we don't read, we don't know. How about you just inform us and educate us? Give us, let's say, 3 solid examples of us poor ignorant niggas of what intersectional feminists have done for Black men specifically. Go.
Nothing, because they don't have souls.
No. GC, don't do that. When you play around, hold on. When we play around, this is what happened. You give him ammo. So no.
Yeah.
If you want to play the smartest nigga in the room, make him be the smartest nigga in the room, brother. Please
give me some parameters.
Go ahead.
Put simply,
brother. Whatever you want to make it, brother, and we'll adjust accordingly. 3, go, please.
So like I could say, feeding the homeless. Does that count?
No.
No, women don't do that
So,
more than men.
all right,
Hold on, brother.
that's not
Brother.
That's why I said
Hold
give me
on.
parameters.
Well, brother. Well, just do something more to where women. Hold on. Intersectional feminists specifically, one of note or one of group that are outperforming men for black men specifically. Go.
That statement you just made doesn't make sense. Like
How does
outperforming
it
black
not?
men in what category, in what framework, in
How-
what
Brother,
way?
I just
Because
gave
I
you.
just
all-
gave you, I
You
just
should
gave
be
you an
able to
example
find
and
it.
you
Let me
rejected
try
it.
this. Fantastic. Let me try this.
Yes.
Right. How does intersectional feminists actually advocate for black men and boys? Go.
So we can talk about the school system, we can talk about the prison industrial
How?
complex, we can talk about health
How?
through academic study, through research,
No.
through
How?
advocacy, through
No,
policy.
exactly. No, give us a solid example, and then more than men.
What? Give me an example of an example, and especially of
Brother,
more
you
than
should
men.
know. You're the feminist.
No, I can't give
Yeah.
you an example of a
You can't.
nebulous thing for you to like.
It's a
You
nothing
are
burger.
presenting
It's a
a
nothing burger. It's a nothing burger.
y'all
All
are
right, let
telling
me
me.
let me try to
Oh.
square it like this. Okay, FD,
Bueller.
I tried to I think I damn near tossed you a softball. I threw it to you in a way that gave you the floor to really lay out your case, and you kind of like gave like a long-winded answer
Nothing
that
burger.
kind of led to nowhere, where you claim that they do something, but you didn't really land the plane on how and exactly what it is that they do. So I think you still.
So the thing is, what I'm trying to do is force you all in this, like,
Force us to what?
Your version of the Socratic method is to force you all to name parameters so that whatever I say, which is what's been happening, isn't immediately thrown out as not counting. So
Okay, brother. Okay, so hold on. I got you. I'm gonna give him a parameter. I'm gonna give you a parameter, brother. I'm gonna give you a parameter. Education specifically. Let's talk. So we know about the dearth of reading for black boys. Tell me where women, or not women, excuse me, feminists, okay, intersectional feminists have focused solely on and contributed more than any other group that took for the lack of reading to black boys. Go.
So you're saying, I just want to be clear. You're saying, tell me how feminists, intersectional feminists specifically, have contributed more than any other group to helping black boys read. That is what you're asking me to do.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking you, brother. I'm glad you can understand the English. Go.
How could I possibly prove that when it doesn't have an actual parameter for proof? Because I can tell you outright that black women make up the vast majority of English teachers in black schools.
Okay, black male homelessness then. Okay, well, all right. Black male homelessness.
There you go. You just disproved your own point.
Yeah, black male homelessness. But you did just disprove your point. But thank you. See, but he gonna say BJ.
Wait, fantastic. You don't need to move on to it. You don't need to move on to another point. You can actually stay right there, and then you think about the metrics, and also the effectiveness of those female black male teachers.
SKC, I'm trying to prove a point. SKC, I'm trying to prove a point. My point is this: no matter what we say, it's never going to be enough parameters. It's going to be some book because what he's saying, he's full of shit. That's the point I'm trying to make. Even when I give him parameters, he's gonna say it's immeasurable. He's gonna say it's immeasurable. He's gonna give us some other bullshit. He's gonna do what feminists do. He's gonna fucking dance around the fucking shit. He's not gonna be a man. He's not gonna motherfucking even do what you're asking him to do when you make it clear as day.
All right,
because he can't do it.
Let's keep it right here. Let's
standard to someone without a soul.
Let's keep GC chill with that. I mean, I understand it's funny, but like we're trying to be serious here. All right,
we're trying to be serious.
Here's the deal. All right, going back to when I asked you that question, I believe you gave somewhat of a convoluted answer, but you did assert that they do a lot for black men and boys. Now, BGS is, I think, one here most qualified to explain how they don't. So I didn't get a clear answer out of you, so I'll throw it to BGS to lay out the parameters. You kind of did earlier, but just lay it. BGS, lay it out. BGS, lay it out furthermore. That and how they don't and how they actively work against it. Make the claim, and then that'll give him something to try to refute.
Yeah, maybe we'll go that way. But BGS, if you could tell me some specific things that black men are doing.
No. You're trying to no. Hold on. Wait a minute. We put intersectional feminists, which you are, a black male intersectional feminist. We put them in a hot seat, so they still in a hot seat. So don't try to take them out.
Here's the thing.
Don't try to take
what
it.
you're asking BGS is fair either. That's my point.
Hold on. You're trying to take yourself out the hot seat and try to deflect and put somebody else in the hot seat. We'll get in that hot seat after you get, you know, after you feel all the heat of the hot seat, then you can turn around and put black men or even the black manosphere in that hot seat. So go ahead, BGS. Lay out your case.
One thing I'm getting sick of, and I hear this from, you know, because that's why I actually started reaching out to people in academia, right? That's what set the bat signal out years ago with the gynocracy video to men in academia, right? What I'm finding out is that professors, working PhD professors teaching classes cannot center or at least mention the plight of black men and boys in their classes, right? They get all of a sudden they're in the dean's office. I had several professors get fired or get moved because they just centered with facts, data, and statistics about the plight of black men and boys. Okay, and the intersectional feminists do not want to hear that. They don't want to hire you. Okay, they don't want you to move. If you're not talking their game about intersectional feminism, centering black girls and women and queers and everybody else over black boys, all of a sudden your job is at stake. Okay, that's why all these professors coming to the black manosphere because they don't have a voice in the place else. Okay,
My bad.
Okay, you keep doing that, right? Okay, the fact that most black women are teachers of black boys, okay, and only 10% of your black boys, that's what we're going like, ooh, okay. The fact that you said that and they have failed, and there's no mention by black women about the plight of black boys in school that have been trained and come out illiterate, that nobody talks about that. Okay, you guys have the mic. Okay, you had just had what's your name just left the White House talking to President Biden. Did she mention black boys and men? No, she mentioned black girls and women and their plight. Okay, where are the black boys? The black men are actually at the bottom of the heap for the most part. But everybody wants to center black girls and black women and put them in office. 4 out of 5 of your political holders are black women. Where is the advocacy for your men, for your boys, for the children that you raise? I keep hearing that you have PhD professors, okay, feminists, that have black boys that are failing, that are homeless, okay, but they start advocacy and programs for girls. What about your boys? Dr. Johnson has actually asked, okay, is there any program, business program, scholarships, any kind of programs for black boys and black men? Go, okay? He asks this every week. He asks this, send me something. Guess what he comes back with? Almost nothing. Where is the advocacy if that's indeed what you're doing? Because guess who needs the most help? Where is it? We don't see it. And trust and believe, I talk to these guys all the time behind the scenes. And in the pro-black sector, because I'm in it with the PhDs who are in it, who actually teach this stuff, who actually train feminists, okay? This is what they're telling me in the background. That actually does not make it to the screen, to the videos. The thing is that what we want to do and why they're here and why a lot more people are actually coming in, because nobody else will do this work except us. Everybody else wants to center black women in the pro-black sector, in the academic sector, in the political sector. That's how come Tiffany Cross said, you need to stop listening to Kevin Samuels and tweeting the sheet and get behind us again. In other words, and I've heard this from the people on the left, right? Okay, the white women are actually going to get the pie. Black women are actually going to get a slice. Black men are actually going to get the crumbs again. Get behind your women, do what they say, get underneath them, follow them, and let them get a piece of the white man's pie. That's what they keep saying to us. I'm tired of that. Let us have our own voice. Let us actually advocate for ourselves. Okay, I don't need you. We don't even bother the feminists most of the time in the sector. You guys coming over here because now we at prominence. Okay, we took this sector from nothing, from zero. Nobody came here before. until Kevin Samuels actually grew up. Now everybody's here because everybody wants a piece of this. Because now we have the mic. We got the mic. Okay. If Pearlie wants to come out there and advocate for men and boys and push our narrative forward into sectors where we cannot go, I actually champion that. The talking points, the ideas need to get out there and get examined because nobody else will. For years, nobody else would actually do this for us or actually listen to us. Now they have to listen to us. Chetty, Reeves, the government, okay, all over the world have to listen to us now.
Can I come in?
You can come in.
Go ahead.
All right. So it's a couple things because you talk for a moment, and I wanted to try to take some notes. So I'm gonna start with where you started with the intersectional feminism, feminist critique. You all are operating with such a, what's the word I want to use here? Convenient definition of feminism that fits greatly for this space as to exclude things that Black women and women do in support of and for boys as, not counting. But at the same time, whatever problems that Black men and Black boys face is also the fault of these women. So let's talk about low performing schools, which I taught at. You talking about, you talk to academics. I'm an academic that actually worked in this position. And I can tell you for a fact that while there were some shitty teachers, a nice amount, too many, because you can't keep good teachers in low performing schools, the Black women were putting in the most work to help everybody. And we're bending over backwards, breaking their backs to help Black boys, which is what Black women have historically did in this country. And you could take that into nursing. You can take that into public health. The reality is that Black men, as per your boy Curry, are so barred from places like academia and higher education by a multitude of barriers, not of which doesn't include some Black female academics. I want to make sure that we're in agreement there. But the absence of Black men from these spaces has two functions. One, it makes it literally logistically impossible that we are helping Black men and boys at the same rate that Black women are. We are literally just not in a position to do that with our material resources. So this idea that Black feminists are failing men because they can't, this old teacher friend would say, put socks on an angry octopus. Black women are not capable of doing that under, I know Bernard, you don't like to hear this, a white supremacist patriarchy. There is not enough resources that are in our grasp to make it so that Black women can carry Black men the way that you all are alleging has to happen in order for me to prove to you all that intersectional feminists are doing anything.
Can they put those socks on to use your socks on that angry ostrich analogy? Can they they're somehow able to put those socks on Black women? If they are in those positions, I think we can see that they're clearly doing some things for Black women. And keep in mind, and hold on, wait, and I just want to make it clear that if they draw a line in the sand that they care more about helping Black women and girls, that's fine. But then I think you still have to come back and answer, why are you a Black male intersectional feminist? So that I think we're going to end up going back there. But go ahead.
These are, again, fundamental like definitions problems. But I don't want to get sidetracked in what you just said, Bernard. I'll try to come back to it because I want to jump on. This is just me personally. The biggest pet peeve that I keep hearing repeated by UBGS and others in this space, which is that you all have the mic and that we have to come here. The only reason I want to be.
I didn't say you have to come here. I didn't say that.
You didn't?
No.
I'm pretty sure we'll run back the tape.
We have the mic. That's why you are here. You don't have to come here.
We'll run back the tape. We'll run back the tape. But the point is, you're trying to make it seem like this space and this platform is of some like significance or relevance in the social political world.
Want to talk about Bernard?
You're
So
interrupting
why
me
are
now,
you
I have a
here?
BGS.
question.
You're
I have a
interrupting
question
me
too.
now, BGS.
I am.
You're interrupting me now,
No,
BGS.
Hey,
Let me finish.
y'all starting to see this
appreciate
nigga just being disrespectful for no
it.
reason.
I'm sorry. I'm listen. Y'all are the ones that's like, don't be triggered. The hard facts over feelings, right?
I agree.
Y'all niggas have no clout or significance on this platform. Y'all are YouTube shorts
bullshit,
as
motherfucker.
best. Y'all are
Bullshit,
YouTube shorts
That's
at
why you
best.
here.
That's what I'm
Let me
saying.
finish.
There
Let
you
me
go.
finish. Let me
So,
finish.
no,
It's
Facts
all
not
over
right. So,
triggering,
feelings.
so hold on,
brother.
wait.
They
I got it.
y'all
Hold on, wait.
protecting
I
Facts
this
got
over
it.
nigga.
feelings. Facts over
Okay.
feelings. Gentlemen.
Can you let
I
me
know,
loose,
but if you just
please?
about to like, you don't. I don't want to get into a YouTube dick waving contest over who get the most
It's
views and
not.
subscribers. Like, let's chill with that.
But that's hard data. That's hard
Yeah,
data, Bernard.
Hard, irrelevant
Yeah,
data. Who's
because
right or who's
you're a
wrong?
Let me
feminist.
finish my point.
Because you're a feminist
Hey,
simp.
hey,
You're a
finish my
feminist
point.
simp
this
that motherfucking
fantastic,
cake for
fantastic.
any and
Let
everything
him
that's against.
finish.
Let him finish.
Fantastic. Let him
Y'all keep
finish.
letting this nigga
All
finish.
right,
Just
all right.
Man,
let him finish. Just let him finish.
this
Fantastic.
Who's right or wrong on the merits of the points that's being made? That's what I give a fuck
yes,
about.
let's
All right.
Yeah,
do that.
I like the point where he said facts over feelings. Continue, FD.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Somebody in the chat said I fucks with Destiny. Y'all, I fucking hate Destiny.
Okay, but continue to the thing. You were replying to BGS.
But I want to make
Go
a
ahead.
point. But I want to make a point.
Mm-hmm.
Destiny goes back into my argument about how black masculinity and manhood in this space is, to me, and I'm not going down this hill yet, being exploited by these systems, by these algorithms. Because Destiny brings some of y'all on, Bernard, you in particular, because you were on there a couple of times, to argue with y'all about shit he doesn't care about for entertainment points and clout and clicks. Just pearly things.
He came over here for the record. For the record, he came over here.
If he came over here, it was just so he could get you onto his space.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
He's admitted this. Like I'll send you the link. He's admitted
no,
this.
it's all good. It's all
It
good.
sounds familiar though, but continue.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, you following the white man's footsteps.
Which one of
You
y'all
following the white man's footsteps.
Which one of y'all have been on my platform?
Nigga, you just said you don't let us
okay,
there.
so
FD,
so hold on. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. Because I think that's a good point to go to, FD. That's a good point to go to. So you were stating a little bit a while ago, facts over feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Facts over feelings, and I agree with you there. I think you made a good point on that. So I'm asking on your side. You're the one who wrote about your side of things not having a true answer for men. I've read your post about this. And you were the one who made those type of arguments stating, as of right now, I understand why this side of things has certain arguments, because practically stating, yeah, I really don't know what you could really tell men when it comes to your side of the fence. So with that statement, so with that stated, my question to you would be, if they really don't have answers, well, what the hell have y'all been doing in academia all these years? I thought that the halls of academia was the place that you would have the marketplace of ideas discussed and debated. Who are the people who have been debating and arguing for the advocating of black men within academia against all of the stuff that you're talking about?
You kind of went around in circles there, so I'm trying to answer the last thing you said. It's been black women mostly, because they're the only ones that are there to do for us, because there are not enough black men in these academic spaces.
And there you go. So by that admission, you're stating that basically black women are the ones who put up the argument for black men in academia.
Yeah, that I don't.
And all I'm saying is a lot of people wholly reject that. Do you have a problem with that?
I mean,
some people are willing to say, you know what, if I have to stand behind the arguments of black women within academia, well, then screw academia. Do you have a problem with that?
I mean, so if you're asking me if I'm okay with people saying I don't feel represented by this space, thus I'm rejecting the space, I am. I'm perfectly
Yeah,
fine.
isn't that the same thing that you do when it comes to quote unquote white supremacy and blah 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 blah? You know what? Forget all of that junk. I wholly reject it. We'll just go ahead and do our own thing. So why would you want to come to guys who have stated outright, you know what? We reject all of that stuff
not
in
all of y'all are like
academia.
that. Because not all of y'all are like that.
And you know what? We don't want to hear that crap anymore.
I
Yeah,
mean,
this
that's you.
dude.
SQC, that's you. SKC, that's you and several people. Clearly fantastic. So
Okay, who here on this panel and also in the chat wants to listen to what black women have to say
Nobody.
about the ideas of 4 black men moving forward?
I'm not a black
Just
man.
let me know. Anybody
We've
in the
heard it
chat,
our
just let me
lifetime,
know.
so we know it's better. SKC. That's the point. He's not. He's looking over, bro. The fact of the matter was the dude is just trolling, dog. Again, he's a feminist. He's a black male feminist, but he couldn't even. I was trying to get you. I was going through a bad spot. When I asked the question, he couldn't tell me anything that he was doing for black men. He told you he came. Hold on, brother. Brother. I did ask you the question, brother.
You didn't ask about
brother.
me.
Brother, exactly. You missed what I said.
They've never even
stop
had
jumping
that
in.
conversation
Can y'all
in
stop jumping
academia.
in? Bro, can y'all stop jumping in? Brother, I'm gonna need you to re-listen to what I just said to you. Brother, I need you to re-listen to what I said to you. I specifically, purposely didn't ask you about you, but your question should have been you because you qualify yourself as a feminist and you are a black man. So you missed the point that you just made as much as you exactly, nigga. Exactly. A trick fucking question, nigga. And you didn't see the goddamn trick. Thank you. You finally getting something. The smartest nigga in the room. The smartest nigga in the room. The smartest nigga in the room finally motherfucking realizing that he not the smartest nigga in the room. Now look, bro. Again, you done brought your lame ass over here. You done been slick dissing for I don't know how long, and niggas done been off your ass. Let you talk like a bitch over here. You a bitch ass nigga throwing shit, talking about, oh, you niggas aren't relevant enough to be on my shit, but you over here on that motherfucking our shit, nigga. Fuck you, lame ass nigga. Bro, you ain't saying shit about nothing. You done ran around the corner for everybody, from BGS to SKC to fucking Bernard to everybody. Bro, you hadn't said shit. All you did is come up here and motherfucking tell black men ain't doing shit. Black men ain't doing shit. Y'all on YouTube just talking, and you a motherfucking YouTuber, nigga. Not only you a YouTuber, you up here talking about how many subscribers you got, and what the fuck you got going on YouTube. Bro, get your lame ass out of here, bro. You're not here motherfucking trying to do nothing and help black men at all. You over here trying to make niggas look stupid or make it look like you doing something better, and bro, you'll get washed. That's why you don't let us come over there and get embarrassed on your platform in front of your people. Nigga, you trash. Like, real shit, bro. Like, I hate niggas like you that try to come through and try to act like shit and try to stunt like you really about that shit, bro. You not. Bro, you have not made one valid point, and every time somebody pin you down, oh, well, I don't understand, or this is too ambiguous, or it's this, or it's that. And oh, you just missed the point. Bro, you lame nigga, bro. You not that smart, dog. I see why you're not in academia no more and why you had to come to motherfucking YouTube, dumbass nigga. Bro, like I said, if you really about that, nigga, make a day for us to pull up, nigga. We'll pull up. We'll motherfucking wreck your shit in front of your motherfucking people. You ain't built like that, nigga. Then you try to come throw a nigga here and there. Bro, you ain't even no nigga for real, bro. Stop. You even got a card to say nigga. Lame ass nigga out of here, bro.
All right. We're gonna try this one. We're gonna try this way. And I think Freeman's Journal has a good question and a screen share, and then we'll probably we'll probably close it out with FD Signifier pretty soon. But
I don't know how I can follow that.
I'm going to
I know you can't.
Yeah, you ain't gotta respond to that one. But so we going to Freeman's Journal. Freeman's Journal, go ahead and see, go ahead. I'm curious what you got going on here. Oh, Freeman, you muted. That's why we can't hear you.
Oh, someone said something about black women in education.
Mm-hmm.
So just wanted to show you the Detroit Public School Board. I mean, if there's some sort of through line we had about education, if there was just something we could see, maybe in the Atlanta Board of Education, if there was anything that, we could see in the Philly Board of Education.
I'm not getting the point, Friedman.
I don't know either. If there was just some sort of throughput.
Was that George Clinton?
Memphis, Shelby County schools. I mean, gosh, if there was only a through line we could look at.
What is this proving?
I'm just lost.
What is this?
We're slow over here, FD. We like pictures because we can't read.
Yeah, I mean, like y'all saying that to make jokes, but
I count with my fingers. So I'm
is
looking at school boards and wondering if there's any hint about
Oh,
black
I
boys
think I
being
see
scared.
Friedman. I see people that look like they look like us, so they have our best interests at heart.
Okay, for the nosebleed seats in the back, explain for everybody, you know, those that are a little slow. Friedman Journal, explain.
Have you ever heard the phrase?
Explain. Hold on, wait, real quick. I want
Okay.
him to explain in full adult paragraphs what points that he's making for those who may not know. Go ahead, Friedman Journal.
If there's anybody conducting the school to prison pipeline, it is black women. They are the conductors. Choo choo. From beginning to end. I mean, if we start listing principals. You want to start listing principals and assistant principals and start looking at those pictures?
Yeah,
because it only gets worse.
Yeah, Freedom's Journal. I worked in education.
You can take that. Pardon me, I'm speaking. You can take that black women helping black boys nonsense somewhere else. And that's really all I came up here to show, because now you got to see it in real time.
But Friedman, I don't understand. They look like I
don't know. I don't understand either. I mean, black boys should be winning, especially in Detroit. I mean, good God. Who's turning the grind? They are turning the wheel.
All right, FD. We'll get your response to that, and then we'll let you go. We'll wrap it up. But go ahead and get your.
So, Friedman, are you familiar with the phrase causation and correlation not being the same?
Oh, geez. Yes.
Okay. Explain how that refutes this proof you just put on the screen.
That doesn't refute. It just gives you a possible escape.
What it adds is context. Are you familiar with evidence versus proof?
No. Explain it to me.
Okay. Evidence, right? You can construe a thing. Those are facts, and you can draw a conclusion. Proof, obviously, is something that is irrefutable. So what I showed is not irrefutable, but it's a whole lot of evidence.
Okay.
So if you have counter evidence, pardon me. If you have counter evidence, you've got a screen share. Show me the school district that has lots of black women in it where black boys are winning. That would be counter evidence.
I'm not going to be able to show you that for multiple reasons. Number one, because black boys aren't winning in most school districts. That literally does not exist.
You can't show us pictures?
No, I can show you pictures, but they wouldn't serve.
Please show us pictures, because we can't read.
To finish what I was saying to Freedmen's Bureau, what I could show you, if you give me, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, is I could pull up tons of sociological research that explains why black boys are failing, and part of it has to do with the absence of black men in schools and in leadership positions in schools. That is a complete truth. That is something we have great synergy on. The difference here is that you're trying to say the presence of black women is somehow proof that they're failing black boys on purpose, conducting, as you said, the school to prison pipeline, and not actually prison, the investment in black communities, the actual school to prison pipeline. Like, you're showing me pictures of black women in school boards and not pictures of the schools, pictures of the budget towards the schools, pictures of what the teachers make.
Yeah, that's cool. That's all cool, brother. That's all cool. But this is what I'm saying, right? So I understand the sociological studies you're talking about. Boys are more active. Boys, you know what I'm saying, you're going to need more attention and stuff like that.
Black boys are attacked by the system through all sides.
Well, brother, they're also Dr. Umar Johnson's went over this a lot of times, and Dr. Tommy Curry and a lot of other people have went into the things of like the way boys learn versus where girls learn. Cool. There's a big difference too, brother. You're talking about that part. We're talking about that part to the point too where you're saying what doesn't get talked about. Dr. T.S. Johnson even talks about that. Okay, it's different to teaching boys and teaching girls. At the end of the day, though, all right, if there's this complete and total drop off from, now you're correct about what you're saying, causation and correlation, right? But at the same time, if there's such a dearth and such a disparity between the success of black boys to black girls, regardless of men being there or not, they're two students, right? We do admit to the premise that a boy and a girl student is both students. And it's different as boys and girls may be in teaching. When you sign up to teach as a teacher, okay, you're going to dedicate that time that all of your students succeed. That's the way it's supposed to be. So if and when somehow that black boys have this huge disparity of not being able to read, not being at proper, being behind whole entire grade levels, behind the girls, how do we then not hold black women to task if and when they like everything? So y'all black, and I say y'all,
So
let me
is
take
this
that back.
black women's
Hold on,
fault?
brother. Just bro, no, brother. I'm asking you the question. I'm not asking this fault. That's what I'm. Let me walk it down.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay.
saying anything fault. I'm asking the question. I'm posing the question. So just like black women run the community, right? And we have the single mother rate.
I
We have
thought we were
the
matriarchal.
well, brother, hold on. Well, that's what we are. I said black women run the community. Well,
Okay, I'm
I'm
sorry.
conceding that point. I'm
Got you,
conceding
got
the
you, got
point
you.
that black women say black girls rock, black girls rule the world, all this other blah, blah, blah. Black girls run the black community. They run the household. So being that they've had control over the household for at least 3 generations now, okay?
Mhm.
And then black women are the top educators, the most educated, all these different things, right? So black women at the end of the day have control over that. Even if there were black men in it, we still wouldn't be at the level of teaching and have control of it because there are more women with degrees. There are more women that go to college than men, right? So either way it goes, the black woman is at the helm. How can the black woman explain on her watch, at her control, her being at the helm, this disparity between the girls and the boys? That's the
because
question.
because
Hold on, no,
equity
SKC, no.
work down to black men.
But
That's why.
SKC, no,
With
let me
all of
answer
their
it.
DEI, equity doesn't work downward.
But let me answer the question, SKC. And brother, I'm asking you this in a real serious question. I'm not trying to be facetious or whatever. I'm asking you to make it clear, just make plain and simple. Black women are in control, okay, and the girls are learning, but the boys are not. So how do we explain? How does it get turned over to the black men being the fault and black men being for not being there? But the girls are being helped. The girls are being successful. And somehow the black women are able to connect with the girls on point enough to where they're able, even though, when we go, boys clearly have higher IQs, right? When we get into the, the actual science of it, boys are smarter than girls. So however it goes through the teaching methods and the patterns of learning and whatnot, what have you, how is it that in the black race only, we have this huge dearth of where the girls are being successful, but the boys are not, and black women at the help? You got it.
Did you actually read The Man Not?
No, I haven't read it. I'll admit I have not read the band. I've only heard Tommy Curry speak on several occasions. I have not read it yet.
Freeman's
Not gonna lie.
You read The Man Not? You put your hand up. You read it?
You muted, Freeman.
No, I want Bernard to share my screen. Just more evidence. Like,
okay, are you about to show pictures
fantastic?
Again?
Fantastic asked an excellent question.
It's written text. Cheers.
How are black girls getting ahead and not black boys? So I put this in the chat: mothers' academic gender stereotypes and education-related beliefs about sons and daughters in African-American families. So the abstract is negative stereotypes about the academic abilities of African-American boys may create negative feedback loop, thereby contributing to maintenance of the gender gap in African-Americans' educational outcomes, right? And if you go through and read this, and I put the links in the chat, basically, black mothers have a bias against black boys and towards black girls. Oh, wow. So what happens if you sing that same group of people and then you do this? Then what happens? See, it's not proof. It's just evidence.
This is, Lord.
Yeah,
this
but brother, just respectfully, brother, answer my question. I have not read The Man Not. Now continue with your point and answer my question.
The Man Not, it would pull probably from a study like the one that Freedman's Journal just put out there. What The Man Not, and Curry, correct me for any ways in which I misrepresent his work, which he is explicitly told to me does not like being discussed here because he don't really fuck with y'all like that. But
you brought him up just for the record.
I didn't bring him up. BGS brought him up, just to be clear. And I wish BGS had stuck around, but I guess he got tired of hearing Fantastic melt down at me earlier. To be clear, Curry would argue that racism and white supremacy has an explicitly anti-black male bend, where it targets black men in a unique systemic way that bars us from so many opportunities that it falls to black women to be in these positions, regardless of the situation, regardless of if they are well-equipped, regardless of if they are talented, or to give you all some credit, because I have seen this in real life, regardless of if they're well-intended. What you all are doing is taking academic research and cherry pick elements from this research or from these arguments and putting them up there with minimal understanding of them to work from the end back to proving your point instead of what the evidence actually proves. Friedman,
Now,
can you pull
I think, okay, hold on real quick. I think there are some content creators that you can make that argument about, but then there's also people like Dr. Tiasan Johnson who does make sure he dots every I and crosses every T, and he's not coming to the same conclusions as you. So I don't think you can just dismiss it as y'all just some
And he
niggas on
still
YouTube that
and he
don't know
still
what y'all
didn't answer
talking
my
about.
question. And most importantly, you didn't answer my question, bro.
What was your question?
My
Make sure I
question
understand.
is again for the third time. How is that black women are in control of teaching
So that's the first problem with your
black
question.
boys and black girls?
You're saying black women are in control, and you're
Okay, well,
not
I'm
really
sorry.
understanding what that
You're right.
means.
My bad. They have,
So
bro,
here's
they
my
have
question.
more of an impact. They have more of an impact and more of a presence. I'm sorry. You're correct.
Okay,
They
thank
have
you.
way more of an impact and more of a presence, brother.
They have way more of an impact and presence. And how is it that black boys are still failing? Is that what you're asking
Yes,
me?
but the girls are being successful.
So
Yes.
first off, I'm bringing you back to Tommy Curry. Tommy Curry will explain to you that that's because white supremacy works against black men in a specific
Brother,
way.
you're saying
that
men. No, brother,
black
hold on,
black boys
brother.
and men. I'm sorry,
No,
black
but
boys
brother,
and
hold on.
men.
That's what I'm saying. No, but still, we're not talking about white supremacy again, because
We are
how
talking
is it
about white
that
supremacy, and this
no,
is the problem with y'all. And listen, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Fantastic. You are looking at a small circle, a basketball hoop, the paint. You're looking at the paint of the basketball court and trying to explain to me the whole of the sport of basketball based solely on the paint, and you are not understanding the entire court. And I'm trying to explain to you that the court, the entirety of the game in basketball, and I don't even know basketball that well, but
I
the
know you
plays
don't,
you
and
know.
I'm so offended
I'm
that
more
you
of a
even brought that up.
football guy. I'm more of a
Bro, pick
football
up
guy. So
badminton,
we'll
brother. You
get to
sound
the
like a badminton brother to me, but go ahead.
we'll go to the end zone. You're talking about the red zone, and you're trying to tell me that the red zone explains the entirety of how football works, and you're not thinking about
Brother, you
the
give me a
offense.
lot of analogies, and I appreciate the sports lessons from a guy that don't play sports, but you still not answering my question. I'm gonna ask it again for the
Your
fifth
question
time.
is stupid. Fantastic. That's
Okay,
what I'm
so
trying to explain
every
to
question
you.
everybody asks. Oh, so again, now we
No,
back to you being the
mostly
smartest nigga in the room.
yours.
Okay, cool.
Mostly
Well,
yours.
So you
Except for the
back to
trick
being the
question.
smartest nigga in the
You
room.
got me on the trick question,
well,
fantastic.
if
And you
well,
got to let me cook for a second so I can explain it. Because here's what you've been doing the entire time.
Brother, you
Whenever
haven't
I've
cooked
got to
not
the
one
point,
time. You a
fantastic,
fat nigga that can't cook, but go ahead.
And
fantastic.
long story
But
short,
no,
okay, all right,
You're a
here we
fat
go,
nigga that can't cook, but go ahead.
fantastic.
Long story short, the black women who are in positions to make a difference with those problems, they can't because white supremacy. That's
white
pretty
Yeah, of
much
supremacy,
it.
course.
right?
Now you get pro-black. So
And
he
white
a feminist
supremacy
and a
has
pro-black. Jesus
and
Christ.
white and according to what he's saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, FD. The argument is that that white supremacy has a unique impact on black men and boys, right? So my question would be, in academia, should there not be a large vocal group that are stating from black feminists that, hey, we have this unique situation with black men and boys, and because of how we're seeing the results that are happening to black men and boys, we need to work triple time in order to get them to a level that would be consistent with our argument of equity.
So there's two things here. One, there's plenty of that happening in academia, but two, academia is trash. So
Okay, so who are the people that are doing that in academia? Who are those people who are stating, you know what, we understand the unique impact of intersectionality with black women, but right now there needs to be a changing of the guard because black boys and men have fallen so far behind, and they are an integral part of black people and community that we need to put more emphasis on them now.
So you're missing. I just told you academia is trash. So it's like
so basically they're not doing that.
It's not happening. There are people doing it, but they don't get funding. Like academia is a industrial complex.
So why don't the majority of black feminists want that to occur then? if it's a true problem.
You're raising the stakes of your original statement.
I'm just asking.
You're asking, but you just slid in there the majority of black feminists.
Where are the black feminists that are making that their calling card?
There are lots of black feminists that talk about masculinity in their work. One that you all hate very much is Bell Hooks. Wrote several books about masculinity. One in particular about black masculinity. Wasn't a perfect book. Wasn't a perfect theory.
Now you're sliding things in, because yes, I've read that and the things that you have stated about bell hooks and so forth, but you yourself stated that you felt that her thoughts on that were incomplete.
Yeah.
All right. So it does not match the need. What I'm trying to prove is that these people are stating diversity, equity, and inclusion, but the equity part does not apply to young black boys and men.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
We agree.
And we're actually trying to
hold on, wait, time out. Then why are you a black male intersectional feminist then?
Because, and here's I think the thing that is the difference between not just me, but like a lot of y'all, but not all of y'all, is that you all engage with academia and theory in order to prove a point, in order to score dunks and panels. I've actually studied it in order to formulate and frame the way I think about the world. And so I identify, first off, here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing. I want to make this last really interesting point.
This is that cue, bow down. I'm greater than you niggas.
I've never identified as an intersectional feminist outside of this space. If you go and you ask people that actually watch my content and people that know me from my space, they will let you know. You can go back and you can watch. I have a 2,000 subscriber
you're trying to retroactively disavow.
But this is the weird part about this conversation. We were having a general conversation, and then he made it about himself personally. I'm not talking about you personally.
I did ask him a personal
like
question.
A woman.
Why is he an intersectional feminist? But whenever I try to pin him down on that, it's like he starts speaking in.
I've studied.
You start speaking in parables and metaphors.
I'm sorry. So let me just get to the point. I believe intersectional feminism.
It just turned into poetry when I asked you that question. It's
I guess I'm sorry. You all didn't follow, so I'll make sure I think
we followed.
I engage
in
I follow and study intersectional feminism because I think it gives me a useful framework to understand the problems of black people in general, but definitely black men and boys. And then when I started getting exposed to more things like Tommy Curry, like Anthony LaMille Jr., like Pan-Africanist theories, like black nationalism, it helped me get beyond intersectional feminism being my only framework to understand the world. You all only understand intersectional feminism through the way of trying to debunk it, which is why you all don't understand how I can engage with that topic. Like it's like being a fan of more than one team, to help Fantastic out a little bit again. If you're a fan of more than one team, like I live in
Lakers only,
city,
my guy. And again, I actually play sports.
I live in one city, but I'm from another city. But I can tell you that if the city I'm in is going to the Super Bowl, I'm rooting for them.
Yeah, you're the bandwagon like a woman. You're a groupie like a woman. You don't ever stand on anything. You're a woman. No, you don't love the sport at all. You don't know anything about sports.
I got to take a moment to point out how many emotional attacks like this man Fantastic has been trying.
No, brother, I'm actually the one that's addressing your whole ways. It's not emotional attacks at all, brother.
It is.
You're a great value, PM Dawn. You're a great value, PM Dawn, brother.
Fit on me about
it's not a brother. Again, brother. I gave you the energy you deserve. The niggas been letting you live.
All right. You gave me a lot of feminine energy, sir. I'm just
brother.
saying.
You are the most feminine one. You're a feminist, sir. Trust me. And you're a fat nigga. You're a BBW built nigga. Please stop playing with me.
All right.
Is this your picture on the screen?
Listen.
Looking like
this me.
You looking like
a me.
This you?
Yeah, it's me,
sir. You should not be talking about anybody's appearance.
Should I not? Are we doing this? Are we doing this?
Because
you said something, but you ain't saying nothing.
I don't even want it to go there.
He don't want it to go there either. He just, is this you? But you didn't have. You're supposed to have a comeback, sir. When you say you're supposed to have a comeback, you got to have something with that, brother.
I'm sorry.
I do this for real.
I'm sorry.
I know. You're not built. You're not built.
Go ahead.
I know.
All right. All right. All right. All right. I don't even know where we at now. I don't even know where we at
I don't
now.
know. I came here to talk about just pearly things.
Yeah, the last thing that we had talked about. You asked him the personal question about why he was, I would say, more aligned with what's intersectional feminism and so forth. And that's where it kind of went off the rails.
Yeah, because his answers get real abstract.
They're
when
not
he got
abstract.
it.
I was very, very clear. I think it helps me understand the world, and it gives me a strong critique and framework to do that.
No, I understand.
Okay, I can
from
respect
an
that
academic standpoint and just wanted to understand. I mean, I studied, read and look up, arguments and positions of people that I disagree with all the time. I think you agree with most. Well, it seems as if you agree with most of it. I mean, you claimed it and then you tried to not claim it. So I think.
Well, there's multiple reasons for that, but go ahead.
Yeah. No. I mean, that was pretty much all I had to say. I mean, I think we said all we had to say in this. I don't know if anybody else got anything for them. Then we could round this one out. We can round this.
My only thing with FD, and like I stated, I've listened to some of his stuff, read some of his posts and different things. I mean, I find them interesting, especially how he has came to his point of view. But one of the issues that I find, and I'll say this on both sides, the same way that you have some people who are in this field who will stay and they will be almost like a very dogmatic approach to alternative viewpoints. There's a lot of people that are in your camp, FD, that do the same thing. I mean, come on, your back and forth with kidology proves that.
Oh Lord, I'm not talking about kidology, bro. So I mean, you can say whatever you got to say. Just know I'm not responding to anything regarding kidology.
All right. Here's the deal. All right, we went long enough, and I don't want to over milk it. So we're gonna get on with it. But FD Signifier, I do appreciate you coming up. Fantastic, my guy. I was no fan of the way he was cussing you out. I understand. You were taking shots, but I'm not triggered by your shots. Just like I'm not triggered by Pearlie's alleged so-called racist comments. I ain't triggered by shit. I'm like, hey, if whatever he's saying, if he's right, let's put it under a microscope. Let's have the conversation. Let's have the debate. You're right or wrong on the merits, and you slip in shots, we slip in shots. But I don't like to see it fly off the rails. I like when people who disagree come and engage. So I do want you to come back, but we're gonna go ahead and wrap this section.
You know me, I pop in and out.
Pop in and out. I know next time I talk about the white girl, you'll be back. All right, cool.
I don't even know what she said yet. Like we got so off.
But that's the whole. But don't you see the humor in that, FD? You don't really know what she said, but you came over here with the dog whistling of Whitey. Oh, I know you're gonna draw the line when it comes to the white woman. It's like, dude, like people can't see this.
It was he.
All right, I didn't do that. That was Arim in the back. That's the white knight simp.
Come on, like people can't see this stuff. FD, come on.
I didn't come for. I don't give a fuck about just pearly things.
White man, and then everybody's supposed to go, oh Lord, racist. No, we's definitely not with her, Mr. FD. Like, come on, man, come on.
I'm not sure what you're alluding to. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't get
it. All right. But FD, thanks for coming on through.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for everybody that was mostly cordial.
Yeah.
Thank you for the whatever's going on in the chat. Because I actually had SKC. I had a couple of people rocking with me in the chat a couple of times, man. I don't know if you noticed that. I must be doing something right.
Hey, I think that's great. I think that's great, FD.
Yeah.
I think people should listen to multiple viewpoints.
Yeah, we get people from all sides of the aisle over here, especially if it's a polarizing topic or a good debate. It's a whole nother sector. It's a whole nother sector that disagree with us and hate us. They pull up every now and then. So I'm sure they was. In there
I don't. So if there's one place you never have to worry about me popping up again, it's it's that sector. So I understand what you're saying.
Okay, I don't even know for sure what sector you're talking about.
What sector?
See, I don't speak their names, and I don't.
Man, they that bad to where you don't even say their name.
Did you watch my video?
Do you whisper?
Did you watch my video?
Man, get this nigga out of here.
I literally did whisper it.
You pulled up on the. Did you pull up on the divestors?
Listen.
You don't speak. You don't got to speak their names. Blink twice. Blink twice.
Yeah.
No,
I'm a mute and unmute.
Oh shit, they're Voldemort.
But all right, man. Thanks for coming through. Man. We'll speak again. Peace.
Peace and blessings.
Yeah. All right. I saw a lot of y'all in the back. I wanted to keep it. Damn, a lot of people disappeared from the back. I did want to keep it. Keep it tight knit. I ain't want 12, 13, 11 people up here. But we can continue the conversation. Like I said, we're gonna continue all the super chats. We're gonna read all the super chats. I know a lot of people supported the stream, but I'm gonna pass it to who is that? Rise. What's your name? Rogish. Okay,
yeah, Rogish
okay, there it is. Now I can see it. Okay, Rogish son. Go ahead. What's your thoughts? What's your take on that? I got to take a little break. Then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna get with the audience thought on this. So when I read the super chat. So go ahead, Rogish. You got the floor. You got the mic.
You want a nigga to follow some FD Signifier shit? All right, that motherfucker Signifier for real, right? When it comes to the Black Manosphere needing a leader, I actually spoke with BGS on Art and Stall's panel last night about this, and I think they've tried several times to at least come up with a council, right? Because you would think with such a potential conglomerate of brothers who, the whole STEM thing, science, technology, engineering, and math, these cats are highly educated. For FD Signifier to come in, out of pocket how he does, like most folks come in out of pocket. The thing is, the Black Manosphere is the creation of, dare I say, this century's newest social philosophies. All right, the way that people talk about, men and women relationships, dynamics, y'all's style of it has become the template. Everyone uses it. Everyone of every culture. So, but FD asking, well, why ain't white dudes rocking with it? Well, yeah, they are. They just can't give homage because it comes from black men. That's the motherfuckers that they worship, but they also love to hate. Possibly need to hate. It gives them power. it gives you some power. I don't know, bitch made motherfucker. But when it comes to the whole leader thing, unfortunately, I don't think that many brothers really want to build like that. I think the only people who really want to are the pro-blacks, but then they're wanting to build more in Africa. And if you build something here, then they put the African to it, and it's like, well, that's not really black. That's more African. But a black man's perspective of leadership is usually something of himself. Usually. I don't think too many cats could really, defer to someone and get their shikamaru on, if you will. But understand that, yeah, you fit to be Hokage as well. It's just that what's better for the overall, desired conglomerate or whatever. If there even is a desire for a fucking conglomerate.
Rogish, just a question, and maybe you and Black Wizard or GC, if he's available, can answer it. From your opinion, and I know we're going into conjecture at this point, but what do you think was FD's point in engaging?
That cat wants to be included like everybody else. He wants to be included. The thing is, people ain't understanding. It's supposed to be a game recognized game thing. This whole educated lame, people forget that one thing with educated lames is that you're educated. Ain't nothing lame about being educated, but those who, want to don the title and they wear it, all right, it is what it is. Well, you're still disciplined. Motherfuckers got degrees, and skill sets that grant you, at competition level with those who run the industries. So you gotta understand something, that's game right there. But it's not received as that because the whole educated lame thing. As far as I'm concerned, educated lame's done won. Because you draw everyone to you through how you present logic on reality itself. Y'all ain't about bullshit. You might not be the most dynamic motherfuckers, but You ain't about bullshit, and we ain't about bullshit. That's real shit, and real shit gonna win in whatever form it presents itself, dynamic or non-dynamic. That motherfucker want to be included, but he don't know how to, you know what I'm saying, tuck his tail first. You know what I'm saying? You're a motherfucking feminist, cuz. You serious? You want to, you know, and you come in, you know what I'm saying, out of pocket? Nigga, if this was a real barber shop, you be on the floor, cuz. Choke the fuck out. What are you doing? Where your etiquette at, nigga?
Good. And I understand, you know, why some people get into, you know, those reactions or whatnot. But I just wonder, you know, from your study of these spaces that the ideology is oil and water. So I just, it was just weird as to why you feel as though at this point, throwing in this whole Pearl thing, and you have done research, you've done a video essay on this space, and to try to insert that Pearl is a staple in this place, it's like, come on, even the definition of the word doesn't even make sense, and you're an academic. Come on.
I think
I
that's
think
par
his,
for the cause.
I think his.
Go ahead, Wizard. Then go ahead, Wizard. Make it kind of quick, even though I gotta get to the super chats. So go ahead.
Oh yeah.
RM, actually put the last one that I read, or the one after the last one that I read up, and then I'm gonna run through them in order, and then we'll just react and respond to the super chats. But go ahead. So go ahead, Wizard. I mean, Black Wizard. I'm sorry.
I actually think the reason he was here is a bit more strategic than he is than it is led on. I don't think there's any real attempt to try to convert anybody here, even though I think maybe he would be appreciative for that on the back end. I think there is when I saw him on the Bad Faith podcast, one of the things that he said was that liberals need to infiltrate spaces where right wings and conservatives are to recruit men with ideologies at the same way that the right is doing. I think part of what he's doing is that.
Yeah.
I think the other part of it is it's not really for any guy here. It's to show that he is willing to extend the olive branch to men who others would perceive as wayward. And then when they see, see, he's at least willing to talk to these guys, and they're just crazy. You know, they're just saying all kinds of crazy stuff. Nothing they say makes sense. They're just misogynists, like he said. He's trying to extend the olive branch to them, and they just don't care. I think there's another narrative coming out where they're trying to build a place for men, but they don't quite have what the role is yet. I think that's coming out through Richard Reeves, where he's talking about heal and, you know, moving men instead of from STEM into heal with education. Like that was a point that he brought up. Education, healthcare, you know, administration, and I guess the liberal arts and things like that. So I think a new role for men is trying to be crafted, and he's trying to on the back end assist that by showing that he has compassion for men through visiting these spaces.
Wait,
well, I look at it real quick. I just look at it as simple as this. You know, if there's a black conservative who genuinely thinks that black liberals, black male liberals in particular, are wrong-headed in what they're saying, I think it only makes sense to go in and, I mean, if they have a link in a chat room and they're open for opposing views, I think it makes sense to go in and have the discussion and have the debate. I mean, that's normal. That's normal. So I don't think we don't got to cook up a grand reason as to why. Drop the link for Ed. We don't got to come up with some grand reason why somebody would pull up. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean,
right. Well,
and he actually, hold on, wait, real quick. He's in the chat room and he said I think he agreed with you or said you are at least partly right in what you said. But let me get to my super chats. Drop the link for Ed. Coach Ali's corner in the building. He says, no comment, just tricking. This was an interesting conversation, to say the least. Go right to the next one. Thank you for that $10 super chat. Do appreciate that. Coach Ali's corner. That's my man. Y'all saw him actually in my studio about a couple months ago. Go to the next one. Wizard X in the bill. See, I've been calling you Wizard X all day, Black Wizard. But he says FD has no lived experience as a black man, only as a liberal white woman. Go to the next. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that.
Seems that way.
On to the next. Wizard X in the building again. He says the Black Manosphere needs leaders, not just one. Right. Fair enough. I respect that statement. Sir Tyson in the building. He says white supremacy isn't stopping King Randu. I know he's a one-off. I think that's where it's at. We need more King Randus. I think black men aligning themselves with that other side and thinking that something for black boys and black men is going to come out of it. I think that's wrong-headed. I think we need to produce more King Randalls and more people with a similar mindset. I think that's the future for any progression of black men and boys. But Freeman's Journal in the building, he says, does BS Signifier have what is that word? Scintilla of evidence? Scintilla of evidence. Pretty sure I'm the only person that posted evidence. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Number 16 in the building, he says, Bernard, will you debate a self-admitted male intersectional feminist? He said, Bernard will debate a self-admitted male intersectional feminist, but can't entertain a little talking point that shall not be named. Yeah, I'm not even. Yeah, don't even name it. Because when an attack comes from within, it can actually destroy a space. Somebody can be outside of it, throwing rocks at it, throwing bombs at it. They just gonna break a window. The attacks from within actually destroy the full structure of the space. So there are 3 letters that I think does that, and I think the space. I'm not gonna tell people what to do. I just know I drew a hard line on what I'm not doing, and I don't even want to get into it because I don't even want no reaction videos. But if somebody is criticizing men for making true statements about black women, and that movement is growing in the space, God bless them. Do your thing. It just won't. It's not happening over here. That's just all to it. Anyway, on to the next. Leon 008 in the building says, get Fantastic out of here, Bernard. He is derailing the conversation. I'll throw 20 to get him out of here. He is taking over the show. I was no fan of the way Fantastic is my guy. Fantastic is a needed. He's our muscle. We need Fantastic. But yeah, I wouldn't feel in the direction that he was going with it.
He wasn't out of pocket though for that response, because homie was, you know what I'm saying, nipping, for real.
There was some slick disses that the FD was getting in, but I think that you got to be able to absorb that type of stuff though.
Yeah. I mean, put it like this: the slick disses was coming, and I think, but based off the questions that I was asking him and the things that BGS was saying, we had him like 2 moves away from an absolute checkmate, in my opinion. And then Fantastic just came and flipped over the damn chess table, and we was trying to pick it up and figure out where all the pieces was at. And that's why BGS left. That's why BGS left. So that's why I say I was no fan of how Fantastic was handling that. But we need Fantastic is a needed person in this space. But he said this FD guy is just looking for friends. Yeah, I got to show him some love. Just one in because he thinks Pearly is in.
Yo,
get out of there. Get out of there. Ed Unchained says FD Bloviator already said that following women is the key to the black man's success. And that black men getting in line with black women is what we black men should do. So yeah, he should be okay with us allegedly following Pearly. But anyway, I'm joking. He ain't here, so I'm gonna hold the shot. I'm gonna hold the shots because he ain't here. I did want to move on, and I didn't want to over milk out the whole having FD over here thing. And I want him to come back at a later date. But if he would have stayed, it would have probably been some shit. But anyway, Monster Cameron in the building says, Bernard, we out here. And Aaron, bring up the people that's in the back. I can't see them because I got the screen blown up. Whoever in the back, go ahead and bring them up. Monster Cameron in the building says, Bernard, we out here in Thailand, just landed. Right on. Good stuff. I like that.
God dang.
On to the next. Hoop Jargon Media in the building says, I taught too for 4 years in low income areas. Black women do care. I agree. Problem is they are misled, trying to fix misled children from broken homes. Okay, that's a fair point. Yeah, it's It's a multivariant analysis. FD was trying to say we didn't understand the other layers to it. I understand the community cultural aspect of it, to where the child is damn near ruined before he get in that classroom.
Right.
I think my disagreement with him is that, I mean, he put, and some people in this space do it too, they put more of an emphasis on white supremacy and the problems coming from up high versus I think they're coming more so from within. That's a debate that could be had, but either way, he says, I just knew BGS was going to show up and give Buddy the work. I think he was. And like I said, we was like 2 moves away from a checkmate, and then Fantastic flipped the table over. Great Britain in the building says they eliminated funding in 2014 for My Brother's Keeper initiative. Damn it. See, that's where I wanted it to go. It was almost there because black girls weren't included. That's what made me stop voting Democrat. Thank you, Great Britain. Good point. On to the next. Come on. It's rolling fast. Sir Tyson in the building. He says, if what he says had any truth, Dr. Tommy Curry wouldn't be in Scotland now. In other words, the academic landscape stateside would be welcoming of him. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Hoop Jargon in the building says, let SKC cross-examine him. He's the right person for the interrogation. I absolutely 100% agree with that. SKC did a good job. But Ed Unchained in the building says, we do read. Watch yourself with the slick talk. That was a slick talk that I was okay with. I would rather prove, instead of saying, motherfucker, we do read, you bitch ass nigga, I would SKC prove that we do read by quoting FD Signifier's writings. So it's like, that's how you refute that and dunk on somebody's claim instead of flipping the table over. That's just where I'm at with it. But FD is definitely the boogeyman that people are making Pearl out to be. I'll die on that hill proudly too. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate that. Marriage, politics, and sports. Interesting combination of stuff there. He says the Black Manosphere does not need a single leader. It simply needs to focus on direction. You actually have enough respect to get with other respected folks and define a baseline of what the Black Manosphere is after. I agree, but it's so much. It's a clusterfuck of shit going on in the Black Manosphere that it's difficult to do that. That's why I said small circles and then build out and work from with your circle to people that you can rock with. Jackie Jack in the building says, I thought he didn't know who she was. Now it's just Pearly Things is all over TikTok. Yeah, okay. He knew who she was. He mentioned her by name the last time I talked to him. So yeah, he knows. Okay. Leon 008 in the building says class compression BP versus classes, aka white people. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Black Wizard 80's back in the building and on the panel, by the way. But thank you for the super chat. He's trying to make an appeal to compassion with black men that watch him. He's using the manosphere to signal to people who might watch him that he cares. Problem is if he's this calculated, it only signals an agenda. Well said.
Amen.
Well said. Big Boss Real Talk in the building says FD is a pink bus pill. I don't know what a pink bus pill is. Blue pill snips don't count. Okay. On to the next. Hurry up. We rolling. Hoop Jock in the building. He says, Bernard, we can't hear what Blank Man is saying. He's talking about you right there, Wizard X. Black Merlin in the building says FD Signifier socks on the red pill, but sucks on the red pill, but never swallows. Okay. He wants over here maybe with Derek Jackson following. Huh? Okay. So Tyson in the building. I'm just getting here. Question: why does every time something happens, the entire sphere is castigated? I'm seeing content creators I've never heard of doing sphere eulogies. This is lame as fuck. I agree 100%. I saw some people who was like they retired. They started a new channel, came back. They had to come back. I saw somebody basically just recreate his channel.
Like how many more? I mean, I don't mean to be the asshole, but
okay, all right. I wanted to read them all. I don't even know how many left. Go ahead, Ed. I got you. Go ahead. We're gonna take a break on that.
No, I respect people donating, but that means, man, the conversation had to be fire because you must not be none of these shit. And I saw BGS one there before, and he left. And I was wondering why he left. So yeah, I mean,
that was why I explained why he left. All right, go ahead. We'll take a break on the super chats, but yeah, it was a fire conversation. BGS and FD Signifier went back and forth a little bit, and we almost had him.
This is the reason why BGS ducks FD. This is the reason why FD Signifier ducks BGS. Now you know.
Well, Yeah. No, it was definitely getting good. Go
He was
ahead.
ducking everybody.
Go ahead.
FD ducks BG. No, FD is off the. He ducks
And you
BGS.
got it's like it's slightly distorted, man. It's slightly distorted. I don't know
Hear
if
me
you could
better
do one.
now?
Huh?
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that sounds better right there.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So oh yeah, I'm just gonna pop in and pop out. This be this little what they call it, like tropical, not even tropical storm, just little day rain. So I ain't gonna do too much, but as far as the leader thing, this conversation has two parts. Because people have different agendas in space. You have people that are more activists, and then you have people that they want to build a YouTube channel, and you also have people that kind of in between. And so when people say a leader, well, what are we really talking about? Are we talking about somebody that's going to really, and obviously whoever that leader is generally is going to have some subscribership. Like they can't just not have no subscribers. Like, at least like where BGS is at, which is like 44. Something to show that people are listening to what's being said, even though BGS is state shadow banned. So it doesn't have to be like 100, 200, or like where Kevin is. But Angry Man 2 is at like 50 for the longest time. So it's got to be somewhere at least hovering around there. That's like Dr. T.S. Johnson. But there is. But people have different agendas here. So and also when you look at before Kevin, what that would have been defined before Kevin is different than what people are going to define that after Kevin, because the landscape is different. And this comes into what your subscriber count is, what engagement you're getting, like or live with AKA live viewership. That's what. So we got to really be clear on what people. This is a great topic. That's why I'm kind of saying this. You got to be clear on what certain people mean. Everybody is different. And by the way, everybody is not the same. For instance, obviously you're trying to grow your channel, but you do believe in the information as it needs to be presented. And that was true when you didn't have a lot of subscribers, right? So everybody is not in the either or. Some people are it's like varying degrees, and they care about the engagement. They want to do it the right way. And they're not willing to sacrifice the information or the principles for an easy lick. You know what I'm saying? Just straight 100% view hustling. So
right.
Those give differences as to what leaders are. So that needs to be kind of established, and people need to be honest about that. Because like for instance, a lot of the things that I see a lot of people doing where they're appearing in certain places and stuff like that, a lot of times it's that they're trying to promote their channel, grow their channel. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. But my point is, those people sometimes make it more about their look good than they do the information. And that's kind of like what you all were kind of alluding to as to why BGS. It's probably one of the reasons why BGS left as to where the conversation was going.
But that's how good the information is, though, because this is why I say it's more of a resource, because you can have anybody who steps up of any cultural background, and they put on the framework of Black Manosphere, red pillism, and they have something that's workable. It just all they do is put, tweak it a little bit.
Well, yeah, and different people have unique properties depending on what the stuff needs at that time. But ultimately, what really triggered me to come up here is FD. I do not believe you can have a functional Black community with somebody like that. And I want FD to understand, if Bernard don't say it, I'm going to say it. He needs to be removed. It is my intention.
Hold on, wait. Removed from what?
Nah.
When I say removed, well, shut up. When I say removed, I'm talking about his ideology. Okay. That shit needs to go the way of how people don't anymore. And by the way, I'm the anti-gynocracy guy. I see him as one of the main pillars of why this is that Black academia, and what really pissed me the fuck off is what he said, that shot he threw about Dr. Tommy Kirk, saying that he don't fuck with us. I'm sorry, motherfuckers like y'all is the reason why he's in Europe. It ain't got nothing to do with this space, because he has never been truly associated with this space, and quite frankly, we don't promote his content like that. Not how we do Dr. T.S. Johnson. Dr. Curry is just somebody that, hey, he's out there if you want to check him out. But he's not somebody that somebody can say, ooh, the Black Manosphere mentioned him. Like somebody said before, BGS is really the main one that brings him up, because BGS is the one that kind of, his cluster, which is the cluster I'm in, is the one that harbors the academics. But and so obviously I don't have a problem with academics in general, but these people are just as bad as Richard Spencer in my eyes. They have literally destroyed the collective zeitgeist of the black community. And when you compare what people that wrote The Dark Ghetto, Dr. Francis Plus Wilson, and what they did, and then you look at what this generation has done, like they're dude, yeah, I ain't gonna go to where I would like understand that their ideology needs to be eliminated. And I want him to really so all of that, so all of that
ideologies are eliminated in the marketplace of ideas.
So when I say no, because it's not even about, I'm not asking for permission. That's not what this is. It needs to be understood. And Bernard has his platform, and people talk to him, and people talk to Z. But I want it to be very understood that that where I stand, there is no, and I'm saying it this way because there's this idea that there's this negotiation that if you just wait us out, that black men are just going to do what they've always done, which is basically community units. Understand that if the black community operates the way that it does, there will not be a black community. And this, and by the way, BGS has already said it's going that way because they're forcing us to intermix. They already got the people of color set up. So where the world is actually going, as far as the Darwinism, it's already moving in that direction, yo. So if nothing happens, you won't have one. But see, the problem is
but they're not speaking on behalf of the community. But they are largely just merely misandric toward black men. FD Signifier, what he represents, and everyone else who is partaking of.
Point. But see, FD is cool with that. FD is cool with what happened.
Of course he's cool like that. That motherfucker argue like a white bitch. You hear that motherfucker?
No, when I say cool, he is cool with that. Hear what I'm saying, y'all.
Cool with what? Say it again. My fault.
He's cool with black boys being set up to fail. He just don't like. He just rather that stuff not be promoted. You know, understand? Like y'all say this crap more than me. When you look at a lot of our cities, the worst ones for black people, that's liberal ideology running that. And they're backed up by the liberal Caucasian.
So I don't think that he views it that way, Ed.
Ed, before you finish though, can I ask something right quick? You got?
Like I said, this is I'm gonna say this and then I'll let you jump in. I'll fall back, not let you. I'll fall back. This is not a negotiation. You come up. Well, I'm just saying. I will reword how that is because I ain't trying to act like I'm running shit. This is not a negotiation. Bernard may do good at articulating like what we're doing, and he'll have a cordial civil conversation. This is the same thing with Mr. Z. This is not a negotiation. They need to understand that. Y'all thought that we were not going to be seen, and then Kevin caught y'all by surprise. This is not a negotiation, though. Y'all fucked the community up. Y'all pretty much took what the greats did, arguing with these white dudes, proving to them that, we weren't subhuman and all of that. When they did this alone and no money, and y'all went under them white bitches, and then you basically completely, what they call them, you take electricity to a brain and short circuits it, so it's basically, you're basically a vegetable. That's what you all did to the black community. And understand that you will not fix that with those people and their ability to talk in it. I'm not saying people can't be debated, but what I am saying is I look at him just as much as a white supremacist. Difference to me.
We can push.
Now that's me saying it. I ain't nobody else got to hold that, but I'm making very clear. To me, it's a distinction without a difference.
All right, we're gonna pass it over to is what it is. We pass it over to is what it is. All right. Good stuff, Ed. Good stuff. You definitely did the damn thing. We passing it to it is what it is. Go ahead. You got it. You got the mic.
All right, what's happening, Bernard? All right, so I've been listening to most of this and looking at the whole, I'm not gonna just blow down on FD. It's just like I can look at him as I can look at like some of my personal friend group. Now, I believe that there's a shortage on what does Coach Greg Adams call it? Peace leaf. Um, there's a point where it's just like a lot of brothers really don't feel like dealing with nothing, to the point where it's just like I will agree with anything because this is considered the status quo. Now, looking at things like I'd say like, all right, I have
What are you talking about? Who are these brothers? The brothers that say they I don't feel like dealing with anything, so I will agree with the status quo. Was that like you talking about
FD.
people who think like FD Signifier? Okay,
No,
cool.
people, yeah, a little bit. You'd prefer to deal with the status quo because you realize that this might be an inevitability. So, because I got homeboys who sit there and tell me some dumb stuff like I date strippers. I was like, you do know what come with strippers. Then I seen what came with his stripper, and then he tell me that hey, this still makes sense because she bad, and I'm like, all right, so just for the opportunity to be able to get some peace leave from something that you think visually is appealing, you'd rather just be like, all right, regardless of statistics, regardless of what numbers that you see, it doesn't really matter. And like when I heard FD speak, I was sitting there in the chat, like I was sitting there like, so you're about to blame somebody you're basically about to blame black men for their absence in academia as far as like elementary school, primary school. You're going to blame that on the lack of black male teachers while the women are present. So I'm trying to figure out like, okay, so that seems reflective of when y'all have talked about the single mother household argument. How exactly do you blame someone not being there more than the person who had the most influence?
Right. You said something that prompted me to want to ask SKC a question. I mean, obviously, I'm assuming with every race, there's a discrepancy in the number of female teachers to male teachers. SKC, you may or may not know the answer to this, but I'm thinking that you're the one that might know. What is the ratio of white female to white male teachers compared to the ratio of black female to black male teachers? Just curious.
I have no idea.
That is a good question to ask.
It's bad across the board.
In
the
my
difference
entire
is
life.
more fathers. It's more pronounced in the black community, but it's bad across the board because they don't pay teachers. So dudes ain't trying to
Let me tell you this though.
But also, there's more fathers in the homes though. That's the difference. BCS actually did a video on this when he said when you give, and I'll ask his ass FD that if you give a black boy to a white woman, the IQ is literally identical to a white male. So we know what the problem is, and with him and his academics, I know he has access to that research. He hides information. He lies by omission. That's what I don't like, that coy shit from white people. It's my biggest pet peeve for white people, and I can't stand it from black people. That's why when it seems like I'm coming off and I'm being mad, it's because when you have information and you purposely withhold it, knowing that it's gonna harm your people, and in the long run, women, because they don't got mates, that's what angers me.
I don't think you can. I'm of the opinion that I think it would be a jump to ascribe various motives to FD without having more of a long form conversation with him or have studied or read him. That it's similar to it. To me, that almost comes off as the reverse of how people were taking the whole Pearl situation, ascribing a bunch of motives based upon other things that they have going on.
Yeah.
You assume, you assume you may, okay. So first of all, you assume that I don't know a lot about FD, number one. And number two, you assume that I'm not around people. Remember, we have academics in here. Like Dr. T. Hassan has not said this specifically about FD in person, but we know, and not even just Dr. T. Hassan. We know about FD is a representative of the black industrial, academic industrial complex. He works for them. He's not a leader there. He's just on YouTube. He's an operative. He takes orders. And so when you understand what that's about, you can look at the statistics and what that is produced. You can look at the community. Like, this ain't know what somebody said. Look like let's take like the status from like 1980 to now, as far as academia alone and what's pressed and what's pushed. Let's screw the black men 18 and up. Let's just talk about the boys. You can look at that alone. That doesn't, and obviously FD ain't that old, but that doesn't come from nowhere. That is not by accident. Even the Crimson Terrors talked about this. Even Jason Black and the pro-blacks have talked about this. So when you say my motives, understand. Look, I'm the one of the few just saying dudes are overreacting. It sounds like I'm overreacting, but he is a representative of that industrial complex. He's just one little gear, but he's the gear that chooses to try to come off his horse and talk to us. And what he's doing is he's running interference. So you keep talking about, dude, man, I don't need, look, if you say that trans women are women, like, you think, I'll say this, do you think, hold on, do you think he would have said that to Dr. Frances Quest Wilson to her face?
No, I get everything, and I agree. I would say with the majority of what you're saying, Ed. The only thing I'm saying is what and maybe FD would explain it if I got his ideas wrong. But I think understanding the other person's viewpoint and how they arrived at their viewpoint is important. I think he's one of those guys who truly believes that white supremacy is the tool that is dividing black men and black women, and that spaces like these, whether they understand it or not, are a useful tool in this bigger frame of white supremacy, and that the better option is to side with your sisters, and there are some issues over there, but they're stating, but we're formulating a master plan against white supremacy that needs to be overcome.
This intersectional feminism is a black intersectional feminism, though. Then, because to bring up the whole white supremacy thing, are all intersectional feminists against white supremacy or something? Because we understand that white supremacy ain't just a hate a nigga, kill a nigga shit. All white folks are potential white supremacists because they all wish for a white perspective of reality.
Well, the black women are up under white women.
Let me finish this. They expect for a white perspective of reality to be received for as a general one, or the only one to be taken for fact. So, do white intersectional feminists not have that tribalistic element of whiteness within them? You know what I'm saying? Wait a minute. What's this white supremacy shit? With white folks included in the group?
With him, the liberal whites are the good whites. Because technically the black academia works at the behest of white people, particularly white women. So, I mean, see, the problem is he wants to be able to dictate. And I'm talking about what has come out of his mouth. He wants to tell you because remember, the black manosphere is only like really 10 years old. So before that, what was going on? When black people, because black people still vote Democrat at extremely high levels. It's just a matter if black men gonna get up and vote or not, if they're motivated to. Because
let me ask you something.
See, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, bro, but I was like, okay, what do you say about? All right, now I'm not sure about his academic background, but one thing I have realized from a lot of brothers sometimes, because I even went to private school and I used to have that kind of mindset. Like I had mostly white teachers and stuff like that until I finally went to public school, and then I started having black teachers. And I had black female teachers at that point. When I finally got there, because private school, I went to Muslim, Catholic, and Christian. After I ended up in the public school system with your everyday black folk, the one thing that I realized is that I think that he does not understand, maybe because he might have went through the full term through grade school.
You're making assumptions.
I'm okay. But what I was saying was, unless he went through it that way, realistically, it's like you're gonna make the assumption that going off of it the white way is the best way, and not really looking into your own culture and looking at like dissecting what the problems are there at the same time. So like if your mom is the only one that's in your face,
I mean, you
telling you
this is what it is. Deference, man. This is like talking about I'm interpreting what you're saying as a black chick that has 3 different babies by 3 different daddies, dude. And then you talk about maybe they just don't understand. At that point,
At
you're
this
retarded
point,
in my book.
but hey, I ain't taking no offense. The only thing I'm saying is,
No,
bruh,
I ain't saying
you
you.
can't.
I'm not saying you.
I
I'm talking
respect it.
about somebody like that. Yeah, I ain't saying
Yeah,
you, but I'm
it don't
saying
make
somebody that makes that
okay.
many mistakes.
Because it's hard to
Okay.
really like. I'll be real. Like I can understand. Like the black teachers that I had in private school, Muslim school, some of the greatest women I ever met. Like I still talk to them to this day when I see them out in the street, whatever. But my public school black female teachers, they used to argue with me over the pronunciation of words or kick you out of class because you knew something they didn't. Like people don't
Right.
really actually grasp that that's a thing. Like I argued with a country female, like I think she was from like Tennessee. She got mad at me because I pronounced hiatus correctly. Put me
Sir,
up in front of the board
with all due
and did all that.
I just saw a white man. I just saw a white man say that white like males are like two times more likely to be suspended for the same offense as females. He then said he was talking to another white woman. This was like a formal thing. He said black males are five. This is a white dude are 5 times more likely. We have this. I'm not. Look, I'm just
That
saying this for the crowd. This is not you. We have statistical research, and the academics have the access to all of it. Let's be clear here. They have access to a lot more than what we do. So my point is we have mapped all of this out. Dr. Tiasan, Dr. Tommy Curry has. It don't matter if he messes with people or not. You can take the research. And Dr. Tiasan, if he don't want to claim it, we put this before they were there. We put this out. So the stuff that you're saying is we have absence of data. No, we don't. We have data. Like really, up until recently, we weren't even talking about the black boys. That's the ultimate checkmate because you can blame adult black men with the relationship piece. You can't do that when we're just focusing on black boys. So a lot. So I get, dude. I went to different schools too. I went to magnet schools. They had its own community center. They might as well been private schools with the monies in them. I've had what you call irresponsible white teachers, which are teachers that'll tell you the truth they not supposed to tell you, as well as black teachers. So the teacher stuff that just depends. The household, yeah.
yeah, I know
I
that.
had those irresponsible. They started off telling us about the kingdom of Saud and what they really about and why America really messes with Saudi Arabia. And like straight up. So I was in
Okay, that's
AP
some real
history.
shit.
That was one of them, yeah. So I'm not saying I only had like two. So I'm not acting like white dudes like that.
I
Right.
love an
All
honest
right.
pilgrim from time to time.
All right.
But
Real quick. Real quick.
my point is you're assuming that I'm just saying this off this video, dude. I've listened to him talking to Mr. C. I've listened to him talking to Bernard the first time. I haven't listened to him the second time, but I have listened to what he's had to say and where he's coming from, and the shots that he throws. These people ignored us for years because they just thought we would just dissipate. He
So you
is
feel
a
like he's
protector.
straight cap?
He protects. Understand that maybe you don't know me. The black community is
I'll
broken
watch you.
because the culture is broken. The cultural problem is a gynocracy,
Hey
meaning
man,
you can't deal with white supremacy until it's like going saying we want to win the championship, go to the playoffs, but your team is completely messed up. You got to fix your team first. And the problem is they want the gynocracy, but they also want to deal with white supremacy. That's what intersectional feminism is, which, by the way, doesn't need to exist in the black community, by the way. That is a white supremacist tool. What's the black male version of intersectional feminism?
there is
Don't
none.
know.
It's just really a.
All
Exactly.
There
He's
is
trying to
none. And
start one.
what I was about to say was, this is the thing
Well,
right here.
real quick. Hold
Go
your thought
ahead.
real
Go
quick.
ahead, brother.
Real quick. Let me get through the rest of those super chats. So
You
pull
got
those
like
up.
50 of them.
Ariam. Well, no. I'm towards the end. As far as I know, it's only like 9 of them that I got to reel off real quick. But shout out to the Mac the Trucker sent a $5 cash app. Do appreciate that. But the Clue Channel in the building says Pearl is a problem, but a feminist on your panel is not.
Hmm?
I don't even understand your point. Back that up. Pearl is a problem, but a feminist on your panel is not. What do you mean?
I don't know. Maybe he don't know
I
what your stance is on the pearl
Oh,
situation.
no.
But
I
you
did.
going
I did
neutral.
bring up. I finally did go and research the claim that she me too the black man, and I was like, and I thought it was clickbait all this time, but I finally went and looked at it. I was like, oh yeah, it got some legs. So I was like, kind of up
Bernard,
for
it's the
her.
fact that you're politically correct. You run a decent show, and that's the thing. The fact
Yeah.
that you run a decent show and you're actually willing to just let it roll, as opposed to being like, nah, this way, I think, is where niggas coming from. I mean, people coming from on that retort.
I don't know exactly what clue mean, but I don't know. Clue, clarify what you're talking about in the chat room after I
And
read the super chat.
Clue is generally cool.
No.
But
Clue is my guy. We got some slight disagreements, but no, Clue is my guy. We
but
cool.
again, I don't have a problem.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
real quick.
finish it. My bad. He's like the trade is good.
Yeah. I'm not trying to get to the super chats. Leon 008 in the building. He says, "What up, FD? You represent the stay-at-home dads of the matriarchy." And cut it out. I'm assuming he's a successful money-earning man. Cut it out. Great Britain in the building says, "Keeping tabs is giving FBI." Ooh, okay. Good point there. But so who got clicking in the background? Mute up somebody, whoever typing. And Swag, I think you got slight background too, but I'll be hearing a slight echo from you. But Osmosis React says, "Let the host get his points off, talking over him." Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Will Quill in the building. He says they want 40K likes and sure mic for reparations. Goddamn. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Toya in the building with the $2 super sticker. Thank you. Appreciate that. Andre in the building says supporting black male media. Absolutely do appreciate that. Marcus in the building says Jason Black is an egotistical maniac. He attacks anyone that he perceives getting too much shine. Absolutely 100%. Tommy Sotomayor, the reparation movement. He attacked them like the ADOS.
That's where ADOS turned into FBA.
But he attacked them.
No, they went back on Tommy.
Well, he attacked Yvette and Tone. That's who he attacked.
All right.
So not the concept of reparations.
I want the clear, precise answer. What was his argument against them?
His argument against them is that they work for the Democrats.
Oh, so he was saying whatever movement they started trying to get reparations is invalid because
not even the movement. It was more so where they were trying to take it. It's almost like they were trying to aggregate, black people under the guise of that, and it was going to switch a rule and basically point at a politician that supposedly would be for it to get them votes, and then to say they weren't.
Do you?
And they low key admitted that too.
Okay, but do you think his criticism was more so because he saw them gaining steam and traction and being out front as black leaders?
That wouldn't be in my. Tone and Yvette wouldn't be in my list, but I will say I can understand why somebody would put that in there because it wasn't just Jason Black; it was Tariq and Professor Black Truth. It wasn't just him, so I could see somebody putting that in there because of that. But they wouldn't be in my list of the top X amount of haters that's on Jason Black's list because they never got big enough even after that.
Well, I think he tried to make sure of that from the sound of things.
Well, but I can see, but it's valid enough for it to be admissible in court.
Okay, yeah.
You need a gavel, by the way, Bernard.
Bernard.
People have been saying that.
Bernard,
be hating. Go ahead, Swag.
No, for real though. Like that way, we need to tell somebody to be quiet, and they won't. You did.
Bernard, the main thing with Jason Black was because I'll be real, like I followed him for a time. Like, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with an older dude telling you, "Hey, yo, get your shit together." That's okay. The only thing that was an issue was when you started noticing that he felt like he wasn't getting as much attention, and I could tell because he'd actively say it, like, "Oh, y'all gonna go over to them other channels." And y'all gonna support them. But over here, I am the real black authority. And I'm like, okay, bro, like you don't realize that, like, okay, you coming from a standpoint of, man needs to do A, B, and C. Women needs to do A, B, and C. But then when it comes to a certain point, if the women don't like what you said, you do switch it up. That's the kind of guy Jason Black is. It's like one of your homeboys who love it. Like when y'all sit in a room together and there's 6 of y'all can have barbershop talk. But let a girl come in there and he bring a girl through. Now all of a sudden that boy FD.
All right, and this is the last thing. This is the last thing I'll say about this super chat. He said he's come at people that get too much shine. Tommy Sotomayor, the reparation movement, Manosphere, now Pearl. Here's the funny thing about that going after Pearl. I heard him say he's checking to see who of his subscribers are subscribed to her so he can call them out and all of that stuff. And I'm sitting there like, niggas ain't subscribed to her like that. You notice through all this black outrage
he
from
must
Pearl,
be losing relevance.
you notice she ain't lost a single subscriber. You notice that, right?
Oh no, she's
the only way you're gonna lose subscribers is if people were actually subscribed to you. People didn't even rock with her like that. I broke it down at the beginning of the stream how doing shorts got her in the broad algorithm. Her live stream audience, or she got a successful live stream show, but it'd be like 2,000 to 2,500 people in there. Hell, Coach Greg Adams and Jack was doing that. Yeah.
What made Pearl great?
You're right.
Holy shit! I'm still talking. Let me get it out. She made it off them shorts, not through Black American support. So trying to get Black America to cancel her to try to break somebody that they didn't make is a futile endeavor. He's basically fighting the air like Cuba Gooding Jr., trying to get people to not fuck with her because people weren't really fucking with her like that to begin with. So that's my.
But what made Pearl hot, bro? No, what made? Yeah, hold on, right quick. What made Pearl hot, and no one wants to accept this, is the fact that Black women went on there and actively acted an ass. No one did this but you. No one did this but you.
Time out. I have some disagreement with that because you look at most of her shows, it wasn't Black women acting an ass, and the women that was on there, those are like Nigerian women that migrated to London. Do they really even call themselves Black? That's what.
Let me explain.
I'm explaining right now. Hold on. I have
Go
a
ahead,
problem
brother.
with people acting like that. I have a problem with people acting like that's the cookout over there on her show. If that is the cookout, if a damn sure ain't our cookout, that's some Black women over there with Kelly Osbourne accents talking to a white girl about dating issues.
Please hold on. Let me explain it.
That ain't got shit to do with us. It never.
All right,
did.
let me explain it.
Right,
this is where I disagree. Hold on. This is where I disagree because I've studied over.
Pull up the next one.
I studied overseas. All right, I studied overseas. The one thing that I realized was, and this was back in 2012, 2013, when I was over there, I was watching the women slowly congregate to American Black women's thinking. I was in South Africa. I enjoyed myself, but slowly they were accepting the ideology. That actually is true. We are trendsetters. We act like we're not, but we are. And that's when I realized that there's certain areas where people who might be in the Jason Black camp, because you don't keep up with certain areas of like hip hop or being on the scene. Like Jason Black is too old to hang out where I hang out at. So there are certain things that women, hold on, brother. There are women women that I will know in my dating market that'll be completely different from his generational dating market. A lot of these women have picked up the tendencies of Keisha down the block, whatever her name is down the way. They pick it up. The only crazy thing was when you sat there and listened to him, it was the exact same thing. And I was like, wow. So, and it draws back to this bull crap of you want me as a man specifically to keep up standards that I never put in place. I was born in the 90s. Whatever misogynistic standard, I'm saying whatever misogynistic standard they know of.
Whole nother point.
I'm not, but this is what, I'm saying this is what fuels the thinking.
You're trying to escape past that, so we can't address that. The thing is, man, you might as well blame Black men for basically them girls being snatched by Boko Haram. If you gonna make
I ain't
those
blaming Black men for nothing.
Well, I'm saying, hold on, I know you're not. But what I'm saying is, if you're gonna say that what the UK people do, because it was very much established in the Black manosphere for a long time. O'Shea, all that. Because remember, King Richard is somebody that was very much adjacent to this space at a time. We established what they do over there is what they do over there. They're their own franchise. They are not. Now, we may rock with them every once in a while, but we always said we wanted them to build their own stuff. So anybody that will take Pearl and then knowingly know that they're over there, they are a liar. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Jason, because I said that on my show. They are a liar. They are knowingly lying, and they're knowingly manipulating black people. And when I've talked to people that was listening to Jason, because I've listened to Jason Black longer than most people in space. I go all the way back to like people forget Jason was up under Tommy Sotomayor once upon a time. People forget that because it's ancient history. But my point is, he knowingly lied. We ain't got no responsibility over what they do over there. We cannot control
He
them.
didn't lie.
Like,
He shot a projection so that he could get energy to him. He didn't lie. What he did was he shot a projection so that energy could get to him because he's losing relevance. Because
that's damn near the
not
definition of a lie. You said he shot out a projection.
No. But
I'm
saying, I'm saying the intention though. He did this so that motherfuckers would talk about it and get him back in the game. This is what it did. It got him back in the game.
I get that. I get what you're saying, Rogie. But what I'm saying though is, let's call it what it is. He basically manipulated black people in order to regenerate. So that don't sound pro-black to me.
Of course, no, but that's the thing is that's the end result of being pro-black, because you eventually have to hustle. You eventually have to hustle the struggle, because they're not trying. Again, the whole reason of why this shit come up, the whole thing of leadership. You cannot have a conglomerate of a large amount of people who are able to be effective just unto their soul selves and wish to operate as a group, but do so individually. You actually must have a council. You must have leadership. You must have fucking structure. But or else you're just going to hustle the principle, or it turns into a hustle.
That's the reason why black people act the way they do in the States, bro.
I'm not invalidating what you're saying, but the thing about it is, when I say I make these hardline statements, fine with the FD thing, but like if this one, for example, everybody is saying it's kind of like they're giving the opposite point, and people are going to interpret that as, well, maybe there's validity. I'm telling you right now, he knew. You just agreed, Rhodes. He knew it, because you're saying that's why we need leadership. He knew what he was doing, so that means it's premeditated. So that means it's first degree, and we can agree. You call it a projection, cool. We very great vocabulary, different words in English language, same thing. So that still makes it false. So you're right. No, for real, you're still right, but it's still what I said, just in a different way. I'm just being more ruthless about it, because I want people to understand what he is doing. The other thing I said too, and I'm not going on another soliloquy, is he is targeting people associated with Kevin, because he knows his audience. Too many of his audience actually likes Kevin. That motherfucker won't say he's gonna look at people that subscribe to Kevin still and make fun of him, because he know that'll be too many people. So what he's doing is he's targeting anybody. Think about it. He had Melanie King. I'm not saying you gotta like these people. I'm just saying he had Melanie King in that picture. He had MTR in that picture. MTR was with Kevin. He mentioned TLA. He mentioned O'Shea out of nowhere, really. Even though O'Shea was kind of bigging him up.
He would have mentioned Dennis Perlin. He would have mentioned Dennis Perlin. Don't got quite enough subs for him to mention him yet, but he would.
Yeah, the only person he is not really mentioned is Dennis, and then really Dennis isn't connected to Pearl. Because truth be told, Dennis is throwing Pearl under the bus real hard too. And BGS is the only people he really has not mentioned that's around Kevin. He's purposely targeting anyone that's associated, and because this is not the first time he did videos like this. He did that with Coach Greg Adams when he called him a coon. He did that, huh?
I didn't know.
This is the first round. This is when he first started calling Kevin Kitten, and he did that with Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit is an easy target. He did that with Donovan Sharp, again, an easy target. But he also lumped in Coach Greg. I'm not talking about like a mention. He did 4 streams in one day one time. Now, maybe he was having technical difficulties, but he rarely does that many streams in one day.
All right.
I
got it. I want to get back to I want to finish the super chat. Shout out to people that support the stream. Appreciate each and every one of you. Clue Channel in the building says, simp has too many freaking definitions. Men on the panel were just agreeing with Pearl. I don't know what you mean by men on the panel. We're just agreeing with Pearl. Nobody can agree with Pearl. Pearl can agree with men because she got her shit from men. So I don't even know what you're talking about. Next super chat. Freeman Journal in the building says Bernard Riley repost Kevin Samuel versus Little Big Nate support Black Man Media. I probably do need to start reposting some old stuff when Kevin Samuel's on my panel. Oh, that's it? That's all of them? Okay, I thought it was a bunch more. All right. Shout out to everybody who's supporting the stream.
Absolutely.
Who we got?
Got Cashapp?
Yo, can I say something real quick?
Yes.
I'm trying to understand because this is what this conversation I came in for.
Okay.
That's all I need to as well.
Yeah.
So if I'm hearing this right, because I've been in and out, I'm sitting here working. So just pearly things. So y'all have a movement. Opinions on the movement aside. A white woman has co-opted y'all movement.
The Manosphere red pill. She co-opted the real quick. She technically co-opted basically the Manosphere red pill, not a black cultural movement, not a black American cultural movement.
Of course.
Okay, just want to make that clear. All right.
Yeah. So obviously it's not gonna have all the same parts, right? But
at the most, it's a lens. At the most, a cultural lens.
Right. And again, I'm coming back in humbly because I want to hear what y'all think, and I'm probably missing parts. When she gets to 1 million subs, saying some of the stuff y'all are saying, even as I hate the rhetoric in general, what do you think makes that possible?
Ooh.
I explained that real good. You saying if you're just asking how is she able to get to the 1 million subs saying some of the same things? That's real easy. That's real easy. When YouTube Shorts was a big important thing, like I went from 12,000 to 32,000 damn near overnight off of YouTube Shorts. She spammed the algorithm with like 18 YouTube Shorts a day. She was going viral like crazy, and it blew up, and that's where she got all them subs from. That's why I pointed out when she do her live show, it'd be like 2,000 or 2,500 people in there. It's people like Mr. Japp and Coach Greg Adams. They can go live on a channel that got 50 to 75,000 subs and still have those same live show numbers. Her live show numbers are low compared to her amount of subs because she didn't grow them organically off of her live show. She grew them off of her shorts. Basically what it is that she used the levers and tools of YouTube to work the algorithm to perfection. She got a whole team of Africans over there working for her. Basically, when she do a live show, they cut it up, chop and screw it, and produce like 42 different pieces of content from that one live show, spam it out in the algorithm, and it's on everybody's phone. When they scrolling through the shorts reel, they see it, they hear something interesting, they click on it, they sub. She got a bunch of subs. That's how it happened. That's how she won. It ain't got nothing to do with the Black Manosphere. It ain't got nothing to do with the Black Manosphere. It don't got nothing to do with Black America. It don't got nothing to do with Black support. She dunked on the YouTube algorithm. End of.
And she was actually choosing to have an audience that is diverse. That's what made things very interesting.
You're undoing the bomb that I just dropped, dude. It ain't
but you made a good point. But that's adding to it.
I want let them cook. Let it is what it is.
It don't got nothing to do with that.
Nah,
I disagree. She got
a disagree.
Hold on, real quick. The only thing I'll give you is that she reached out to some Nigerians who probably don't even refer to themselves as Black. They rounded up, found like the Nigerian London immigrant community, and she got a lot of them on her show. She did.
They have the color that I need.
So just the
to push
that's the only. Time out. That's the only thing I'll give you. She did add a little color to it, but as far as Black America, Black Manosphere, nah, that's some of her and a bunch of black and blackish in white people over there talking with Kelly Osbourne accents about modern Western women. Ain't got shit to do with us.
All right, real quick, and then I want to see what it is. Maybe he'll answer this. And showing my ignorance. Are you saying that? So obviously, you clarified earlier that very few Black Manosphere figures have in any way spoken on her outside of, I think you said, Obsidian. And
spoken with her, had her on
spoken with her, collaborated or spoken positively of her.
Well, people weren't speaking negatively because she wouldn't.
That's an added twist.
Negative. Nobody was. She wasn't saying anything negative, so people weren't really saying nothing negative. So no, it wasn't. Ain't like we hated her. I think most people were just neutral to her and like, oh, her shorts pop up. oh, they all right, I guess, and then people just move on. But when something goes viral and it might get clicks and views, just like you can get clicks and views off of her now because she in controversy. Yeah, people covered it when she made the headline news and was trending. People covered it.
Right. Bandwagon.
So what was you going to ask me with the
I don't want
FD?
to jump down on anything. Y'all go ahead for a second. I just listen.
All right, FD. What were you going to ask me?
Well, no, you talked about diversity, and that's kind of.
All right, let me know when I can jump in here, man. Because I don't want nobody.
All right, hold on 1 second, then.
Oh no, I'm gonna give preference to Ed. I'm gonna give
All right,
preference
I'm
to Ed.
going to make that clear.
Go ahead, Ed. You got it.
So my first question to FD, we're gonna stick on this for now, is why are you asking that question about the YouTube algorithm? Because from what I understood, I thought you were expert on the YouTube algorithm. You understood how it worked.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Okay, so why is it that you didn't? Because generally, when somebody grows quickly, no matter who it is, especially if they're adjacent or they talk about any kind of content, I tend to want to look at how they grew, and so it's already understood. So it shouldn't have even been necessary for Bernard to give you that long explanation, because it's very obvious that Pearl does a lot of shorts if you go to her channel. And if you see any of her live subscribership, it's not like she just has massive as far as viewership on her stuff. That should be obvious. So I personally think the answer. You just want to see what we gonna say. Also, are you aware that there's a white manosphere?
Let's let him respond to that statement. You think he know the answer? He just want to see what we gonna say. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I have a theory. I have a perspective. And like respectfully, I wanted to see what y'all's perspective was, and it aligns on a lot of levels. The thing, so I know how I grew. I know how to grow content related to the areas and style of content that I make, and I can tell you that, and I can tell you a lot of things about the algorithm because I've talked to people that literally run the algorithm. YouTube Shorts is a new organism, though, and I haven't really done a lot of investigation in it because I don't watch shorts, I don't make shorts, right? With Pearly in particular, one thing I'm really interested in specifically is how, and this is a question I started with earlier that we kind of got off into the weeds, and I don't want to do that again. But how Black men in particular, even when especially I'll say when Black men are promoting certain types of ideas and ideology, how on one end there's a reward structure for that if you do it right, and on the other end how, because one thing y'all have shown me in this discussion is how the narrative, because I haven't been paying attention to just Pearly things really, the narrative doesn't match the actual situation, which is that I was of the mind from a handful of conversations inside comments or whatever, that just Pearly things had taken over y'all space to an extent and was carrying y'all, was going to be the new Kevin
Who were
Samuels.
you listening to get that fucking assessment?
And this was
that's all over that. Hold on, that thought process is all over YouTube now. It got started by people who just wanted to hate on the Black manosphere. So it's almost ridiculous to ask them who was he listening to.
Exactly,
that
was
you can
everywhere.
listen to my show. The panel that came up when I covered it.
No, so yeah, but again, you were. Here's the funny thing about that. The funny thing about that is you started talking to people before that, and so if you understand the YouTube algorithm, then you should have been able to basically understand that the likelihood of if that's true or if that's not true. Also, I know again, I'm asking you, are you aware that there's such a thing called the white manosphere? Or the mainstream manosphere is white? Yes or no?
Yeah, I made 2 whole videos about it.
Okay, so
I think you should land the plane on his original point.
We understanding that, you should understand that a lot. Pearl even said it. She started when they asked her on Obsidian. I didn't go on that, but when Phantasm asked her, she said one of her first videos going viral was talking about Jordan Peterson. So it's like, it's amazing to me how you can have a white woman and it would just not enter into people's minds that a lot of her subscribership, if she's talking about content, would come from that. Also, she said she didn't really start blowing up like that until she went to the UK. which means she's in international YouTube. Fantastic. Also got her to say that half of her audience is from America. Only half of it. She's in international YouTube, which is a different algorithm. You know, we're talking about ideas and stuff. So my point is, this is why I say what I say. You have people that are knowingly lying. And then I ain't even talking about you right now. Then you have people that are sheep, that they go along with the status quo as they perceive it, and they just start repeating information. And then you wonder why we are where we are. And when we sit here and try to tell the truth, they then flip that and say we're defending the white woman, where really what we're doing is defending our name. My question is, if you knew the algorithm, you should have already understood that that wasn't true. So you should have already didn't need to start looking around in the rumor mill. See, that was okay
No. So
before you started talking to us. But once you started talking to Mr. Zen, you should have understood that.
Let me just,
All right, go ahead.
Sir. Everything you're saying, I'm conceding to. I wanted to hear it. Like the first thing you said was absolutely correct, which is what I said in my last statement. I wanted to hear it from y'all and y'all's perspective. That's the main reason I jumped on, because I had been hearing exactly what Bernard just confirmed is being promoted in the greater discourse around, you know, the Manosphere, Red Pill, adjacent things. I keep tabs, I pay attention, but I don't come in too many panels. I don't watch any panels. I dabble in people's videos, right? So I see enough of her and I hear enough stuff, and I say that like Bernard, you mentioned it. I heard you mention it earlier that we mentioned her the last time we talked, and or maybe I was talking to Mr. Z. But when I first heard that, I was like, that don't make no damn sense, and I can't believe that that's true. So, but hearing it enough, I said, look, let me jump in real quick and hear the perspective that these gentlemen have on this situation. And you all have mostly confirmed the theory that I had, which is and so the only thing I would add is, which is just my greater critique of the space, that is greatly about the rhetoric and how that rhetoric plays in the algorithm and who it plays to. Like you mentioned, like most of her viewers are white. Anybody with a large viewership is going to have a large chunk of white people. I would imagine that 40% of my viewers are white at a minimum, right? So that is not saying anything, but what's interesting to me that I kind of got at, and I don't have the best perspective on it yet, is how the things y'all are talking about, which mostly focus on Black women from a let's say a negative perspective, become co-opted and then profited off of by these we'll say not even all Black, not non-Black, but these anti-Black figures. One of the things I pointed out in the video I made was how it's very clear that Fresh and Fit and some of these other dudes are not really a part of y'all space. They're there. They make the waves. They go viral, but they're not really a part of y'all space. Kevin was the only one that
people run off with the scrolls, bro. If people run off with the scrolls, that's the reason why everybody wasn't permitted within 36 chamber on their first day, cuz. All right?
That's just like a fool who dressed like you.
Yeah, you know, you can't. It is what it is.
He saw that you was saucy, and then realized that whoever he's seeing, he sees you actually getting yourself together, and realizing what reception you're getting from you getting yourself together. And now he's just gonna find a way to try to make a diet version of the shit that you created. Now, the main thing is, like, when it comes down to Pearl, and this is what I was saying, like, I wasn't trying to shoot Bernard in the foot with his point. I was saying that when you looked at it, because I went to school overseas, I've been hella times, I realized we as American Blacks are trendsetters. And once we set a trend that you thought I was feeling you, that nigga a munch. That is a thing now. Like, we don't understand how much people swagger jack off of us.
No. So
now that's what made Pearl possible. But that's a collective issue.
But that's why she put the darkest Nigerians around her ass. She could have got light-skinned Black folks around her. She got the darkest motherfuckers she could find to put around her to validate her.
You're giving people ideas to kind of link that where it's not linkable. And that's like, I got a couple more questions because we are in agreement on this. So ain't even no point having this conversation. This is for FD directly. And this is not even on this topic, but this is around some of the stuff.
Can we keep it on the topic for a second? I just did.
Well, I mean, we agree on this. So now it's like, what?
But I have one. Well, let me present something to you all. and then I'll let y'all chew on that, and then I'll respond to whatever you want to move off topic with for a second. Can I just do that real quick? Because this is like I'm working, and I don't want to derail things too much more.
All right, go ahead.
Here's the theory I'm working with, and something that I've been concerned about beyond just the general rhetoric of the space is how black. So it is what it is. Was just talking about how the whole world swagger jacks us, right? And I agree with this, but the whole world don't swagger jack us when we're doing certain shit. It don't swagger jack us. It's not swagger jacking
certain shit like what?
Like it only does it like it does it the most. I won't say it only does it. It does it the most when we're playing into certain perceptions and stereotypes around black men.
And the detrimental as opposed to that which is instrumental?
Probably. I think I agree with you there.
No. That's an inquiry. Which one would you cite it on?
Swagger jacking the negative images of us, that's definitely detrimental.
It's not the negative images. Swagger jacking us, period, because we don't only appear within negativity to the world.
Oh yeah, so swagger jacking us, period, is a problem. Do we agree on that? I don't know. Swagger jacking us, period, is a problem.
It's not that it's a problem. You gotta understand when you're undeniable, you're undeniable. We're the best around the world, cuz we didn't make ourselves that. The world just said, "Fuck it." This is who it is. That was reflexive, guys.
Look, yeah, because I want to know where it's going, because I don't even see. Okay, we do cool shit and then people emulate it. Like that's like I understand it was a problem. Hold on, wait, time out. Holy shit, let the host talk. I understand that there was a problem back in the Chuck Berry Elvis days, but nowadays that's not even a big issue. Like, so what if a white girl want to wear dreadlocks? Like, I don't give a shit. Like, where are we going with this?
Where I'm going with it is, I don't think it's some cool shit. I think it's some minstrel shit. And I think even me, all of us are being affected by this. And as we run through these algorithms, whether it be positive or negative shit, the ways in which these algorithms reward certain shit from black men should concern all of us.
World Star, nigga. Wait a minute. What we gonna do? Take down World Star next?
No. What he's
That's
saying?
The same thing.
This is. Wait a minute. This is what he's trying to say.
You can't stop World Star.
He's trying to say that what y'all are doing is so negative, doing this Black Manosphere or Manosphere Red Pills type content. It's so negative that, and they know it's negative, and that's the only reason that that they allow y'all to do it. But that's essentially.
Hold on, let me just give you my.
That's essentially the argument.
Wait. Let me give you my major reason behind that, believing that, and then I'll let y'all rebut. When you look at, and this is where I was earlier with who's being growing off of this content, aside from Jordan Peterson, who presents very differently from y'all and disavows his Manosphere connections, even though it's obvious where he is. When you look at who has gotten big and from what content from y'all space, it is very obviously those who are most misogynistic and offensive to women and black women. And I want to point out, when BGS was here, I wish we'd have had a chance to talk more, because I nailed BGS to the wall when he tried to say that Kevin Samuels got big trying to help black men and boys, when really what he did was front load misogyny. He embarrassed that one girl, talking about you average at best, and started going viral, doing it over and over and over again. And
wait,
you can
hold
try
up, Paul. What Kevin Samuels did was establish a standard that ugly bitch couldn't motherfucking stand up to. Look, they called him Kitten Heels, man. Get the fuck out of here. He was considered to have a harsh perspective of analysis with women. Are you kidding me?
I'm really trying to be calm.
He delivered more reserved than you do, bro.
Listen,
and you give off bitch tones like a motherfucker.
Here we go.
Let me say this last statement. All I'm saying is he did not grow to as big as he was until he did that. Did he or did he not? A lot of me.
Wait, okay, all right. Real quick. Hold on. Everybody chill.
Behind the scenes.
Everybody chill. Okay. When he was doing content for men, he had like 50,000 subs, and his channel did get a lot of views in proportion to the size of his channel. So he was supported in that content. He did go viral with doing the shows with the women. Now, you want to say it was misogyny and they just promoted black male misogyny. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. What Kevin Samuels did was much more deeper layered than just calling it, oh, it's misogyny, and that's why the algorithm loved it, as if the algorithm just loved misogyny. That's nonsense to me. But Ed, hold on, Ed, you was trying to jump in. I do want to see what Hood Server got to say on this. Go ahead, Ed.
Okay, so on that point, FD, can you give me an example of a black man that's not in this space or something like that, that's not a misogynist? That communicates with women regularly on these type of topics that Kevin talked about, or that any orbit that talks to these things.
And if a motherfucker use the word bitch, do you automatically qualify him as such? Your mark ass out here.
I don't even think you heard what I said before. So I don't want to hear nobody talking about I didn't say nothing. So please stop running interference. I'm asking real concise questions. Give me an example of somebody that's not a misogynist.
In the Black Manosphere?
No, anywhere that talks to black women regularly.
That's not a misogynist. A lot of
niggas.
So
I can fuck the Black Manosphere, any man, so I can get a barometer of what you think is not. I can't compare what one is from your perspective until you tell me which black man that is not, that talks to black women regularly.
A lot of them. Me, Professor.
No,
Odie.
I'm talking about somebody that like we all know, like a TD Jakes or something like that.
Shit, the fucking nigga that did Letters to Black Boys. What was that name of that book? The Letter to Black Boys. Ta-Nehisi.
I'm talking about talk, not right.
Okay, dude, you keep on like what? That does
He
live
is not
streams?
in the Black Manosphere. Ta-Nehisi Coates.
I'm not asking nobody that's in the Black Manosphere. I'm just saying any black man.
You're asking me to. Okay, you're asking
me. Okay, sir. The way I'm hearing it, is every black man is a misogynist.
Yeah, nah, I don't.
That's how I'm hearing it from you.
Well, just for the record.
Well, I'm asking you to name somebody, not you.
FD, do you know who Green Gorilla is?
He said the Roots, the rap group, the Roots was misogynistic. So I think he do. I remember when
FD, do you know who Green Gorilla is?
That's not even my main question. That's just off the Kevin Samuels jump. Because remember, Kevin Samuels got a daughter. I know y'all niggas forget that. He's got a daughter and he was raised by his mom, but he's so fucking misogynistic. But anyway, okay, fine. So I'm not even gonna deal with that because that's already been established. My best question is in your opinion, is the black community a patriarchy, a matriarchy, a gynocracy, or an other?
The community itself is probably more matriarchal than patriarchal. The culture.
I appreciate you answering that. So, do you believe that the black community can actually be a functional community, being matriarchal?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
Under the thing that makes the black community dysfunctional.
And I appreciate. Okay, so because I know you ain't got a lot of time. If you want to talk more, you can. But I just want to make very clear when I said what I said about the ideology, because you may not have heard that. I said, do you consider yourself an intersectional feminist?
He said, yeah.
Yeah, he said,
yeah. I didn't know. Because I'm jumping in and out too, so I didn't know. So you did say yeah.
I don't call myself a feminist.
Okay,
but
so,
I am intersectional.
Huh?
I don't actually call myself.
Okay, so you do believe in intersectionality. You're in that camp. Okay, so see, I just wanted to be very clear about that. It is my belief the black community will never be a functional community as long as it's matriarchal. It is also my belief that intersectional feminism
how does a successful matriarchal community work?
No, I just want to establish the actual lines here.
Right,
because everything, because everything that always gets said when you talk about you hate. When you talk about you hate our rhetoric, like hate is a real strong word.
Yeah,
hate is a real strong word to use. And there is no negotiation for this. It's either one or the other. That is what this is. Like, I want people to really understand that. Because everybody has this idea that we can come to an understanding. No. You have folks that believe the women need to be in the lead and the men need to be the support group. And somehow we supposed
right there. Hold on. Wait. That's good. Wait a minute. That brings me right to My question now,
But that's the definition of matriarchy.
you think a matriarchal community could work. How does that play out? Are you talking about, does this matriarchal community work somehow with women raising these children by themselves, or does this matriarchal community work with the men being with the women, but it's still being matriarchal, but they just get behind and follow the lead of the women? Like, how does this play out in real time? Because we know the former that I mentioned, with the women raising kids by themselves, statistically don't work. So are you basically saying, are you advocating for some matriarchy where the men just follow the women? Like, what are you talking?
I'm not advocating for any specific hierarchy among black men and women. I'm saying that the idea that matriarchal institutions and households don't work explicitly because they're matriarchal is false. I don't believe that. I believe that black people aren't doing well in this country, not because black women have any type of power or more power than black men in some spaces or whatever other talking point that y'all pulling at. I think it's because of white supremacy. I think
okay, so basically you want, hold on, wait, time out, Ed, time out. So you want the whole intersectionality, rainbow coalition, all those movements to basically defeat white supremacy so black women can thrive being single mothers and
I want to defeat white supremacy so that black men can thrive and black men can choose
but you think the matriarchy, a matriarchal black community will work as long as we get white supremacy out the way. So you want us to join behind the rainbow coalition, get in line behind the women, defeat white supremacy so they can still carry on being the single mothers and raise kids by themselves successfully without white supremacy.
Take the single mothers off the table, because
let FD answer, bro.
We should be a drone sector in our own community then, right?
What the fuck?
Let FD answer.
Oh, stop. I asked him a question that I thought was a good one. I want to hear his answer.
I think it was a good one. I think the circumstances that we're in now, with black men in particular, and how, again, quoting your boy Curry, how black men are the primary target of white supremacy. It is literally impossible right now for us to find liberation without the support and collective work of black women and black queer people. The idea that these dudes, y'all, who can't even control your own narratives and control your own content to grow as much as people that are saying the same shit y'all are. The idea that y'all are going to lead.
Kevin Samuels did.
Kevin Samuels did. He is an anomaly. He's very much an anomaly.
Tommy got 3 channels with 350K plus.
Let me finish.
Let him land the plane.
Wait. Time out. Hold on. Kevin.
Yeah, you cut him off. He was about to go there, bro. He was about to go there. You cut him off.
Hold on. Wait. Kevin Samuels is an anomaly. So is Pearly. So don't come in here trying to use her as a stick to hit us with just because another anomaly of a different race blew up off some red pill talking points.
They blew up off the same reason, but they'll never get to the size. Like, Kevin is unique because he got to the size of a Pearly while still being a black man and still having some tie to this community. Whereas if you look at the other dudes, like a Fresh and Fit, like a Andrew Tate, that adopt the same rhetoric, they completely disavow to it. Even Tommy don't claim y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's we getting off subject.
That's because Tommy got that Jason Black disease. But
and number one, being claimed. Number one, this idea of validation and being claimed. Nigga, claim. If anything, claiming is not relevant to getting stuff done. Like that's some black ego. I need to
so
validate.
Do you wish to be a part of the Black Manosphere then, FD? Because you clearly want to be a part, or you wish to be.
Yeah, I mean,
obliterate this motherfucker, or you wish to.
All right, y'all
taking it
somewhere. No.
So I want to
let him land the plane.
I want to engage with Rogish,
because this nigga's out of pocket. Rogish, nigga.
Rogish. Excuse me, Rogish. I want to engage with Rogish, but also still hopefully answer Bernard. What I'm getting at is y'all getting these panels.
I'm not keep jumping. Like, honestly.
Go ahead.
Oh Lord. Y'all getting these panels. Some of y'all, not everybody, getting y'all feelings. And y'all have these shouting matches with each other, with imaginary people about how you're going to help black men. And it don't happen, and it's not going to happen if we're not working together with the actual people we're in community with, which includes black women and queer people. And it's never happened.
Okay, wait a minute. What do you think black women and queer people want for black boys?
Stop. That is a good question. We did ask him that, and I don't think we got a satisfying answer. I want to pass it to Hood Conservative. Go ahead, Hood Conservative. What prompted you to come up, or you can respond directly.
Wow, that was. Nah, I don't even think you want me to respond directly to
No,
where
no,
it's at
please,
right now. I would get you straight.
dude.
No, because yeah, queer people and children, like, come on. Yeah, anyway, nigga. Anyway, so
Hold on. The
so
civil rights movement,
have we not?
was that a only black male led movement? The Black Panthers, was that only black male led? These movements that were actually
Well,
successful in creating social change in America, were they actually only black male led?
You just keep speaking of the Black Manosphere like it's a movement.
That has
this is
nothing
not a
to
movement,
do.
man.
This is responding to
No. The civil rights, has nothing to do with what's happening today. So that's irrelevant. That fight is fought. That fight is fought and over. The men that you're contending with right now have an entirely different set of issues and complaints that are not directly connected to the civil rights movement or who did what and who shot John.
Okay. He's talking about in principle. He's not talking about.
All right, so
like,
let's. I want to.
No, because what he wanted to do is use that as a wedge to try to introduce some other interests that have nothing to do with what we want to talk about. So never mind that. The thing that made me want to come up here, and this is something I think we might have to revisit this issue, Bernard, because I guess we're way deep into this show now, and I want to talk about this more in depth. But I've been listening to a lot of the pushback for the last week or so over the Pearly thing, and I was really struck back. Somebody mentioned Sperling earlier, and I was kind of struck how deep and hard Sperling was going, because I don't know if you noticed, he was like calling niggas monkeys and bonobos and chimpanzees and shit. Like, he was really going in on niggas all over this white girl who did nothing to nobody, and nobody did nothing to like help her along the way as far as the Black Manosphere is concerned. And it's just amazing. It's really amazing to me how some people, and I'm saying somebody, especially in regards to Mr. FD right here in front of us, some people can say that they care about the community on the whole, yet they take this little opportunity, they take this really, really nothing of an opportunity to absolutely shit on everything that Black men believe in, everything that we want, everything that matters to us, everything that we say is important, everything that just fucking bothers us, all because you're upset with a white woman. And I think that's a really deep psychological point right there. Like, something about this white woman just brings out all the black male hatred. And so now FD up here basically trying to get us to explain why she's successful as if we're responsible for it. Like, you want bad enough that your vision of Black men is to be some type of drone for the matriarchal community that you think is the way it's supposed to be, because there is no Black male sovereignty in a matriarchal community. The idea that the Black women are going to get freedom and have everything they want, and that automatically means the Black men are going to be happy, you're lying, and you know you're lying, because you ultimately don't value what Black men want. So how you going to sell Black men a world where what we want matters when you don't fucking care? The whole thing is a scam. And this is what I've been noticing lately about this so-called pro-Black movement. And I don't got beef with every single pro-Black out there, but goddamn, y'all niggas really going hard against Black men, more so than a white man that you're supposed to be out there fighting. We just saw a perfect example of that with Obsidian running Jason Black interviews talking to Jared Taylor. You mad at this white girl because she talked to a supposed white supremacist and she didn't fight your Black fight for you. The nerve of you niggas wanting a white girl to fight your Black fight for you. But anyway, y'all mad that the white girl didn't fight for your Black ass. And then Jason Black dumbass, he's sitting there being fucking Samuel Jackson and Django when he talking to Jared Taylor. Yo, Obsidian was killing me with that shit. Holy shit, this nigga was nice to the motherfucker. All you niggas, this is exactly how all you niggas act. You ride hard on Black men who actually care about themselves and want to see their brothers not suffer under this dumb shit you niggas believe in, and then you go around and kowtow to white people who don't love us at fucking all. How dare you niggas, bro? What the fuck is up with that?
Let's go!
Shut.
Let's go!
That shit don't got nothing to do with me.
Let's go!
Nigga, you in it. You in it, and you wanted to be in it. You inserted yourself in it. You could have stayed home. You could have,
bro. You just went on for a second. Give me a chance to respond. The fact that I'm even here having this conversation and trying to hear it directly from y'all refutes the idea that that's what I'm about. Because I don't like, as aside from what BGS said, I don't have to be here. I'm sorry that you know what? If I had
what
to
the
guess,
fuck do you think your presence does, nigga?
will.
What do you think your presence does?
Right now, whoa. Right now, my presence is for me. This is selfish. I want to hear directly from y'all and try to understand how y'all feel about what is happening with this woman that has somehow become, in the mainstream media narrative, to give credence to Bernard's analysis, has somehow become the face of y'all's space. And I'm trying
to experience her like you did.
No. Stop asking us about a white girl. Hold on. If you cared about us, stop asking us about that white girl. That's the whole point. If you gave a fuck about what we wanted and what matters to us, why do you care so much about that white girl?
Because we don't.
I'm trying to see how. I'm trying to understand it so I can analyze what's going on better.
Go
because
ask mainstream,
first off, this
nigga. This ain't mainstream.
First,
right, we over here in the trenches, my nigga. Like,
this the trap, FD.
I don't know if
this the trap.
I don't know if I'll call it the trenches of the trap, but what it is a microcosm of bigger problems. And
underground mixtape.
It's sure. I'll take that. It's a
underground mixtape.
Define this bigger problem specifically for me, please.
I mean, I said it earlier. It's the way that black people, but especially in this case, black men's images are manipulated and really mutilated for profit for other people that don't look like us.
I think that's your problem. Hold on, but that's your problem. You see, no, you're making your problem our problem.
You just described the intersectionality movement. That's you literally just described your shit.
Yeah, I don't understand what intersectionality is, but you know, I don't want to.
I know what it does. You can confuse me about what it is, but I know exactly what it does.
Y'all only literally understand it through the framework that gives y'all points to dunk on. And I can't explain it to you.
Hold up, bro. You've been trying to present that shit in an objectivity for like the last 2 hours.
You a big capper.
The resonance of it. Isn't it? No one is like outright saying, yo, intersectionality. The platform to present it. Nothing that you presenting is coming off as receptive. We will have ear to the logic. Remember, you can get in there through the logic, but you don't even fucking use that.
Rogue, let me ask you something, and let me see if this makes sense.
You debate like a white chick, cuz.
Rogue, hear me out though. Let me figure this out, because this is the conclusion I came to. We are literally trying to come together and have an agreement with a group of people who can't tell you what they want for dinner. This is the thing that no, Bernard, hear me out. That's
a different conversation.
But no, it's the same. No, but that's the root of the conversation. You're having a conversation with someone who does not definitively state what they want, but they will constantly complain about things that you said as this is what it's going to be, even though they don't want to tell you specifically what they want. That's complete insanity. Like, you're arguing with someone. I don't like it this way, but I can't tell you how I want it.
Sir, y'all space don't even understand or know what y'all want. Like, this is a
cap.
This is a
okay. See, now you're being offensive.
Y'all got like 45 different sections.
I
want to go back. Can I present a question real quick?
Man, you're making this shit about you, and you're not even talking. You're not really talking about the principles within the space. What you do, you have an issue that the black manosphere has a polarizing effect that you're losing. Your side is losing, and now your ass is trying to come over here. You probably are recording and making another show, trying to grift like everybody else is trying to grift, or you're trying to be accepted. I don't think you're trying to be accepted because, again, you say you come in respectfully. No, because you argue like a motherfucking white bitch, just like Fantastic told your ass, or you know what I'm saying, an hour earlier or whatever. You're just here as a biter, dog. You won't even acknowledge the value and stand on the value standard that the brothers say to stand on. All right, yo ass. The thing is, you ain't humbled yourself yet, dog. You imagine you in the Coliseum, man. Look, I came to this space back in 2008 or whatever, And I came in, with umbrages against it. You know what I'm saying? Being from the Black Power sector, we used to, like, yo, them niggas whining, they whining. But it's like, wait a minute, give an empathetic ear, because you listen to them and you listen like a brother, and not just be reflexive in whatever feeling or whatever, or however it resonate to you. You understand that these cats are talking about loving relationships that they see disintegrating, that they rather not do that. Because now comes, you know what I'm saying, the co-parenting, now comes the system coming in there, now comes, you know what I'm saying, moving out in the split. It was some shit. And remember, most of these cats is largely STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. Wait a minute. They're going the same route as the, what you say, intersectional feminists. Well, all those of the culture who participate in that shit, they're doing that same objectivity of that route. They're just not with that polarity of it, right? And they're not getting the same results. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they got to ask the question, where are we fucking up? So then they start looking at the cultural perspective of it. This is how it is in the system, where they're attaining some element of success, if you will, having great skill sets, 6 figures, and all that good shit, able to compete with everybody else, the so-called citizen of this nation. All right, well then they take a look at their cultural perspective, put the cultural lens on it. All right, and all it is an objectivity. Who is participating within the equation of where things aren't balanced at the family structure level or whatever? All right, they look at their faults, and then they look at the women's faults. And when they show the women their faults, everybody got a problem with it.
All right, good night. All right. I gotta keep it real. I done been on 5 hours, and I gotta make it to the courthouse, not to pay child support, but I gotta take care of property taxes. But all right, I gotta get out of here. This has been a good one. Hood Conservative, you dropped the mic. We'll probably have a Saturday show where we gonna piggyback on some of this shit when me and Hood Conservative do a show every Saturday. Everybody, I should be going live tonight. Hopefully. That's the schedule. Should be going live at 8:00 tonight. I hate that this went so long because I ain't gonna even feel like doing it. So, but we should be firing it up later tonight. Again, thank you, FD Signifier. Thank you, everybody been on the panel. Black Quizzard, you didn't even get to say nothing. You came back. Shout out to everybody in the building. But I got to get the hell up out of here. All right, peace. We gone.
I'm gonna pull up.